Chair Hilliard, would you please call the roll?
I can make some announcements, Vice Chair Hilliard, if that's helpful. Good morning, members. How are you? I just want to thank you for all of your engagement. I slept better Friday evening because of the depth of your questions, and I slept really well last night because of your commitment to quality and consistency. I'm just so proud of the work that this committee has done so far. So thank you, and I know we'll keep the good times rolling. For your welcome, logistics, reflections, and questions. Um, just a couple of notes. Thank you, Vice Chair Hilliard, for flagging the public comment that was forcing you to download Adobe. I've hopefully fixed it. Someone please tell me if I have not. On today's agenda, my understanding is that we might be wrapping up the foundational literacy standards, and then we will be moving into speaking and listening standards, and we will end the day with writing standards, knowing that you've got a 3-hour and 45-minute block for that. So there could potentially be some flex time. We'll see. Members of the public, thank you for joining us. We're excited to have you. You're welcome to observe any of the committee's dealings so far. Members, please let me know if you have any questions. And yes, please let me know if you have any questions. Okay. Quick flag from Lucas to check the spreadsheet for rationales. It's all up here for you. Hopefully the system worked well, but as we're starting, in a moment, I would love your feedback on what would be most helpful there. Okay, so first couple check-ins. Do we have any clarifying or logistics questions before we get started? Y'all know there are no stupid questions. Okay, wonderful. Y'all know where to find me. Next, I'd love to hear from any committee member what's going well so far. We're just in reflection mode. Mr. Stockery, go ahead. Yes, we will need to share the mics. They're taking their nap, their rest. And if yours dies, just let us know and we'll swap it out. But yes, be generous and share.
Okay, I just wanted to say, when I got in the car last night, my husband kind of asked me, like, tell me about the drama, and I was like, there wasn't any. I felt like everybody did a really good job of listening to each other, and being willing to change positions if somebody made a really good argument. And then our leaders, I think, have done a really excellent job of making sure that there's consensus before we move on and making sure that everybody's opinions are heard. So I just wanted to say, I think that's going really well. And I really appreciate everybody on this committee for making everybody feel like they can be heard, and making sure that this is a true group effort, as well as our EAT and TDOE members who have been so helpful in answering questions and offering some insights as well. So I just want to say thank you to everybody, and especially our leaders.
Thank you, Mr. Dockery. Other thoughts? What's going well?
I would like to especially thank Vice Chair Hilliard for his commitment to put out all the red line items all within the same day, and then the next morning come up with the rationale. It's just wonderful to have somebody that is able to process that fast. Okay. We did talk about some things that we'll speak of as we get our attendance taken care of. Just a little way of operating today that might help us move even faster.
I love it. I totally agree. Okay, members, be honest. What's hard? Things we can change. I want to thank Leanne Potter, who emerges as an angel, for giving us some good consultation on these tables. So Kim and Banks are not perching. And that's the exact thing I like to do. If I can fix it in the moment, I want to fix it. And if we can't, we'll put it on the survey. That's the 2 rules. And these 5 folks know that well. What could we do better? What do we want to change? That could be like operationally, agenda, vibes.
This isn't something necessarily that I think could be immediately changed. It's just a challenge that I have noticed. And I think this was likely a result of day one. We kind of reached a consensus on formatting certain things or doing certain things a certain way. And then when I was going back through last night, I noticed some instances where we reached that consensus a few standards in, right. And some of those older standards. I don't know. Ideally, I think this would be a situation where we could, if we have time, maybe at the end of the week,
Mhm.
we could go back and kind of normalize and ensure that the standards look consistent across. I've been kind of keeping a note of standards that I think stand out for that. So I can bring those to our attention as we get there. I don't want to slow our progress today. I think it's important to just forge onward. But I think that's a conversation I just want to make sure we have at some point. Just
To clarify, those items are just grammatical and not content based.
they are copy editing, yes.
Yeah.
I totally agree, Vice Chair Hilliard. Feel free to use the parking garage. If we need to make a new system, I'm open to making a new system, whatever y'all feel. I know it's a lot of registering, a lot of sticky notes, whatever we can do to make it easier, just let me know. Anything else you want to change, do differently, or things that are just hard to name?
You've made it very easy for us. Well organized and prepared. Thank you.
We're trying out here. I appreciate it. There's lots of good folks like Josh and Vicky and Michael and these friends doing a lot of great work. Okay, Go
I
ahead.
have one thing,
Mhm.
and I think this is more for the members. We have so much content
Mhm.
and spreadsheets, slideshows. I really want to follow along what you're saying when you make a comment. So if you could just say, I'm looking at slideshow slide 5,
Mhm.
or I'm looking at,
Mhm.
block 39 on the spreadsheet. I think that would help. That would help me tremendously. But it's only because we
Mhm.
have been blessed with so much background information that I just want to make sure that I'm tracking so I can understand the depth of your comment.
I totally agree, Dr. Stout. Sometimes y'all are moving too quick for me, especially on the spreadsheet. So if I'm ever on the wrong page, let me know. I assumed we might want to do foundational literacy, so I started there, but keep me in check. Question I had for members: what would be most helpful on the screen? I'm tracking on the spreadsheet. Of course, if you need the standards guides, I'm happy to pull it up. I just encourage you to tell me what you need on the screen as we keep moving. Okay. Do.
I think the
Go ahead.
spreadsheet. I'm open to other opinions. I think my idea was I like the slides. I thought that was a really great idea, but I think the spreadsheet is essentially functioning in the same way, and that's the document that ideally I think we'd all be looking at so we can see the exact edits that I'm putting in live as they go on. But I'm open to other suggestions.
Agreed.
Okay, we'll keep on tracking. Okay, let's see. There were no public comments, as I mentioned yesterday, because the deadline was Sunday morning at 8:30, so we won't have any public comment today. The public comment deadline also passed for tomorrow, so you have that 45 minutes to use for the highest and best use of this committee, so you can start thinking about what you want to do for tomorrow. And public comment did close at 8:30 this morning for Thursday, so I will go check my email and let you know. But I have not heard anything thus far on public comment. Let's see. Chair Cornegus, you had a question on Friday about sort of differing opinions on the writing standards. I have reached out to some members from the previous committees for their thoughts, and anything I receive, I will put in the public comment folder. So I just ask that you make sure you read that public comment that's already in there, and I will let you know as things are added, and I just ask you to read it. You can implement every word they said. You could ignore it in its entirety and anything in between. I just ask that you read it sometime before 12:45 today. And just know if you read it during lunch, we won't want to deliberate, all those good things. But certainly want to deliberate at 12:45. Okay. I think that
Did you send that to us in a separate email?
I can send it in a separate email.
Okay, thank you.
We've got the one in definitely there and maybe one or two in the queue before 12:45. I think that's good. Okay. Members, any final questions before I pass it over to your wonderful and capable leaders? Okay. Chair Cornegus, attendance?
How about it, Coach Hilliard?
Ms. Baird,
Present.
Ms. Dockery,
Present.
Mr. Hilliard, present. Ms. Now,
Present.
Ms. Singletary,
Present.
Dr. Stout,
Present.
Ms. Winters,
Present.
and Chair Cornegus.
Here.
Chair Cornegus, you have a quorum.
Okay, so we call this meeting to order. And we'd like to proceed now as we did yesterday. Remember to put your phones on stun so that we don't get interrupted during the process. You know where all the facilities are. In case you need to go, you don't need to raise your hand. And we'll proceed as quickly as we can, but we have to do our due diligence in our deliberations. So we're going to begin this morning with the foundation.
Am I correct that we need to take a vote on recording his minutes?
A voice vote would be great.
Let's have a vote on record. We can do a voice vote.
If you would like the recording to serve as minutes, no, if you would not. All aye.
Aye.
Noes. The ayes have it.
Big decisions this morning, y'all.
Sir, can I say one reflection before? we
Yes,
start?
please.
Like you, I had a conversation with my family and they were like, well, tell me about the committee. I told my best friend, I left with like a deep understanding or deep appreciation, not understanding, deep appreciation for early childhood teachers and what you guys are doing to teach reading. I mean, I learned to read over 40 years ago and I forgot just how many steps and processes that it takes to just master that one thing that is fundamental to everything else. So I just wanted to say that for the record for all of the K through 3, pre-K through 3 teachers. Like, my Lord, you guys are doing incredible work. And I left with like a deep, deep appreciation for that yesterday.
Thank you, Dr. Stout. Duly noted. Let's proceed, Vice Chair Hilliard.
Okay, let's do it. We're going to start with foundational literacy. Does everyone feel that that would be the best place for us to start? That's how I would like to start. So we're looking at, this is G20 on the foundational literacies tab of the spreadsheet. If you're following on the spreadsheet, K.FL.F.4. I don't believe for this particular standard we have any comment from the TDOE. I did have a few small things that I took note of yesterday when as I was reviewing the standard. There's a use of high frequency here, and we've hyphenated high frequency throughout the document, so I recommend we hyphenate high frequency. This is something because I don't necessarily live inside of the K through 5 world. I just want to clarify this. On C, we have the substandard C. We have a list of digraph sounds. There are not commas between the items in that list. Should there be commas? Okay. And then and this is really just for ease of readability, so I'm curious to hear what other people think. I think in the parent standard where it says orally read and reread grade appropriate, well, we do need to hyphenate grade appropriate as well. Yes, good call. And I'll take note of that in just a second. Where it says orally read and reread grade appropriate decodable text smoothly, accurately, and expressively at an appropriate rate to support comprehension, and read familiar text chorally with appropriate volume and text with purpose and understanding. I think that gets a little lengthy. So my proposal would be to sub out the and between comprehension and read with a semicolon. Do we agree on that? Okay. That's all I have for that particular standard. Does anyone have anything else they'd like to add for that one?
For consistency from yesterday, uppercase and lowercase?
Right.
Substandard B?
Yes. Okay. We'll make that as well. So I'm going to go ahead and make note of that. Do we have anything else on this one that anyone wants to put forward? I guess we're still looking, so I'll give people a second to find.
Hearing none, let's move on.
Okay. Then we will move to the first grade version of this standard. I suppose I propose that for consistency, if we're replacing the word "and" between comprehension and read in the kindergarten standard, we should also do so in the first grade standard. We have a list in C. Yesterday, I believe we reached a consensus that on lists of necessary information we're using specifically. Would this be an example of one of those instances? Okay. Okay, so I recommend we change that to say specifically phrasing, expression, juncture / pause, and intonation. And then we also have an instance of high frequency here. So I recommend we hyphenate high frequency. Yes, that is true as well. I missed those.
I had a question for TDOA. What is the purpose of read and reread? Why is reread in there? Yes.
Sorry, Leanne Potter, the chair of K-5. Our students are learning specific patterns and skills in a trajectory, and they're reading decodable readers. So we need them to reread those consistently to practice those skills over and over, and they'll become more fluent as they reread. So it's really important that they continuously read books that they've already read, especially in those decodables.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In substandard C, text is singular currently and would
Yes.
probably need to be plural. And just as a heads up for the other standards, there were a few more that also included the singular when it needed to be plural.
Thank you. Made note of that. Does anyone else have anything for this particular standard?
I noticed in the standard first grade, grade appropriate, there's a hyphen, and then in kindergarten, there's not a hyphen between grade and appropriate.
For the kindergarten standard?
There
Yeah.
isn't a hyphen.
Yeah, we made note to hyphenate grade appropriate. Thank you, though. Anything else for the first grade standard? This is G21. Sorry, I didn't say the box. We'll just be moving one down each time. Okay, if nothing else, I'll go ahead and move to the second grade standard. We have a list in C comparable to the one in the previous standard where we agreed to use the word specifically. So I think that would be an instance where we'd want to use specifically again. We need to hyphenate grade appropriate and high frequency as we've done consistently throughout. I felt as though, and this is something that's not grammatically necessary, but I think it'd help with consistency. For E to eliminate the parentheses around silently and aloud. That seems to fit within the standard grammar of the sentence. So I think that could be removed and better reflect the meaning we're trying to convey. In C.
No, like in the actual.
Oh, in the parent standard. Yeah, I think we do need to look to I'd made a note of that.
And it's like that all the way.
Yeah, yeah, that is something we'll need to discuss. And I wasn't 100% certain on how we wanted to format this, but the parent standards are a little inconsistent with their use of commas. So we just want to be intentional about that. We've got read and reread grade appropriate text, comma, accurately, comma, automatically, comma, with meaningful expression at a rate which supports comprehension. I don't believe that first comma is necessary.
I agree.
So delete first comma. I know this is a point of contested usage of whether or not, if you have, well, no, we don't need one. I mean, I think that's intended to be a list. Read and reread grade appropriate text accurately, automatically, and with meaningful expression. So I think we might just need the word and after or before with. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on that standard?
Just the text is singular
Oh,
currently,
right.
and that's in the parent standard and in substandard C. And E.
Just 1 second as I make those notes. The one last note I add, actually, I don't know how we feel about this. I think it's an area of some contested usage within English grammar. Whether that which should be in the parent standard should be subbed out for that. Generally, I think like the traditional usage is that for essential relative clauses and which for non-essential relative clauses, and that would be an essential use. So I believe it should be subbed out for that. but
Let's
I-
get it correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Back to that parent, did you recommend removing the word with in with meaningful?
No, I recommended
Okay.
adding the word and before with because it's part of a list.
It's there already.
Or two.
No, in the parent.
It is in 3, but it's not in 2.
We're still looking at standard for second grade.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Yes, Ms. Perry.
For consistency, and I think we could say this about all of these, it appears that all of the lists A, B, blah, 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 always have a period at the end.
Mhm.
If we can consistently just agree that we're going to put periods at the end, and guess what? You get to put them.
Okay. Are there any instances you've seen where there have not been periods? On second grade? I see a period, I believe. Okay. But I will take note of that. Okay, are we ready to move to 3?
Yes.
Okay, so that is cell G23. Let's see. We have in the parent read grade appropriate text, comma with pauses, phrasing, stress, intonation, rate, and integration. Is that comma before with something we feel is necessary? I think it could functionally be there, but I'm not sure it's necessary. Because this is not a standard focused on reading grade appropriate text. It's a standard focused on reading grade appropriate text with pauses, phrasing. So I don't want to set it off as if it's a non-essential phrase. Oh, I'm looking at 4. I'm sorry, my bad. I really apologize, everyone.
Everybody was quiet.
Sorry, I that was my mistake. I skipped ahead. I apologize for that. Sorry. So sorry, I don't know why I keep apologizing. Read and reread grade appropriate text accurately, automatically, and with meaningful expression at a rate which supports comprehension. Do we agree that that comma after text should be removed? So I will that
Which check
and change which to that, and change text to texts.
and they need a dash,
The
like the in A grade level.
oh yeah.
A grade.
Is this seems to be the same list as earlier for C, so I think we would need to add specifically to that list as we've done for consistency.
And E, should or be better stated and? I'm asking our TDOE expert. In E,
Of third grade, so
third grade, should or be and? Yes. You're asking them to do both, not one or the other.
3.fl.f.
I think either one could work. I think this is Kim Resnick, TDOE. I think or works because it's saying you either confirm that you read it correctly or you're self-correcting because it was wrong. But we also ask them to do both within a full text. So it's however you want to read it. You could use and or there. And I think both would be fine. Does that make sense the way okay.
Does anyone have strong feelings about that?
Keep it then.
Okay. And then I also believe we've got in that same standard where it says use context to confirm or self-correct word recognition and understanding of words, semicolon rereading is necessary. I believe that semicolon should be changed to a comma.
So I have more of a global question than a copy-edit question.
Mhm.
One of the things that I remember from the presentation is the emphasis on student choice in reading. And I don't know if I'm seeing that here at, well, foundational literacy. And I skimmed through reading and I didn't see it come through as strongly there. Where is that reflected in the standards? Is that more in the reading side? Is that in foundational literacy? Am I overlooking?
I think it's
RL 10.
Yes.
So it's in the reading portion. Right. Thank you.
Do we have anything else for standard 3 here? Okay, we can get to standard 4, the one that I tried to do earlier. Okay, so we need to hyphenate grade appropriate. We need to sub out that for which, or sorry, yes, sub out which for that.
Well, and I had a question and about the placement of that, of the ending of the sentence there. Read grade appropriate texts with pauses, phrasing, stress, intonation, rate, and integration, which supports comprehension. To me, it reads as if it's only integration, which is supporting comprehension, which I don't think is what the standard is actually communicating.
Right.
It's all of those things put together.
Would you feel as if we added a comma after integration that would make that distinction a little clearer?
Or in all of which, right?
That might be better because integration correlates with the verb supports.
Okay, sounds great. Does everyone agree on that? All of which? And we would add a comma, I suppose, as well. Correct. Well, think here, though, it's setting off a phrase. So I think it would actually would keep it there. And the phrasing we agreed upon was all of which supports comprehension, correct? Great. Okay. Once again, in substandard C, we have a semicolon that should be replaced with a comma.
Between third and fourth, we move from using read to reading and use to using. So for consistency, it seems like we should say read grade level texts instead of reading grade level texts.
I think that comes down to the phrasing of the introductory phrase. We have with sufficient accuracy and fluency becomes demonstrate fluency when. I noticed that same thing. I do think that's an attempt at a progression because there's a difference between doing something with sufficient accuracy and fluency versus demonstrating complete fluency. Do we see anything else for this particular standard? Okay. Yeah, I'm just marking, I'm marking, if you look at the screen, I'm marking hyphenate as necessary to just kind of recognize all the hyphenations that we've identified that need to be made. And this is where like reviewing the spreadsheet after I make these changes, especially if we kind of pick up the pace a little bit today, would be useful because I'm human and I want to make sure that I don't miss anything that's going to be in the official standards. Okay. Okay, grade 5. We're going to hyphenate grade level. We're going to hyphenate grade appropriate. So I'll just mark hyphenate as necessary. So change semicolon to comma. Change that to which. I do think that parent standard is a little strangely worded.
Would, well, partially just removing the comma after text would clear up the fact that that's a list thereafter.
I do think something
Changes.
needs to be done at the end with, we can't just go immediately into. Should we change it to read grade appropriate text with accuracy, appropriate prosody of expression, purpose, and understanding, self-correcting and reading as necessary, comma, all of which supports comprehension comparably to what we did in the above standard? I don't think that's beautifully phrased.
Is prosody too much jargon? Or is that the most accurate word?
Well, reading the text through all of those processes and then self-correcting and rereading as necessary, that's a separate entity. So it seems awkward to me to include all of those together as a list. I think the separation is necessary.
Could we say read grade appropriate text with accuracy, appropriate prosody or expression, purpose and understanding, all of which supports comprehension, semicolon, self-correct, and reread as necessary?
Well, self-correcting and rereading as necessary also support comprehension.
That's true.
Well, let's try it again. Say it one more time.
Well, I mean, I think Ms. Now's comment is pretty correct. I think my version was.
Could
was
you
missing.
just repeat what the whole
to me, read grade appropriate texts, no comma there. Okay, read a grade appropriate text with accuracy, appropriate prosody or expression, purpose and understanding, comma. Self-correcting and rereading as necessary, comma. All of which supports comprehension. Makes sense.
Do we even need to have all of which support comprehension in it? Everybody knows.
The other
We've
standards.
been pretty
but-
consistent about that throughout the standards, so I would hate for the 5th grade to.
I feel like that's self-evident that things in these standards are meant to support comprehension. And I just think that is unnecessary wordage, but
Well, in the cornerstone, we have read with sufficient accuracy, fluency, and comprehension. So substandards A through E are support or demonstrating fluency. So we have that differentiation there in the parent standard that demonstrating fluency coupled with all of these processes supports comprehension, right? That's how I'm reading it. So to align with the cornerstone, we need that language, right? Or do we?
My interpretation, because I looked at the cornerstone and I think we need to have some reference to the cornerstone language about comprehension, unless we're going to alter the cornerstone. But to my understanding, reading with sufficient accuracy and fluency could be put to potentially other purposes other than comprehension. I mean, there are higher purposes it could be applied to. So in this particular standard, we're focused on comprehension of text. So I think while those things certainly are being used primarily for comprehension, they could be put to other purposes at different times. And so I think the intention is to focus on the comprehension at this particular moment.
I might be oversimplifying, but could we say to support comprehension? Is that accurate? But tell me if it's not.
So throughout this progression, changing all of which supports comprehension to support comprehension.
I'm just trying to come up with some sort.
It seems to be more intentional.
Okay, just let me take a look really quick to make sure that that would not disrupt the grammar of the sentences. I guess that would only apply. So do we want to say to support comprehension or, okay.
I like that. Do we have consensus on using those new words to support comprehension? Okay.
Yes.
And then we would move that to the other standard that has similar wording?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just did that. Ms. Now, I'm sorry to ask this, but could you reiterate your suggested edits to the parent standard for 5?
Okay.
I'm going to document those as you read.
Read grade appropriate text with no comma. Okay. With accuracy, comma, appropriate prosody or expression, comma, purpose, comma, and understanding, comma, self-correcting and rereading as necessary, comma, to support comprehension.
Fantastic. Thank you. Right, so we've reworked the parent standard. I have changed the semicolon and substandard C to comma. I have removed the comma after text, and we have hyphenated as necessary for grade appropriate and grade level and words like that. Does anyone have anything else they would like to add to this particular standard? Okay, then if that's the case, we have finished another progression. So we'll move to 5. The 5 standards looked pretty clean to me. So we're on 26G here. I have no notes currently for the kindergarten standard. Does anyone have anything themselves?
The only thing I noticed is and this may just be because of lower grades. I know kindergarten and first, they divided it into when speaking, when writing, and then in second grade that stops. Is that,
Could someone from the EAT speak to that decision?
I'm not really sure why we did that, because yesterday we talked about it and you guys, I think, did you put that in middle school?
I don't
We
think
talked
so.
about that yesterday. You did put it in middle school,
Okay.
so you might want to consider making that consistent.
Because if we do, we're gonna have to go back and we'll have to change second grade through fifth grade because they're not divided up.
Okay. Where did we do that yesterday? Language standards.
The middle high school language standards, that aligns to this standard in elementary.
Trying to find where we did that yesterday because perhaps I am just fussy from a lot of editing, but I'm
I don't remember doing that, but
having a hard time recalling that. Okay.
Yeah, would have to
Still
be
yours?
because
I was just thinking, Vice Chair Hilliard, is there a keyword we can search? Control F? What would be a,
I guess when speaking or writing.
make sure you're tabbed over your language. I think we did it. in
I'm
language,
yeah.
though.
Hi, it's Tammy Marlowe. I am at LVAU 4. We have when reading, writing, speaking, and listening. That's at the English 1, 2, and English 3, 4. We have them all combined.
Right. But we're looking at the foundational literacy where they are currently broken up into two separate lists, which I don't.
So what you might want to do is just go back to K2 and take off those headers.
Okay.
That's probably the easiest way to do it, and then format it the way you did for the others.
Okay. Thank you.
Um,
Because in the
I
parent
would
standard,
make it clear that they are speaking.
well, I
and-
was gonna say, in the parent standard, it does say, grammar and usage when, well, actually with the first grade needs to be changed to speaking and with prompting and support when writing. So in the parent standard, it is noted that it is with speaking and writing, and then it's just divided up, but it's only done that way in kindergarten and first grade.
I believe we should just be able, because I mean, it like.
I think it just needs to be taken out and then just the H and the I moved up.
Mhm. And I think we could just eliminate the verbiage about when speaking and when writing altogether.
Yes. However, it says use frequently occurring conjunctions and adjectives. So it is being very specific that that's only in speaking. We're not expecting that in writing.
While we're on this point, can I ask about E? We're in block 26, right?
Yes.
In E, we have another phrase, in shared language activities. Can you kind of explain to me the difference between speaking, writing, and then what would be a language activity, or what you're
Those
trying
would
to?
be whole class with the teacher. They're doing together with it's teacher led and they're all doing together. So you might want to I mean, it may be okay for it to be specific in K2, because that,
It's just K1, 2 is not divided
oh
up.
yeah, K1, because you.
And I don't know, that's what I was just asking, just,
So now that I'm looking at it a little closer, we have got it we have divided it because we don't want them to think the expectation is we're asking kids to
Right.
write.
okay.
Yeah, to
on
me, if the
certain things.
expectations are different, then it
Yes.
makes sense to maintain the separate lists for clarity's sake. I don't want kindergarten teachers to feel as though they have to enormously advance what they're doing just because we're trying to make a list look a little cleaner.
In some standards, back to Dr. Stout's question, in some standards, the word chorally is used.
together.
When referring to together, so should we make that,
Or teacher-led,
or, because they can be two different things.
They're,
I
they're two
understand.
different things, yes. So sometimes they're reading chorally, everyone's together reading with the teacher. Sometimes the teacher is sharing, it might be they're sharing the pen, they're, I'm going to read, you're going to echo. So there's like different strategies teachers are using.
Okay, so the intent here is then shared, just shared language. Okay.
So do we have any edits to this standard? We've discussed quite a bit, but I don't
I think kindergarten is good then.
get to keep one.
Proceed.
All right, for first grade, the good times come to an end a little bit. Speak needs to change to speaking.
Mm-hmm.
That the CDOE marked that. This is something I think this is where my tendency towards absolute consistency probably is excessive. But in H, substandard H of G27, we are using such as during, beyond, and forward. For consistency's sake, I think we should change that such as to EG since we have used EG elsewhere.
Yes.
Okay. And then I found substandard I can parse it. I understand what it's trying to say. The syntactical structure of the sentence does make it a little. It required a second reading. So to read that aloud, it's produce and expand simple and compound declarative, interrogative, and imperative, and exclamatory sentences in response to prompts.
It says a lot, but it says everything that needs to be said.
My only concern, and this is probably not a legitimate one, is anyone going to think we're referring to just simple and compound declarative sentences rather than just simple and
Okay.
compound versions of all these sentences?
So it's almost like we need to take the simple and compound maybe and move it and then like to the end and put declarative, interrogative, imperative, and exclamatory in both simple or, something, because I'm the same way. When I read it, I made note of that as well. So, but
Could we make an additional substandard that just says produce and expand simple and compound sentences in response to prompts? Then remove that language from the previous standard? Would something be lost in that process? Okay.
So what are you suggesting?
We will have a standard that reads produce and expand declarative, interrogative, and imperative and exclamatory sentences in response to prompts, and then a new standard that will read produce and expand simple and compound sentences in response to prompts.
Okay.
Yeah. Produce and expand declarative, interrogative, imperative, and exclamatory sentences in response to prompts. So it's just simply removing the words simple and compound. And I will adjust the lettering as necessary in response to that. Okay, anything else for one?
Your K now L. Period.
On
Right. Space.
Oh,
The
I see.
K. and
oh
the
yeah,
period.
good call, good catch. I noticed that. Anything else? Did you have any? Okay. All right. Then second grade. I skipped something on accident. Okay. I'm trying to figure out my notes because they don't seem aligned to this. So just one second. If anyone sees anything, let me know.
Well, the second grade standard, well, first of all, such as needs to be EG in substandard C. But I was a little awkwardly worded to me. Use commas in the greeting and closing of a letter, written communication.
Yeah, and I
Maybe
think
just
that's
simply adding in written communication.
Yeah, I was curious about that, or and other forms of written communication. What was the intent there? This is 2.fl.sc.5 substandard I, cell G28. Mm-hmm. Yes. That was my interpretation, was like it was trying to be inclusive of email or other, or just simply add or other. Okay.
Well, if we're thinking email and we're, then do we want to add digital communication in?
And I know that you guys in your language are using written and print very specifically to just describe letters. But I feel like outside it means paper.
And we didn't, to my knowledge, all our edits thus far have only been adding in digital communication from third grade up, and this is the second grade standard. So just consider.
They write letters to each other. They write letters to friends, we teach them to write a letter. Now in 2030, will we teach them to write a letter, or will they have a device and we have them send an email? I don't know.
I think if we say or,
Yes, I believe.
yeah, in
I think
written
that would
or
cover.
digital communication. I assume by 2030,
They're
we'll
all
have
going
a
to have a
computer for every
device.
child in the classroom.
It's
But
gonna
that
have a
is
device.
my hopeful wish.
Do we feel as though written communication encapsulates letter? So could we just eliminate letter for that? Because I think if we say use commas in the greeting and closing of a letter, or written communication, written or digital communication, it starts to get to a lot of ors there. So we could say use commas in the greeting and closing of a
Correspondence. That we could just in the greeting or closing of a written or digital correspondence.
so fine with that.
I don't know. I think they call it letter writing. I mean, like, I feel like they call it in second grade. They would call it a letter, but we could just say of a closing of a letter in written or digital communication. Would that be okay?
Or you could just drop off written communication, stop it at a letter.
How do we feel?
Yeah, I think either correspondence or letter would work.
I hear your comment though about letter writing, that it implies a certain kind of communication, which I don't know if that would be lost if that word is taken out. So I liked your wording, but I think it's up to the committee. Both make sense. It's just what does it communicate to the teacher who's reading this?
So I guess the question is, in 2030, will we still be asking our students to practice letter writing? Is that going to be a skill that we feel like is going to be important for them in 2030?
I just think a lot of teachers like write the skill for the day on the board and use the wording of the standard. And so with the second grade group, you're not going to use the word correspondence. You would use letter or email, that's my thinking.
We just want to say letter or email.
And then that covers digital and written.
Email, I know there's contested on how to spell email. I typically do E-mail. No hyphen, okay.
Oh, I hyphen too.
No hyphen.
We're so siblings.
Do we have consensus on no hyphen?
That is great. All I care
I'd like
about
to
is
defer to our
consistency.
tech expert in the room.
Without the hyphen.
Are we gonna say and, I think it should be or, right? Of a letter or email.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, so we're just saying letter or email, which I think that's useful because then we get to the specificity that Ms. Singletary wanted while also recognizing the digital world that we're entering into. And I can attest that high school students don't know how to write emails, so. All right, are we good on second grade?
Let's roll.
Then let's roll. Something weird has happened with my notes, so I
Probably
apologize.
because they're on post-it notes, that would be the first thing.
We're just siblings from Adam.
Okay, okay, I'm sorry. Okay. What if we just said a letter or digital text? Could we say that instead of email? Because my fear is by just specifying email that in 2030, I don't want to say it might be antiquated, but we use so many different forms now, even now, of digital text that maybe it could encompass whatever form it appears in then.
Okay. Instead of email, so we don't have to worry about your hyphen.
Okay. I don't care that much about the hyphens.
So I think we're back to in letter or digital communication. Okay,
So yeah, of a letter or digital communication.
yeah.
Good.
And I can only pray that our teachers will recognize the importance of nudging everybody into using correct punctuation, etc., in text chat instead of just a string of blah.
They write like that.
We don't talk about speed of writing here, do we? Yeah.
I've been quickly looking at the third grade standard because my notes got a little muddled. But I don't see anything of that needs to be corrected. I don't believe, but I did a pretty quick pass.
Everybody having okay with that standard? All right, let's roll.
This is G29, just to
Yes.
specify, just so everyone can see it.
On I mean, more of this, I think, comes from the comma usage. It's not the actual writing of the letter.
And there may be more to look at in the writing standards about what is actually written. This is just about where the commas go.
Thank you.
So anything else in 3? Do we have any edits? Okay, then we'll keep. So we're moving to 4. 4 has an instance of such as in substandard C, so I would recommend we change that to EG.
I had a
Agreed.
question about 4, and yes, I agree with substandard C as well. But 4 substandard D, form and use prepositional phrases. In other standards, we've introduced the part of speech in isolation, and here it's just prepositional phrases. So if the committee agrees that's appropriate, that's fine with me. But I just see that here, to me, this is the first time prepositions have been introduced. So should we introduce the concept of a preposition earlier, should we say that we're introducing prepositions here and then say prepositional phrases?
Are you looking for
Asking
a
for
statement
clarity.
about purpose?
Scaffolding, yeah,
Okay.
to keep it cohesive.
I may be incorrect, but I think I'm looking at first grade H.
We do.
Use frequently occurring prepositions during,
Okay.
beyond, and toward.
Well, okay, and then that was just frequently occurring prepositions,
Mhm.
but then we are moving to what I'm assuming are all prepositions. So just to clarify that.
So in second grade, is that what you're saying, or in third with the prepositional phrases?
In fourth.
In
with
fourth.
the prepositional phrases.
So-
Do we want to
It's
say?
not discussed in second or third.
I
Right.
think that's a good point that it skips.
Are you satisfied with that, Ms. Now?
Well, either go back up and fix, or in this, in this grade level alone, introduce all prepositions and then coupled with using prepositional phrases correctly. Which to me would,
Where do we want all prepositions to be introduced in third or fourth grade?
I think you guys are gonna need to have a discussion about that. You may want to put them in another grade level as well. That's a big jump from first to fourth. So you guys are gonna make a decision on that one.
Do I hear a recommendation?
I would place them in second and third grade as well.
Maybe still in second grade, still use most frequently occurring. Maybe still introduce them. But I would definitely talk about, maybe introduce more of the whole list in third grade and then move into prepositional phrases. Because when they get to fifth grade, they don't know what a preposition or a prepositional phrase is. Even though I know they've been taught that, I know, but it doesn't stick. And I know when they get to middle school, they probably, we do it, we really focus on it, and they probably still, they've never seen it. So it's not going to hurt to reiterate it in multiple grade bands.
and I agree that that's something that needs to be.
It's
continually circled back
it's
to.
hard.
Yeah.
And then, we try to, when I'm trying to teach what is, like a sentence, and I'm saying, well, where's your verb? Well, they want to pick something that, or your noun, they want to pick something that's in a prepositional phrase. And I'm like, well, no, your noun and verb cannot be in your prepositional phrase. And then what's a prepositional phrase?
Mm.
So it's not going to hurt to be in multiple grade bands.
Okay, so we have a recommendation to put all prepositional phrases at the third grade level.
Well, just prepositions, maybe not
I'm sorry,
worry about
just yeah,
phrases
I
till
misspoke.
fourth. Yes.
All prepositions.
Okay, so where exactly, but I also thought I heard a call to add some language
In
about
second
prepositions in
grade.
second grade as well.
I think maybe using the same wording that we used in first grade, still frequently occurring, still kind of on a introduction.
So just copy substandard H from first grade and move it to second grade as well?
Yes.
Maintain that same language?
And how exactly will you itemize or say the third grade substandard?
I think in all the other ones, it's just been use when we introduced it. So just use prepositions.
Looks like we are, so rather than form and use.
Okay, form and use maybe. I don't know about form because you're really you're just kind of identifying it.
We've been using that form. We have not been using any language other than use throughout this.
That's
form
why-
and use.
So just
throughout-
use.
Use all prepositions?
That feels like.
I don't think you do all because really in fourth and fifth grade, we're probably not teaching them all. We show them a list and it's a lengthy list, but it's probably not encompassing all of them.
I think the language we had was frequently occurring. Do we want to stick with frequently occurring? That what it says in, what was it, first grade is where?
That's, yes, but I think within those, it's probably more like 5 or 6, like 2 from above. Yeah.
What if we
you're
said
just
use,
basic-
use many?
Many.
Just to scaffold
Okay.
it, use many frequently occurring prepositions.
And that would be the third grade standard?
That would be the second grade.
Okay.
And I would think you would put it before you get to verbs in second grade.
So what letter
So
should it be?
underneath, I mean, I'd hate to separate the nouns from the pronouns, so maybe a new letter E.
And that would be use
Many,
frequently, use
many.
many.
Frequently occurring prepositions. Again,
Okay, so like in first grade, it does such as, during, beyond, and toward, which that's actually, yes, that's in first grade. So it gives specifics, which I would think that those probably aren't as common as some of the ones I said, but
And then for third grade, what would be the language of this new standard?
well, like with abstract nouns, we're just introducing those in third grade. So, and it just says use. Just use prepositions in third grade.
Should it be form and use? Because we're form and using prepositional phrases in 4. So we need to, so our progression has been use frequently occurring prepositions, use many frequently occurring prepositions, blank,
use all,
and then form.
use all prepositions, because you don't form a preposition.
We're not focusing on the phrase, I guess,
Okay,
till
we're not
fourth
focusing on
grade.
phrase yet. Okay. Now
Yes.
fourth grade, okay. And where should that letter be?
In fourth grade or
In
third?
third grade.
Third grade after.
You
You're-
backed off all originally, Brittany.
Because we said there's way too many
A
to,
little reluctant about all,
I
because
don't like all, but
we said many.
What's the difference between many and all?
all
What's it
implies
in
that you're
between
using
there?
every single, and I don't think they're going to be using whilst.
yes, that's
But
I mean, that's a good point. Yeah.
most common. I don't know.
Seems like it's a regression from what they did in the previous grade.
Grade level?
Could they start forming prepositional phrases in third grade? Like, that would be the logical progression to me. If they're forming and using prepositional phrases in fourth grade, that's a big jump from just using them at all, using prepositions at all. So maybe form and use
Some
common,
Simple.
simple prepositional
simple
phrases.
prepositional.
Can I ask about the reading portion and the language portion of the TCAP test where they have to pass in order to progress to fourth grade? Is this a required part of that prepositional phrases? Like,
Yes.
should we introduce that in third grade if they're going to be held responsible for it on what's a pretty high stakes test?
It would be included. No,
Oh, sorry.
if we moved it, it
Yeah,
would be.
that's I'll double check that, but I don't think it's currently in the standards for third grade. So that would.
No,
certainly
it's not.
Yeah, it wouldn't
So-
wouldn't be assessed.
But it would be, if we moved it here, it would be part of the assessment.
Well, let's not do that to
So I will say the charge of this committee is standards. I know that assessments are always in the back of everybody's mind. I was a teacher and I stayed awake at night, curled up in a ball, rocking back and forth in the hopes that my kids would pass their standardized assessment. But the scope of this committee and the ask is related to what's best for Tennessee students in terms of student learning. And I know that's asking you to rip your heart out and throw it down the street. But that is the charge of this committee.
I do like the point that whatever we move in here, remember they are going to be responsible for it on an assessment. I think that is a good note to kind of ground me.
You have to also remember they're still babies.
Right.
I mean, I know it's
If
easy
we're-
to think of a progression, but at the same time, they're babies, and asking them to form, I don't know.
So
But if we're scaffolding this instruction as opposed to just throwing it in there in the 4th or 5th grade level, then does that ease the burden in
I
the
think
long
just
run on the
talking
student?
about prepositions, just having, because
Yeah.
just having, yes, having that exposure, and then maybe in 4th grade, keeping the prepositional phrases, but that's just a lot for a 3rd grade to me, for the
think-
phrasing part. They just don't know when to stop. They can identify a preposition a lot, a lot of, even when they get to 5th grade, they can identify that preposition. But then when I ask them to pull the phrase out, and especially if there's 2 prepositional phrases back to back, once they say that preposition, they just want to pick the rest of the sentence as their phrase. So it's just, I don't know that a 3rd grader could do that.
I think you bring up a good point, and we're kind of talking about this over here. I'm by no means an expert on this, so anybody else feel free to add. But we're talking about with the word use versus identify. When you're using a preposition, does it automatically become a phrase if you're using it in context to something beyond whatever? And so I wonder if this needs to change from use, because using pronouns versus forming and using pronoun phrase or whatever prepositional phrases. Sorry, I'm saying pronouns. I think it kind of is the same thing. It's just using different language. So maybe we can change that progression somehow.
Because a lot of times they are using them in their speech and in their writing. They just don't know that they're using them.
And so is that the distinction? Because this is speaking and writing, does it need to be somehow changed, delineated, speaking versus writing?
So we use the
Maybe the
word
progression.
identify.
Go ahead.
Use the word identify, preposition.
This is, I don't think it's an identify standard because it's
Okay.
about writing and
Okay.
it's about writing and speaking. So I think identify would be, this is not a reading stand. This one is specifically demonstrate command of the conventions of academic English grammar and usage when speaking and writing is the cornerstone. So we're asking them to demonstrate that they know these these
But
conventions in
at the same time, they have to be taught. They have to identify them first. I mean, when you're in early ed, they have to be able to kind of pick them and see them modeled before you teach them to use them too. So, but
I think depth of knowledge and sort of that smooth progression is a very valid question. And knowing that the TCAP starts in 3rd grade, I think is a very valid question. But yeah, just ask folks to
Is
think
this
about what's best.
lot item we need to stew on?
It very well could be.
We can solve this.
Yeah, this
Because
was
I think where we stopped was all or frequently. I think that was really the big decision point, right? And I think
Between many and all, I
yeah,
think.
many and all. And I think we said all was probably too much. Frequently used is probably too little. Or have we safely landed on many?
many.
Annie Dockery? The chair recognizes Annie.
Oh, before she said that, I had the idea of potentially most, maybe, but I do think we should prioritize the developmental stage of 3rd graders over making sure we have a perfect progression. Personally, I mean, ideally we can do both, but I think if we're going to need to do one over the other, that I would say it's more important to do the developmentally appropriate.
Thank you.
I do think there's a point to the comment that was made over here about what does it look like to use prepositions without using prepositional phrases. That seems to be pretty analogous. So I feel like if we're asking them in 1st grade to use prepositions, but we're not asking them to use a prepositional phrase until 4th grade, what are you even using those prepositions for other than to form prepositional phrases? When speaking and writing. I mean, yeah, they can point at one and say that's the word in, but if they're using it in speaking and writing, they are going to inherently be forming prepositional phrases if they're using prepositions. So if we feel, this is just my perspective, and I'm happy to hear from other people. If we feel like it is too developmentally advanced for a 3rd grader to be forming prepositional phrases, I wonder if we just simply remove the language about prepositions from the earlier standards and
No.
then I
Well,
don't
then-
understand how they're using them.
Okay, so I think the thing is they can use them. I just don't know that they're understanding their use. Does that make sense?
I think there's also there's the implication of how it's being taught. If it's in there that they need to use prepositional phrases when writing and speaking, then there's this responsibility on the teacher to teach them about prepositional phrases. Um, I'm not K5, but that's what I would think.
Right.
It feels like a miscite. It feels dangerous to me to be introducing a preposition for 3 consecutive years without ever introducing the concept of a prepositional phrase.
Can we say brief prepositional, short prepositional phrases?
This is outside of my purview, so I'm going to follow the lead of other people, but
I think we use things all the time that we don't know, like, and this is the technical name for it, right? And so I don't think this is uncommon in the way knowledge is acquired. And so I think it's fine to say use prepositions. And then in fourth grade, we're identifying and introducing more complexity. And now we're teaching you more specificity about here is that, you know, part of grammar. So I don't think that that is unusual to the knowledge acquisition process.
I do think there's an implication though when we have it in the standard that there will be like formal instruction on that rather than just like, I don't think we're going to have a student accidentally use a preposition and just like kind of lead them into creating prepositional phrases without any knowledge of the fact that they're crafting one. Like they're probably also accidentally creating relative clauses, but we're not putting that in the standard. So I also feel like if we're reluctant about the possibility of testing, including prepositional phrases, are we certain that if we include the phrase use many prepositional phrases or no, sorry, not preposition, use many prepositions that we're certainly not going to be tested on that? I mean, what that would look like as a test question if it's?
Well, I imagine they all
Going to be
are.
more than likely, it's going to be an editing question. And if it's a preposition, the preposition, it's like it'll be a paragraph, it'll be underlined, and they'll have to decide, is that the correct preposition that needs to be used, or there will be a multiple choice correct as is, or 3 other prepositions that would fit that. And then if I'm just thinking if it was more of a phrase, then the phrase would be underlined. They would have to just, decide is that phrase. That's how more of like how it's done in 4th and 5th grade.
Okay, question. So 3rd grade standard, you have produced simple, compound, and complex sentences. So one big challenge I know that I've always faced as a teacher is getting students to recognize when there's an actual compound sentence because they don't recognize the fact that something is a phrase as opposed to a clause. And a phrase, many times, not all the time, but many times, is a prepositional phrase. So is there a way that we could differentiate that somehow in that 3rd grade standard? Because we have currently as letter I produce simple, compound, and complex sentences. To understand that concept, they also need to understand what a clause is versus a phrase. So is there a way, and I'm not a foundational literacy expert, is there a way that we can bridge that gap there and somehow incorporate what we're talking about without making it developmentally inappropriate?
I think I know for me, when we teach, it's more about the conjunctions when we teach the 3 types of sentences. So it's more about finding the subordinating conjunction. And if you have the subordinating conjunction, then it's the complex sentence. But I mean, I'm not against putting prepositional. I mean, if we're going to talk about it in 1st and in 2nd, and then put it in 3rd, I'm okay with that.
So some of the conversation, just going back, hearing what you all have said, some of what you're talking about is not just using it, but understanding its meaning. And you're talking about how it could be tested. So we've talked about a number of things, speaking versus writing. So that's one layer that could be introduced, doesn't have to be. You've also talked about not just using, but also understanding the meaning of, so using one preposition versus another, how that changes meaning in a sentence. And then you're also talking about how phrases can be used within sentence types. So I do hear progression in what you're saying. I think there are ways that you could work that into the standards that could make sense.
I'm okay with, I mean, I'm okay now that we've talked it out. If we're going to have it in first grade and second grade with prepositions, I think it would be okay to do prepositional phrases because they are using them and writing them. I just know the third grade test is just, I know we're not talking about tests, but I
Can
just
we use the
know.
word simple prepositional phrases at the third grade level to discriminate what we're asking at the fourth grade level? Yes? So that we would use this as the fourth grade one says what?
Yes, please.
Yes. Now, I was just thinking, when we talked about the foundational with the first and kindergarten, when we kept the speaking and writing separate, we did that because we wanted to be clear that we were not expecting them to write about something that was not appropriate. So if you say when speaking, then we're narrowing it down to what may be appropriate for a third grade. So they're using prepositions in an appropriate way, but they would not be expected to perform them.
Are you proposing prepositional phrases in speaking at that point or still just prepositions?
I think if we did that in speaking, use prepositional phrases, I think that would be the best wording. And that way they're just not expected to do in their written assessment part of the test.
And then it's going to go to fourth grade in writing. Okay, there's a progression.
Okay, so the language would be when speaking, I would suggest we use form and use prepositional phrases since that's the language we use in fourth grade as well.
Yes.
Okay, where should we place that substandard in the sequence? Or sorry, not sequence, but in the order of substandards.
Added it for second grade, though. We just said use prepositions.
For second grade, we have a substandard, new substandard E, use many frequently occurring prepositions.
We have it after verbs in that one, so
That'd be new F.
F.
Yes.
So when speaking, form and use prepositional phrases. Do we agree on that?
All right, having gone through that exercise, I think it's time for a 10-minute break. It is now 9:55. Please be back here at 10:05. Do you have a comment?
That'd be great, Chair Cornegas. Quick note, I sent you an email with the comments. Two comments are still in progress. Just ask you to read them before 12:45 without deliberating. Let's see, what was it? Oh, Leanne had a clarifying question about one of her questions for writing. If we could ask that right now.
I had a question about could the writing apply the same, the reading apply the same as W4 if we remove reading W4? We had omitted writing 4 and it said would or could the same reasoning apply to standard applying to reading high quality instructional materials? Are you asking if we removed the same reading 4? Is that the question?
Have to find the standard. But
Okay.
the question was, so since it was my understanding that that standard was removed basically to clean things up because it seemed
Because it was
redundant,
done it.
then could we also do the same thing with the other standard that
Okay.
is essentially doing the same thing just
Okay,
with high
that's what
quality
I
instructional
thought you were
materials?
asking. So I'll answer that one later when
Okay.
we can.
Yep.
Leanne just read my mind. So when it's time to start writing, leadership team, if you could just call on the members or the chairs, they have responses ready for your questions from Friday. My understanding based on the list I've been taking is that we just have a couple outstanding writing ones. If I have missed a question, please tell me. We will make sure we get you an answer.
We want to do that when we reconvene?
Whenever you're ready to talk about writing, I was just thinking we
Okay.
could open with those responses so that you can have answers to your questions prior to deliberation. So two things. You'll get responses from your chairs at the beginning of deliberation, but prior to deliberation, please read those 3 comments. 1 is in there, 2 are coming. Any questions about that, members? And yeah, y'all give me feedback. I'm trying to figure out how not to intervene, but how to get you your answer ASAP. So if anyone has any feedback, we're very open to it.
Thank you, Brianna. It is now 9:58. So we're going to reconvene at 10:08 or 10:10. 10:10 it is.
My mic wasn't on, sorry.
We're proceeding as fast as we can. I don't think that we took any excess time
Nope. I think we're
to give due deliberation, but we'll call us back to order after a simple break. We hope you enjoyed your time to refresh your brains because we're going to squeeze them a little bit here now before lunch.
Okay, we got the conversation about the use of prepositions and prepositional phrases kind of moved us away from standard 4 for 4th grade, or sorry, not standard 4, standard 5 for 4th grade. So we're moving back to G30, which is our 4th grade standard. The only edit that had been made thus far was to use such as instead of, or use EG instead of such as in substandard C.
Agreed?
Is there anything else that anyone recognizes needs to be edited here?
I think that it also, in 4th and 5th, needs to include something about simple, compound, and complex sentences. They are mentioned in 3rd grade and they're mentioned in 6th grade. 4th and 5th, we talk about, it does mention compound, but it doesn't mention complex. And we're using the conjunctions, the coordinating and subordinating conjunctions. So I don't understand why it's not actually. So we are teaching it, but it's not actually in the standard, but you have to teach it if you're teaching the other standards. And it, like I said, it's taught in the specific standard is in 3rd grade, and then it doesn't really surface again until 6th grade.
Should we change substandard E here to read produce simple, compound, and complex sentences to keep it in consistent with substandard I from the 3rd grade standard?
Is that what you would suggest, Brittany?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we agree
Any
on that?
objection to that? All right, hearing none, let's make that change.
Would run-on need a hyphen in between?
I thought so, yeah.
Okay.
Do we agree on that?
As we go through, I might suggest as a matter of procedure that while our vice chair is quickly entering the change information, we might want to review what the next part is so that we're ready to make any comments.
So do we have nothing else for standard 4 then?
Hearing none, let's move.
Then on to 5.
I also suggest that we add it to the 5th grade standard as well about simple, compound, and complex sentences.
Is there a moment to add that that's already existing like there was for 4, or is that something we're going to need to add entirely? As I can tell, I don't see language like that.
I have a question. In the process of teaching compound and complex sentences, do teachers at that level use diagramming anymore?
No, because they don't know. A lot of times don't know their parts of speech, so it's kind of hard to diagram a sentence like we did. But we are teaching them for instance, commas with an introductory phrase, and a lot of times that is a complex sentence. And we're supposed to be teaching them the types of the conjunctions, which have already been coordinating and subordinating have already been talked about in previous grades. And so we're supposed to continue to talk about those. So it's like, why would you not talk about the types of sentences with those? And they're expected to write with them. So I don't know why it's not really just a standard.
You mean to diagram?
No, I'm talking about the simple, compound, and complex.
Right. Now, you said that they don't diagram because they don't know the parts of speech.
A lot of times
Where are we teaching the parts of speech?
we're teaching them.
That's what we've been, this is the progression.
This is it.
Certainly.
Well, then if we want to teach them the parts of speech, can we go back to what we used to do and diagram sentences so they get a practice and learn the parts of speech?
I don't know. I didn't diagram, I don't think, until middle school, but
I didn't diagram until high school.
Okay. Well, maybe we can revisit that when we get to the middle school. Okay.
we did middle
Is that
school
a
yesterday.
parking item?
What's that?
Are you asking for that to be a parking lot item?
Yes, put that in the parking lot if you would. Thank you, Dr. Now.
I had a question for my ELA experts. Would diagramming sentences, would that be a standards goal or would that be more curricular instruction?
That would be a how instruction.
Okay.
So yeah, that would be moving from the what students need to know to how they learn how to do it.
So that could be something that you would put in your standards.
For the teachers at their
Or
discretion.
curriculum. So that would be for materials. So when we outline certain criteria that the materials need to include, if there are certain strategies that are very well evidenced in research and so forth, then we would make sure that the materials have those in it. But it would not be in the standard itself because there can be multiple evidence-based strategies.
Right, I
for
understand.
teaching, you know
Yeah,
what
I
mean? So,
understand that.
yeah.
It is a method as
That's right.
opposed to a standard. Do you have any research on the efficacy of diagramming in teaching simple and compound sentences?
You're welcome to circle back on that,
Yeah, we can
chairs
circle
and
back, so.
EAT experts.
The pull away is that now I know for K-5, English is not, or language is not taught as its own subject. It's taught within reading. And so that's some of the reason.
Chair
Okay.
Cornelius, another thought.
Yes.
On the standards guides, if y'all were interested in sharing feedback on let me back up. In the event that our folks get back with us and say it's research-based, you could recommend it on your wish list to the department or districts to consider using diagramming. That's sort of what that wish list tab is for. Any, things that are outside of our scope, but y'all are experts and have thoughts on, that's where we can put that. And I will be sure to share that with our partners at the department, districts and folks like that.
It just,
Mhm.
thought I'd bring it up,
Yeah.
especially when we spend so much time on simple and compound sentences. I mean,
Yeah.
in parts of speech, if we're not getting it done, let's get it done.
Yeah. No, I highly,
Okay.
please use the wish list tab.
Okay, thank you.
That's what it's there for.
Okay, so for the sake of this standard, we're integrating language about simple, compound, and complete sentences. Should that language be identical to the language in the fourth grade standard?
I was going to ask, could it be added to G? I know that was your first question. Is there a place where it can be added? I'm sorry, I'm on fifth grade. Are we on fifth grade?
Yes, 5.fl.sc.5.
Okay.
The only thing is the F, G through H is focusing really on commas. So I think really and truly it probably just needs its own letter. But we do that is part of the instruction with the comma usage.
Could it just be a new
A new letter.
J? Because I would hate to break up the parts of speech and then tenses and then commas and then punctuation. So
So
Just make it J.
do J, same language.
Yes.
Any other notes for 5?
Hearing none, let's move on.
Okay. This next one is one that we've got some feedback, some significant feedback. Not going to be exhausting to implement, but some feedback that we received from TDOE and then the EAT as well. And these were previously 3 separate standards that have been moved into substandards, but they're quite lengthy substandards, and they're broken up on your page as if they are separate standards. The Tennessee Department of Education recommended that we revert back to having these as 3 separate standards, and I believe would the EAT like to speak to that recommendation?
I'm in line with that. I think it would align them, and it would make more sense, and it would take out confusion of having a 7A, and it would also take out those Roman numerals.
Or do we want to follow then that recommendation?
I agree.
Okay, so then that would be the standards we're looking at, and we won't necessarily need to get into the weeds of this right now, but the standards we're currently looking at would be the K through 5 FL VAU .6. The next set that were 6B will become .7, and the next set that were 6C would become .8. And I'll make that correction in the spreadsheet. We also, they combined 3 different cornerstones to form a new cornerstone, and we will need to parse those cornerstones back out. The Tennessee Department of Education proposed cornerstones for those 3. Page 3 of the TDOE feedback. So I thought it would make some sense to start with those recommendations and see if we feel those look appropriate.
Lucas, can I just flag something? So the reason why we suggested these cornerstones, because these are precursors to the language ones, so that whatever y'all decide on, it would need to be the same as the 612.
Okay, right. And that is another reason, just behind the curtain a little bit, why the 3 standards versus 1, because there are 3 corresponding language standards, I believe, and these would now feed directly into those 3 corresponding language standards. So creating more of a clear progression.
Would we change domain specific to be more aligned with what we did with 6 through 12?
I believe that would make
Yes, and
sense. Yeah.
I think in the actual standards, the word domain actually is in 3rd through 5th. I made note of that.
That will be it'll be a minute before we get there, but I'll go ahead and make that note on the document, but just reiterate that information when we get to that, so I don't drop that ball. Does anyone have any notes on these proposed cornerstones? We're going to revert to the old cornerstones used here. Okay. All right. Then let's get
Or
into
just for the sake of the recording of the meeting, will you read those
Okay.
old cornerstones?
Yeah, so the cornerstone that we're about to focus on is determine or clarify the meaning of unknown and multiple meaning words and phrases by using context clues, analyzing meaningful word parts, and consulting general and specialized reference materials as appropriate.
Thank you.
Would you like me to read all of the cornerstones or just the cornerstone we're about to focus on?
The one we're going to work on as we work on them.
Okay,
So read
will do.
the new one later.
Okay.
Please.
All right. My only note for this particular standard was in the EG parentheses, and this is cell G32. we're using the word and to separate the two examples there. In other instances, we've used a comma to separate those instances. So I suggest we change that for consistency.
For consistency, there also needs to be a period at the end of the sentence in B.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Are those all the changes? Okay,
They're mine.
ready.
For the first grade version of the standard G33 column, or cell, sorry. I have simply to replace grade 1 with first grade in keeping with our edits yesterday. Give everyone else a second to make sure they don't see anything else. Yeah, there is a space after the hyphen in multiple. The hyphen after multiple has a space. That should be deleted.
So we accept it as written?
No.
No.
No, we need to delete the space after the hyphen in multiple, and then we're also changing grade 1 to first grade to keep with our changes yesterday.
Thank you.
Do we have anything else? Okay,
Nope.
then we will move to 2. My only note, is to replace grade with, replace grade 2 with second grade. I did not have anything else. Does anyone else see anything? Okay, then we can move to 3. My only feedback on 3 is the same thing. Change grade 3 to third grade.
Well, and in the other standards, when we've referenced reference materials in the third grade, we've said print or digital.
That is correct. Yes. Call. So we use print or digital reference materials, correct?
Yes. Thank you for remembering that.
Anything else?
Nope, moving along.
Okay. Fourth grade, I think should be the exact same notes as third grade. Changing grade 4 to fourth grade and then adding, I'm losing my voice, adding print or digital before reference materials. Does anyone have anything else to add?
So you're doing Greek and Latin in third grade. And the affixes and suffixes. Good for you.
All right. Are we ready to move to 5? Okay. I believe the 2 edits that we've made on the previous 2 standards would also apply here. Change grade 5 to 5th grade and add print or digital before reference materials.
XC for your EX.
Yes, good call. Don't see anything else.
You know, it's just interesting. This is just a thought. When we look at C, it does give the example of mapping. And I'm just wondering is an example of your point of diagramming. Would we give that somewhere in parentheses? Just a thought, looking at that and comparing it to kind of the conversation we had earlier.
So the question is, would semantic mapping better be put in the standards guide as a methodology for implementing that standard? So we could eliminate that from in there.
That seems to be in keeping with what we've done else.
Let's do that. Well, no, but we're putting it where it belongs in that's going to be a powerful guide, that standards guide, when they get done with it. That'll be the teacher's best friend. They'll use in planning every day.
Did you have something?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I didn't not hear it mentioned. The period needs to be at the end of C.
Yes. Right. Okay. Anything else there?
Re-engineering the word fifth.
I am, yes. That was just a fat finger. No, and I do want to clarify. I am intentionally writing shorter comments on here today so we can move more quickly. I will put eyes on this again. This is
I'll
not
take the fifth. Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready to move on to what was formerly K.FL.VAU.6B, but now will be .7? Okay. So we're all in agreement that it's .7. We are in agreement on the new cornerstone, so I'll make quick note of that.
Is there an additional cornerstone that comes in at this point?
Oh, yes, I can read that aloud. The new cornerstone proposed by the TDOE was demonstrate understanding of figurative language, word relationships, and nuances in word meanings. Okay. So I'm just going to make a quick note of change naming conventions on standard code and revert to old cornerstone. Do we have anything else for this standard?
Should use in C be uses? Because if so, then this and the standards that follow should be changed. I'll keep it.
I feel like uses would be better there because we're talking about nuances and meaning in the cornerstone.
I think Ms. Dockery makes a convincing argument there. Okay. You said that recurs throughout this set. Okay, so I will copy and paste that throughout. Okay, anything else for G38 cell, the kindergarten standard year? Okay, then we can move to first grade. I've already got use turning to uses. Does anyone have anything else?
Nope, hearing none. Let's move on.
Can we revisit D? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Distinguish shades of meanings among verbs describing the same general action. Shades of meaning and intensity? Because that's what I think of when I think of verbs. I'm wondering. Adding the word intensity would be helpful.
So just so everyone can direct their eyes, we're looking back at the kindergarten G38 cell, substandard D. Currently reads distinguish shades of meaning among verbs describing the same general action. Dr. Stout, I believe you're proposing distinguish shades of meaning and intensity among verbs describing the same general action. Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I'm not against it, but I don't know that it is a necessity to add that. But I'd like to hear other thoughts.
Anyone have any other thoughts? What's your rationale behind that, Catherine?
Um, you know, when I see this phrase, just kind of, when I think of what this standard is trying to get into in the real world, we would just say the intensity of a verb. Um, I don't think shades of meaning, it feels a little jargony to me. So I'm wondering if the clarity of adding the word intensity would help and make it kind of a more accessible standard.
I think shades of meaning is just terminology used in lower grade with teachers, I think is. So like if you were looking at like instead of good, what are, other synonyms that mean good, but some of them might fit and some of them might not, to what you're trying to. I mean, I think it's the same thing.
I
What do
guess
you think?
I'm trying to strike a balance between what you're saying about there's a way teachers talk, and this is primarily a document for teachers, but there's also the charge we've been given to, when possible, reduce or clarify jargon. And so to me, it feels a little jargony, and I think in just normal language, we would say intensity of verbs, but I guess that's the balance I'm trying to strike here. It just doesn't feel like a common phrase that would stand on its own outside of this type of document. And I guess that's what I'm thinking about as we read along.
I'm having to pull back in my memory here for a second. There is such a thing as intensive verbs. Okay. Would that cloud the meaning of the standard then? Would the danger be that somebody could misconstrue intensity for meaning intensive verbs? I know that as a teacher in the upper grade levels, even I sometimes use shades of meaning in visuals when we're talking about nuance in rhetoric. So I'm not necessarily for it or against it, but just putting it out there.
I just kind of looked it up like one versus the other, and it says shades of meaning describe the subtle variations in meaning between synonyms, while intensity refers to the degree of strength or power of a word.
I actually understand like that hop and plunge, or I don't know if hop and plunge is the thing, but dive and plunge.
Can we add that as part of the progression? So I see it's repeated at the next grade level. Can we add that at the next grade level? And perhaps they're not able to discriminate that at the kindergarten level, but at the first grade level, we're going to ask them to step up and learn about intensity.
It goes all the way up to that pretty much that same wording goes up to third grade.
I like the idea of maybe thinking about in the different grades. So I definitely did not teach early ed, but I have taught middle school. And one of the things I always wrestle with them about is using strong verbs, right? Using if you want to convey intensity, if you want to convey a strong message, using a verb that actually has that kind of power and force versus everything just being, a more bland verb. So I can see the point that maybe kindergarten is not the right grade for that conversation, even though there are some verbs I have taught kindergartners. But I think it would be good to get to that conversation maybe if we're looking at third grade. Yeah.
Can you put that in the in your own parking lot until we get to third grade, and then we'll go ahead and make that change?
And I think we'll be there quite soon. So I
Okay.
don't even know if it's something we need to put in the official parking lot because we're going to be there quite
All right,
soon.
let's roll.
Yeah, one more thought on that.
Well, I was just going to say too, they are reading complex text in kindergarten and first grade, and they are reading and using vocabulary, key vocabulary, and talking about the meaning and really raising their vocabulary. So I think that's important to recognize. So you could even say intense during shared experiences or during um, uh, whole class activities or some wording of some sort for K and one because they are reading complex text and talking about complex text.
So you could talk about the skill being to identify rather than to use at that level.
I think the current phrasing of distinguish essentially does that.
Okay.
That seems like an identification.
And then we could ask them to use it at the next level. Mm-hmm.
So I'll hold that point for the second or third grade level. But when I think about what I struggled with when I got those fourth graders now coming to fifth or sixth and doing middle school writing, yes, you know verbs, but I'm trying to teach you a strong vocabulary. Like that was often the difficulty. These may mean the same thing, denotation, but the connotation is totally different, right?
Right.
And how can I strengthen your vocabulary and push you to phrase things in a more sophisticated fashion? And so I guess that's my global thought. And maybe we can talk about where is the right place here to put that. And maybe it's not kindergarten. I can see that.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I like that idea because when they get to fifth grade, when we're doing like character traits, everybody's nice.
Everybody's good.
Yes. So I understand that. So maybe
Everything's a thing.
so second and third grade, I like that.
You're also going to have a reading standard where you analyze words and really look at how authors use words to create mood and things like that. So there's going to be another opportunity to talk about these things too.
All right. So can we go through these individually and then we'll take a back step? But let's take.
So we want to move this progression from the way we've been looking at them and then retroactively look at
Right.
particular progression.
Right.
Anything
Nope. Hearing none.
Wait for
Yes.
first grade.
We
They're
are
being
in first
difficult.
grade.
I feel like D could use some parallel structure. Am I reading that incorrectly? But
Yeah. No, we're going to attack that in a minute. We're holding that off until we get to third grade.
right now I'm
Okay. Any other changes other than that? All right, let's move on.
okay. Edit we've been making.
And we've got that, they add a little bit more in shades of meaning there about describing states of mind and degrees of certainty.
Give progression built into that substandard. K through 4 and 5 here.
Here's where it changes more into the figurative language.
I have no notes on this.
And we have no mention there about the shades of meaning anymore.
It culminates with when we had that conversation.
Okay.
5, demonstrate understanding.
Okay, so can we have have some recommendations on the shades of meaning progression from first, second, and third grade?
I think it might be useful if I just read aloud the progression so we kind of hear what it sounds like.
Okay,
For kindergarten, it currently says distinct shades of meaning among verbs describing the same general action, so specifically on describing the same action. For first grade, it's distinguished shades of meaning among words by defining or choosing them or by acting out the meaning. Verbs to words, mostly defining or acting them out. For second grade, we are distinguishing shades of meaning among closely related words, so a little more general, getting a little broader, and not just acting it out, defining. And then for third grade, it's distinguished shades of meaning among related words that describe states of mind, degrees of certainty.
Would second grade be too late to put that in? Because to me, states of mind or degrees of certainty is a more difficult concept than intensity. So I'd like to hear others' thoughts on that. But we could put intensity in second grade as my proposal.
Dr. Stout?
I am specifically concerned about verbs. And so I see that in the other grades, it's interesting that it says words and not verbs. Uh, I would like to, I know words is inclusive of verbs. Let me just say that. But it's the verbs that is a struggle, right? It's as I've taught writing to the kids who are progressing to middle and high school, it is the verbs that I have to keep emphasizing because they can change the meaning of the text so dramatically. And so I'm just wondering, is it worth it to isolate verbs and another standard?
By adding a
Oh.
C, you can add a C. And how would you state that C then?
So we're on second grade.
Yes.
I'll also just say the current B in second grade is a little generic. So we could also just focus on intensity of verbs in second grade and just have that be the focus. Because currently it just says distinguished shades of meaning among closely related words. That is enormous.
I think it also needs to be adjectives as well, you know.
So I wouldn't want to lose the B, but I wonder, is it worth adding the C that specifically talks about verbs, since I guess we kind of lost the verb focus after kindergarten.
Well, if that's what your intention is it looked like you're suggesting that we really focus on verbs at this point in terms of the concept of intensity. And if that's what you think needs to be done here, then give us a suggested wording for that.
So I guess I would add distinguish the difference in intensity among closely related verbs. How
Why would you use closely related?
I was just trying to follow the pattern.
Oh.
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I would suggest that perhaps to make sure that we don't have an issue of clarity that Ms. Now brought up, is maybe give an e.g. an example of I guess two verbs, one that's less intense than the other, perhaps.
I also think it might be worthwhile. I know we had we were a little uncertain about shades. We talked about shades of meaning consistently though. So maybe like shades of intensity. to kind of keep with that similar language. That's
Is it always intense though? So I'm thinking of like adjectives. Are adjectives more intense than the other? Like to me, that's more like specificity. So I don't know if intensity.
Well, no, no,
is
no.
everything.
That's what I was saying when she was saying distinguish the shades of meaning, like of words. I didn't want to just change it to just verbs, like adverbs, but not change because the shades of meaning is more with adjectives. So that's what I was saying.
so as it's currently written, it would be a new substandard C that says distinguish the difference in intensity among closely related verbs. What do we feel about that phrasing?
What does closely related verbs mean?
I mean, we've been using closely related words throughout this entire, so if we have an issue with closely related, we've got a lot of work to do.
I would think like walk versus saunter, like where it's the same.
More of synonyms, but one fits better than the other.
Okay, thank you.
Want to look at my panel of experts who they don't have on pearls, but they might be clutching them if they did. I see the hands over the mouth. Am I reading something in the body language? Okay, all right. How are we feeling about saying maybe it's worth to just talk about verbs in another standard? How are we feeling about that tweak? Okay, well that means that we're that means I didn't say anything that scared you too much.
Yeah, you didn't stir the pot with them, so that's good.
You
Never, Dr. Stone.
just repeat back to us and let us have a moment to just
Process
collect
it.
our thoughts for a second.
Read my mind. Thank you.
Okay, so we started with the kindergarten standard, shades of meaning among, so we're at block 38 on foundations of literacy, standard D. Distinguish shades of meaning among verbs describing the same general action. I mentioned that it might be helpful to add the word intensity. We discussed that maybe intensity in kindergarten is probably a heavy lift. Let's talk about it later. I think we're at second grade now.
Yes.
And so we were discussing adding a standard C for second grade. So that's block 40 that says distinguish the difference in intensity among closely related verbs to specify that there is something about intensity in verbs that is really important in the foundations of literacy. We're keeping the B.
Keep words and adverbs specifically.
So C would be a new standard that says distinguish. Can you read what you wrote exactly?
Distinguish the difference.
I don't have a problem with, it doesn't feel inappropriate for that grade level.
No, it
if
doesn't
that's
to
what
me
you're
either.
asking. Yeah.
Songs is very, very granular, but elsewhere when we've said distinguish shades of meaning, we've been plural there. So I maybe distinguish differences in intensity among closely related verbs, just to keep that consistent. Because sometimes there might be multiple verbs that are all kind of on the same train of thought.
I think we have one more.
Yeah, just as a, to think about, is the intent to distinguish between shades of meaning among, is the closely related piece really what you're thinking about, or is it just among verbs? And I'm not making a suggestion either way, I'm just trying to clarify, because I think it's actually a really good suggestion, just trying to figure out, would it belong in this standard? It would if it's closely related, if you settle on that. If it's not closely related, it might go elsewhere. So just a thought, just a food for thought. But I do, for the record, think it's a good suggestion.
My understanding is it would be, if I'm understanding correctly, it's related to synonyms of the same verb. So that seems closely related to me. That seems to be.
We're giving it a new level of importance in instruction. You're welcome. Yes.
So do we feel good about that?
Yes.
Great. And then do we want to just leave the third grade standard alone now that we've
Right.
added this language, or
Mhm.
do we want to build upon that?
I guess I would just say, since we have states of mind, degrees of certainty, can we just add intensity there as part of that series? So we're.
States of mind, comma, degrees of certainty and intensity.
Or intensity.
I'm okay with that if everyone else.
It just kind of carries the progression forward.
Yes. Thank you.
That one will take me just a minute to write, so just give me a moment.
All right, so we're going to move past fifth grade then, back to kindergarten. In cell 44? Correct?
I will clarify or I will verify in just a second. This is this is small, but on this third grade standards we were looking at about adding the language about intensity. It currently says states of mind, degrees of certainty, and intensity. So it's not very parallel at levels of intensity.
Yes.
That good. Yeah.
Miss Singletary, to your point about adjectives, what I always tell students is if you have the right verb, a lot of times you don't need an adverb, right? Or if you have the right noun, a lot of times you don't need the adjective. And so I struggle with them to get the right noun and the right verb because then you can make your language more concise, and concision is an element of style. So I guess that's why I'm stuck on verb, just background, yeah.
Okay, so we are going to move to, yes, G44, cell G44. This is our last sequence of foundational literacy, so we're almost out of foundational literacy.
Yay.
Okay, our new cornerstone will need a little bit of attention based off of some changes we made in the past, so just flagging that, but I'll go ahead and read it aloud. Acquire and use accurately a range of general academic and domain-specific words and phrases sufficient for reading, writing, speaking, and listening at the post-secondary and workforce level. Demonstrate independence in gathering vocabulary knowledge when considering a word or phrase important to comprehension or expression.
Are we
I know
gonna-
we have
about
altered-
domain?
What's that?
We're going to do something about that word domain?
Yes, we've been doing discipline and subject in lieu of domain. Would we like it to read of general academic and discipline and subject specific? Subject.
General, academic, and subject specific.
Elsewhere, we were pretty intent on using discipline and subject.
Okay,
We had quite a bit of conversation about that yesterday.
all right.
So now we moved it yesterday. So it would say something along the lines of acquire and use accurately a range of general academic words and phrases, as well as words and phrases specific to disciplines and subjects, sufficient for reading, writing, speaking, and listening. That's how we did it yesterday. So if we
Okay.
want to be consistent with what we did yesterday, that's how it would read.
And that was for the purpose of clarity for the public.
So do we want to maintain that in the cornerstone? Okay, so I'm not going to write all that out right now. I'm just going to say change domain specific in cornerstone to structure from previous standards. We are 44.
44.
Sorry, we kept 4 and 5. I forgot to mark those. Okay, so otherwise, do we feel good about that cornerstone? Okay. All right, then let's look at the kindergarten standard. It says use words and phrases acquired through conversations, reading, and being read to, and responding to texts. So there's some attention that's going to be need to pay to wording here.
I thought it was fine.
I
thought it was
read it
fine.
now. I read it correctly.
Yeah, use words and phrases acquired through conversations, reading and being read to, and responding to text.
Yeah, okay. You're right. I misread that. I was viewing the and as being a continuation of the list.
Are we good with that one?
So we're good there.
We're good. Moving on.
All right. Next, we have use words and phrases acquired through conversations, reading and being read to, and responding to texts, including using frequently occurring conjunctions to signal simple relationships.
Speaking and listening are in another one.
I'm just looking at the phrase being read to. We simplify it. That's my only question to listening. But if not, yeah. But if you think there is a strong distinction.
Yeah, 44, 45, 46. I mean, it's consistently done.
Listening is a little bit more broad than
It is.
being read to.
But doesn't it encapsulate? It's only a grammar thing to clarify. I mean, to simplify. So it's not.
So I think it's encompassing all of the three, because they'll have conversations with each other. They will be reading independently, and they will be listening to complex text, which will raise the vocabulary. So
Okay.
you've got, and they'll be writing to respond to those texts. So by taking any of that out, it takes away one of those key vocabulary building times.
We good with that? Okay.
Okay.
Moving on.
The language is quite similar in second grade. It says use words and phrases acquired through conversations, reading and being read to, and responding to texts, including using adjectives and adverbs to describe. Any comments there? Okay. Third grade is acquire and use accurately grade appropriate conversational, general academic, and domain specific words and phrases, including those that signal spatial and time relationships. I presume we want to make the edits that we have made previously for domain specific.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And then fourth grade is acquire and use accurately grade appropriate general academic and domain specific words and phrases, including those that signal precise actions, emotions, or states of being, and that are basic to a particular topic.
Could we put a comma before and, the last and? Acquire and use a great, accurately grade appropriate general academic and domain specific words and phrases, including those that signal precise actions, emotions, or states of being, comma, and that are basic to a particular topic.
Yeah, I do think a comma would be necessary there.
Yep. A better word?
Instead of basic, saying relevant.
So do we want to make that edit relevant to
I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
change basic to relevant? Okay. Oh, and then I need to make a note for myself to make edits about domain specific. Okay. And last, foundational literacy standard. Acquire and use accurately grade appropriate general academic and domain specific words and phrases, including those that signal contrast, addition, and other logical relationships. Obviously, the note about domain specific. Anything else?
What are they saying? Addition and logical relationships.
Also,
Like transition words.
Okay.
contrast would be however, and an addition would be furthermore.
Okay.
You saying transition words actually made it really simple for me. Can we say include those, including those that signal contrast, addition, transition, and other logical relationships? Can we just add the word, because that
I think
made
that
it
would-
concrete.
All of those that they're wanting you to add are transition words.
So should we then say including transition words that signal contrast, addition, and other logical relationships?
I
I
like
think
that.
that's clear.
Yeah.
And then I've seen it written a lot of different ways. We're going to say transition words, transitional language, what? Transition words, okay.
Keep it simple. No phrases.
Should
Just
it
send you
actually
the
say
link.
words and phrases? It says words and phrases everywhere else, and there are transitional phrases. I actually think it might need to say phrases. Maybe we
I would
said-
like that. Transition phrases. I get tired of the first, next, last in the ninth grade.
like in addition, like is technically a phrase, but
But
it's-
are we talking about that at the fifth grade level?
We use the transition phrases as well, so I think that's fine.
I think for the sake of
Okay.
clarity. Yeah.
Great.
Okay. If there's nothing else on that, we are done with foundational literacy.
Also,
Ooh.
your edit for the domain specific it's underneath
Oh,
the
correct.
box, just in case
Yeah. No, thank you.
I got
I'd like
missed.
to note that we started our break with phrases and like we ended this unit with phrases. So a nice bookend.
Okay.
Do we have any comments from TDOE about everything we've done? No.
I thought you had great conversations, and I am thrilled that it's over.
Are we making things more rigorous and relevant?
Yes. Great.
And I echo that 100%. And just wanted to say any, this is just for editing purposes, any changes you make to the cornerstone in foundational literacy would also need to be changed in the language strand. You may have already flagged that if you had in disregard, but like the corollary standard, if you know what I mean. So
I do appreciate how intentional and specific you're looking at every single word in these standards. I do appreciate that.
Thank you. All right. Well, we're going to go to the 9:45 part of our agenda. Into speaking and listening standards.
Just verifying that I made that edit on domain specific in the language standards, and it has been made. So we're good there. Okay, speaking and listening. So I guess take a second to find your notes, to find the TDOE feedback. We'll be transitioning a little bit. For the first time, we're taking on K through 12 standards. So these are going to be lengthy progressions.
And we have experts at every grade level here.
Which I mean, it has its blessings and its curses. You know, if we keep a progression, then we get to keep a lot of standards.
Yeah, I assume we're going to talk about readiness when we hear from the high school, you know, about how students are being prepared for their at the middle school. So if you have things to say, they're not coming in ready, we need to do this in the middle school, I would assume that you'll make some comments in that direction.
I really truly hate to do this, but if we're keeping with what we did yesterday with language, we looked at the introductory language immediately after we finished looking at the standards. So we should probably look at the foundational literacy introductory language.
Let's do.
It pained me to say that, but I think
Let's do. You,
yes. This is the same document yesterday that we left comments on. I got there.
Okay, so we're just going to read through these, and if you have comments about any changes, supporting standard. On Cornerstone number 5, we had a significant input from SCORE. Much as I hate to delay it any further, I think we probably need to review that information.
Well, if we alter a cornerstone, we are going to have to alter the entire progression.
It's now or never.
It is. What exact? How does AI play into this conversation?
Well, it says make use of digital media and visual displays of data to express information and instant
This is
understanding.
Cornerstone 5 for what domain?
Speaking.
Oh, we're doing the foundational literacy cornerstone.
Ah, jeez. Okay. I am so sorry. So this is, we're backing up. Okay, thank you.
I just left a note in there to update the cornerstones. We made some edits to the cornerstones, so I will make those edits when I've got a little more time.
Does anybody have any recommendations for changes to either the cornerstone or the language?
I'll just reiterate, we did make some changes to the cornerstones. When tonight I will write up the specific changes that are made.
Okay.
I just for the sake of time.
How about the rest of the language?
I don't know, symbiotic process, is that what should be there? I mean, does that sound right?
It does make sense, like in the true meaning of the word symbiotic. If we feel symbiotic is too complex, then that would be a separate conversation, but it is.
I just think more of, I guess, because we teach that in 5th grade, the symbiotic relationships, and that's not at all what we're talking about here, so I just.
I mean, we could just say connected if we feel like symbiotic is not appropriate. I think what they're trying to get at is the idea
They're
that
the same.
we've
They
brought
go
decoding
together.
and encoding together under one standard, so they're trying to relate that they're connected. But if we feel that symbiotic, because it does feel like necessary.
It's
I don't know
like
if
an
it's
organ, it's like two organisms closely, like to me, more
Yeah,
like like a scientific term.
yeah. I mean, it is a scientific term. Symbiotic is a scientific term.
It's more than connected because they're feeding each other. It's probably as precise a word as you could get.
When I look up the it says involving interaction between two different organisms living closely. So I'm okay with it as long as y'all are okay with it. Just
Miss Now,
I have no strong feelings.
no comment. Okay, we're good. All right. Acquiesce.
Okay. Do we have any comments on?
Thank you for that opportunity to complete our review of that area.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we checked all of our boxes. All right, we can shift our attention now to speaking and listening. We're going to look at 6 different standard progressions in speaking and listening. They run K through 12.
Could we get the screen to align with
I don't
where we
have control of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was wondering if it was just me, the kindergarten standard. I can't, like, I know that's not all of the kindergarten standard, but I can't.
Yeah, I think it's I don't have the
Cut
ability
off.
to move I have limited edit access
Right.
on this. The full standard, if I clicked on the box, so you can.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
That one that looks like
Hmm.
it's.
Yeah, all the rest of them, I seem to be fine.
Okay, so yeah, the standard is prepare for and participate effectively in a range of conversations and collaborations with varied partners, building on others' ideas and expressing one's own ideas clearly and persuasively. I have no notes on that. The TDOE also did not have notes on that.
The reflection was about use of AI. It was well, I think it was, no, more in writing. Yeah. It was pretty pervasive, but we'll just she sent it to everybody? Yeah,
Just making sure we weren't skipping.
okay. All right, great.
We'll revisit that when we come to, yeah,
There you go. Thank you.
we'll revisit that when we come to writing, then it's not for
Yeah.
this one. Okay, got it.
Anybody? All right, let's move on. Anything? Okay.
Things are great.
Is there a reason why we switched from varied peers to varied partners?
Good question. Should that be consistent?
I would think, well, I don't know, but I'm assuming that if it's varied peers, you're more in a group, and then if you're partners, it's just you and one other person. Is that correct?
Um, I'm just thinking about like 6 through 12 with Socratic seminars. Like, yeah, it'd be, yeah. Peers seems to be allow more freedom for a variety of types of discussions.
Maybe the cornerstone needs peers and partners?
I'm good with either, but peers also encompasses partners.
More frequently than,
Yes.
well, I don't know, we use partners quite a bit too. But I certainly, so we talk about peer review, we talk about peer conversation.
Right, and even sometimes that is in partner. I'm like
Mhm.
peer encompasses that.
Okay, so switch partner to peer in Cornerstone. And then I suppose that should be, we should switch partner to peer in essentially every instance of the word partner now?
No,
Oh, no.
because, right, I looked over to our panel, our phone a friend panel, and they said that there was a distinction here in partner, a one-on-one work. Am I reading that correctly? Versus peers could be a small group. So that's what that was my initial question, is not this is wrong or right, but is there a why? Because it does switch, and I just don't know the why it switched.
But if we say peers, that could also encompass a
Yeah,
partnership.
but every grade level uses partners and small groups.
Right.
So regard, I mean,
I think I agree with Ms. Singletary that peers does seem to encapsulate both partner groups and larger groups, but I'm open to other language if people feel that other language would be necessary.
But are we just talking about the cornerstone right now?
I think Cornerstone, and then also, I mean, we'll need to take a closer look at
Okay.
the language in the
Well,
individual.
cornerstone to me, peers encompasses all, and then we can differentiate as needed in the
Okay.
standards
Then
between
let's just quickly look
partners
at-
and peer groups.
Then let's take a quick look at the ones we've done so far. Kindergarten just says varied peers and adults. So do we feel content with keeping that language? First grade,
Now I've changed my mind. Because if we're gonna say, because adults are not peers. So if we're gonna say in the cornerstone, varied peers, an adult is not a peer. It's getting nitpicky.
so do we just want to revert back to partners then?
We emphasize that for the record.
Oh, that's true.
Do we say partners and peers then maybe in the cornerstone to encapsulate both and allow for yeah, and have peers for like Socratic seminars in the upper grades as well?
So
So I guess what I'm hearing is that can we make the cornerstone so it's inclusive of partners, peers, and adults? Or at least peers and adults?
sure. What phrasing would, so just partners, peers, and adults? Is that the language would like to use?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Consensus? Yep.
But we want to maintain just peers and adults in the kindergarten and first grade standards. Okay, and then second grade also, we want to stick with peers and adults. Third grade transitions to partners. What language do we want to use there? Currently, it says engage effectively with varied partners.
It makes sense to me. You're scaffolding from peers and adults to now, I read it as partners, varied partners. So without that adult, intervention there,
Okay.
right?
So just maintain partners then?
Is it intentionally limiting out groups though? Is that intentional?
That's what I think that,
Or-
yeah.
Mhm. We could say partners and groups, varied partners
say
and groups.
Partners
Partners or
and
peers, because that's
Right,
what's
right.
in the
Right.
cornerstone.
You wanna change that then? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fourth grade, we'll definitely want to change partners to, once again, partners and peers, I believe, would be what our language would be. And then we'll change the fourth to fourth. I know is useless in spoken language.
Grade level, hyphen.
Just for consistency, we've been doing that throughout, so there's. And we did miss hyphenating grade level on at least the third grade standard because I see it up there too. I will add that back to third grade. Yeah, okay. Okay, anything else on fourth? Okay, fifth. Same notes. Yeah. Okay. When we get to sixth grade, suddenly we have a to be determined linking standards. I was a little, this is something I'd like to talk about just more generally, and I'd like to hear from the EAT about this. Linking standards are provided pretty inconsistently throughout the standards. We're going to come across some linking standards now. They're generally pretty focused on 6 through 8. That's where we see the majority of the linking standards in the current drafts. I would love to hear about like thoughts about the value of linking standards, about and then obviously if we're going to maintain linking standards, why are they locust? What is the reason why they're here but not elsewhere? And then obviously if we are keeping them, we would need to have a conversation about what those linking standards would.
I totally agree about the inconsistency, and that's one thing that we have addressed those in the standards guides. They're not listed like this. They're more in the sense of, these are the standards that directly link to this standard that a teacher would need to know about to teach that standard or to understand that standard effectively. So and y'all tell me what your perspective is on this. My guess is that teachers are not using this section in the standards document that much because it's not really helpful to have it listed. They really need to see or have that connection explained. So yeah, that's just.
I want to go back and look because I think, did we put them with the writing? I mean, not the writing, but the reading standards? Did we link them in our chart? No, in our revised chart.
So essentially what we did was leave a note of like link at the end if the committee would like to link at the end, knowing that
I thought-
numerous things could be changed and we didn't want to put the cart before the horse, but
Right. I think we wanted them moved to, I'd have to go back and look at our note.
my understanding of the latest recommendation was link as much as possible, link. That was the takeaway I had.
But we wanted, because we wanted the speaking and listening to be with the writing and reading to show how they're connected together.
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
hate to say it, I'm sorry, but they're not tested. And so if we link them, then we can say, okay, as we're teaching this reading standard, we also can include the speaking and listening standard as well. It's not just like we're putting the speaking and listening standard up on the board and saying, this is what we're doing today.
we're able to link them together and teach them at the same time. Is
And
essentially what.
Yeah, in primary, we want our teachers to know they are equally important.
And in 9 through 12, we have the list. We just didn't put them in the standards because we didn't know if you needed them there. Have the information, you can have it, but I didn't want to give it to you too much.
So I'm sure people have thoughts on this. So I'll just kind of start with my own. I wonder, and I'm totally open to other feedback. So don't think this is a hard line I'm drawing. I wonder if this is something that might be more standards guide oriented than the actual standards document. If that's work that they have done and could live there. There are several other important documents that we have placed within the standards guide. I certainly agree that this is useful. But I just wonder if that might be the place for it to live. I also think if we are going to link standards, it's going to be a little difficult to do it now, because if we link to standards and then change standards, like we haven't even done the reading standards yet, which is going to be the bulk of the.
So it's not my understanding that we have to link them. Oh. I was thinking we were making the recommendation that it be linked.
I believe if it's gonna be in the language of the standard as it was previously, this is us.
We have to link
This is
them.
all
Okay.
us.
This is
So-
not a note for the next. for
But
the
you can
copy
kick
editor.
that to us is the thing in the standards guides. We
Yeah.
could do that work and take that off.
If it's standards guides, they do it. If it's standards document, it's us.
That is correct.
I am of the mindset, and I think best practice in communications is that you link everywhere, because you don't know what document someone's going to pick up on a different day. And if it's important to convey, then you convey it in as many places as possible. But if that means that we have to actually go back and do that work of linking, period. Incomplete sentence, period.
There are quite a few places in the standards currently that standards are not linked. And I also think it would be, in my opinion, it's going to be pretty hard to justify linking just the 6-8 standards when we are not linking K through 5 or 9 through 12. So if
I
we are
agree with
committing
that.
to linking, we're going to be linking a lot.
Vice Chair Hilliard, good comments on the consistency piece. I will say I intentionally took out all of the linking so that it would not be so that it would be as accurate as possible for the survey that the public took and for this committee. So they were intentionally removed only for the purposes of accuracy. You're welcome to do whatever the committee sees fit, depending on how discussion goes. Other thought I'll put is this could be a parking garage item Thursday afternoon, if the committee has time and will to do so.
Okay, what's our pleasure?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm sorry if this is a stupid question, but one, not a question yet. One, it might be unproductive for us to try this right now when we're potentially renumbering and changing standards and adding standards. Two, would it not be, and again, feel free to overrule me here. Would it not be as effective to just link the standards guide within this document so that it does take you then directly to where they would need to go in order to implement the linked standards?
I defer to the committee on the effectiveness on it, but one thing I'll just highlight is the timing thing that we spoke to briefly. Just know that so your standards will be reviewed by the state board on 2 readings, and any standards guides, the department would not have sufficient time to implement those. But what I've heard from your predecessors is to put a standards guides forthcoming, and our plan tentatively is to flag that as much as possible, but obviously not have it before we don't have it, essentially. But that is also at the discretion of this committee.
For me, I think that it might be best served in the standards guides, which are linked in the standards document, which, by the way, I'm very excited about the standards guides. I didn't know they existed until I got on this committee. They would have been very helpful a few years ago for me. So I'm excited that that's going to be linked in, or at least has currently been proposed to be linked in the appendix for easier use and access. But I feel like we might get into a situation where standards are already a little overwhelming to read. And then if you add in all these links within an actual standard for a teacher's daily use, I think it might be a little much, but I think it's absolutely super beneficial in the standards guides.
I wonder if we're using link two different ways. Linking standard as in connecting standard and linking standard as in hyperlink. Okay. So what I am saying is as many hyperlinks that we can provide to direct them to where fuller information or where the thought process lives, I think is helpful. And actually, it speaks to your point, Miss Dockery, of I didn't know this existed, right? If it had been hyperlinked, or if there's some way we can hyperlink that this is a connecting standard, I think that is smart. So when I say link, I am meaning hyperlink, and I do also understand that standards are connected to one another.
Just some ideas I'll throw out. It could go in the introduction potentially. It's currently proposed to be in the appendix, and we've been in discussion with the department on putting it on our like website, social media, et cetera. So those are just some options off the top of my head, but open to any others with the understanding that it'll be a TBD for a hot minute there.
I think,
Okay, what's our pleasure here?
I mean, we're a group, so we need to reach a consensus on this. I mean, I'll just put my cards on the table. I think, and this is, I hate to talk in these kind of almost cynical terms, but we have a certain amount of time. We have these 4 days. We're down to 2.5. We haven't even looked at reading standards yet. We cannot put the work of standards off on TDOE. Like that is us. We're doing
Right.
that. Whereas this linking work, I have seen nothing from the TDOE that doesn't make me think that they're exhaustive in their work. They've left excellent feedback. I think the linking work on the standards guide would likely be done well. And I think we've made several references to standards guides as like central to what is happening here. And I think the more we can, because like you said, I mean, I've known for a couple years that the standards guides exist, but like it's relatively recent. So this is, I think if we can create a situation though, we're starting a new paradigm. If we can create a situation where it's like standards document and standards guides are just intertwined, you got to have them both at all times. Like this is just what we do. Now that will require work, but that I think could be beneficial. I think it's fair. Do you have?
I agree. And if we could make note to the PDOE about including all of those things we mentioned in beefing up the standards guide, I think would be good direction. But so we want to keep these as presented.
I just one quick clarification for you. If we are recommending that these standards guides should include linking standards, where in this process, I kind of doubt that would go into this portion of the spreadsheet. That would probably go on the editing of the like supporting language or supporting materials.
I appreciate you, Vice Chair Hilliard. If that's the will of the committee, I would recommend removing linking standards TBD, because that would, like I said, I intentionally put TBD on every single one of them in the event the committee wanted to change every single one of them. And then I would recommend on the wish list under the Department of Education, putting your intent of what you'd like to see in the standards guides with as much or as little detail as you're interested in. And then on the third piece, to Vice Chair Hilliard's point, if, for example, you wanted it in the appendix, please track change, link standards guides here, however you want that language. I mean, you could even do a little intro if you'd like to intro them so that teachers are more aware. If you want it in the introduction, put it in track changes in the Word docs. So update standards, wish list, any sort of long form narrative on the doc.
But for the sake of now, we would just be focused on the language of the standards.
Yes, maybe put it on the wish list just very briefly so we circle back to it. Yes.
Lot.
Miss, now do you feel like you?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to approve all of those in this first area.
Good 1 through 5. Now we do need to, because 6 through 8 had linking standards TBD. So I think we're coming to an agreement, and I just want to confirm this, that we're going to eliminate that language.
All I have to say about this is that that's an essential skill in order to do school now. All of the teachers that we're teaching how to teach, we're teaching them the use of collaborative groups. And by and large, kids still don't know how to collaborate. They don't know the essential skill involved in collaboration. So to provide them here at this earliest level, I think is essential. Enough said. I will get off my soapbox.
I don't know. This is kind of a quirk of the standards document. All of if you could scroll down, whoever's manning that.
Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Nicole. There's one big box that, because these are all essentially the same on 6 through 8 level, but actually it's all the way through high school that they are all together. Actually, I think, yeah, and it also encapsulates. Okay, we are going to edit this document because it does encapsulate the K standard for standard 2.
Okay, let's chat. I think that's just we can unmerge it, hopefully. I
Yeah,
think
they're just merged. So
okay. And then what was your second question?
no, that was it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, right click unmerge. I tried to catch all of them, but I missed some of them.
Afraid I don't know how to do that. Fantastic. Yeah, I got that. Okay. So 6th grade, we're deleting linking standards. TBD. We're going to make that change for 6 through 8, I believe. I think we're in agreement on that. And then we want to change 6th to 6th for consistency's sake. Does anyone else have notes for?
I don't know if you already got this, but varied partners to varied partners and peers.
Right. Okay, so anything else for that particular standard? Given that 7 and 8 are identical except for 7th subbing in for 6th and 8th subbing in for 6th, can we just agree to make the same changes to those particular standards? Okay.
Moving on.
Yep, we're on to high school. So, do we have any language about partners or peers here? I don't see it. No, it just says collaborative conversations. And then we have been changing E1 to ELA to English 1 and 2. So I'm just going to flag that and say that for consistency, I'm going to change that. Anything else for the 9th and 10th standard? Or sorry, I guess English 1 and English 2 standard. Anything for, other than that change that we made, anything for English 3 and English 4? Nothing? Okay. Then we're ready to move to the second speaking and listening standard. Don't think they'll all be that easy. There was a recommended edit to the cornerstone as well as some of the standards by TDOE. Because this standard sequence was originally two separate standards and has been condensed into one. TDOE's feedback was, in its current form, the newly combined cornerstone standard, formerly separated as SL2 and SL3, limits the task of students integrating information from diverse media formats only to oral arguments. SL3 was a standard that only concerned arguments, so combining it with SL2 actually limits the scope of the new combined standard to where students only integrate and evaluate arguments in diverse media formats. But students will also need to integrate and evaluate texts intended to inform. Please consider separating SL2 and SL3 back into separate standards. So give you guys a second to read the cornerstone and see what we think there.
The word perspective is used ultimately. Wait. I might be on the wrong. Okay.
Yeah, F14, yeah.
Okay.
That's the
I'm looking at.
What other cornerstone? Oh, the two original. You'll have to look at the old standards. Yeah.
Okay. Ultimately, when you get to the high school level, the word perspective is used. In the cornerstone, it says point of view. So.
And I think it's talking about someone's argument. So I think perspective would make more sense there than point of view. Now, that does kind of pertain to, because if I'm understanding correctly, the TDOE's feedback here is that as it's currently written, we are just integrating and evaluating information from arguments, from argumentative. So this is, you're listening to people make arguments and then integrating and evaluating arguments. Whereas the original standards were integrate and evaluate information presented in diverse media formats, such as visual, quantitative, and oral formats, which was encompassing of non-argumentative text as well, whereas and then had a third in the speaking and listening standard 3 was evaluate a speaker's point of view, reasoning, and use of evidence and rhetoric. So they were separate. There was one about integrating and evaluating information generally, and then another about evaluating a speaker's point of view, which we would change to perspective. So I guess the real question we want to ask ourselves is, A, are we just content with the revisions that have been made and we're content with having a standard that focuses on integrating and evaluating simply arguments? Do we want to change the wording of this cornerstone such that it might be able to encapsulate, still stay one standard, but would encapsulate both arguments and non-arguments? Or do we want to revert back to the two separate?
I think if possible, I kind of made an attempt at rewriting and gave up. But if it's possible, we can put our heads together and make it work as one in a way that's still clear. I think that might be a decent use of our time rather than going and redoing two different standards. And I personally think it could be done. I just didn't have the capacity when I tried.
They do seem interconnected. I mean, their evaluate is a key verb in both. How do other people feel about that? So do we want to operate from the goal of trying to edit the current cornerstone to encapsulate non-argumentative texts as well?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'm saying text. I mean, in the very encompassing AP Lang style.
Could I add a little brief context on that feedback? Just because I think you captured the options there. I think that we were suggesting perfectly. I think the one flag that I would just present to kind of consider as you're doing that in standard 3, because the focus of that standard is arguments, especially when you get into those upper grade levels. I know that the EAT really talked about in grades 9 through 12, the importance of, for example, students evaluating perspective and like identifying fallacious reasoning, and that's how critical that is, especially in today's world with, a lot of misinformation out there and so forth. So that standard is the corollary standard of reading informational standard 8, which is when students are reading argumentative text. They're doing those same things. They're just doing it here with speeches or, any otherwise presented arguments, digital arguments, whatever. So I think the feedback would just be that if you do decide to broaden it to include it, just to consider whether those elements that are specific to argument need to be called out here or maybe just need to be identified elsewhere. Just wanted to put all that on the table. So.
I had a potential formatting suggestion to maybe help it work. Going back to earlier when we had the debate about, I think it was kindergarten through first, having a when speaking, when writing. I wonder if we could have something like a in informational, in argumentative. And
When evaluating informational text, when evaluating arguments.
I see where you're going. So now I get to the world outside of the classroom, which is the content I create. And that content is no longer distinguished between informational and entertainment. The lanes have merged and blended so much. And so, how do we then convey that in a standard that where you get your news or your podcast or your YouTube video is conveying information, but it's not considered an information reference? I know that is really theoretical, but I just think the lanes have blended so much that these defined boundaries that we used to have no longer exist. And if I can think about 2030, we'll have a hologram in here, you know.
When this gets published, really, and put into use, what is it really going to look like? And that crystal ball is really murky to me, but I think we've got to at least try to lean in and lean toward that. I mean, there'll always be the argumentative versus informational, but it's hard. I don't know how, maybe that's why they put them together. I don't know.
The conversation now in journalism and communication is how can we switch to personality driven sharing of information, because everything is personality driven now. And so that is a lot more entertainment than informational. And then multimedia. So the visual, the streaming, the images. And so that's much more than just oral. So I think we have some work about how we convey students to be savvy listeners, yeah, and savvy consumers in a world where the lines between fact and fiction and information and misinformation are blurring more and more.
And I see your point, and I really, I mean, looking at where this standard is specifically SLCC2 progresses through the grades, I see where that's reflected. I see where that the information in the argument a lot, are merging. I see the concepts of both reflected. When you get into E3, E4, you're evaluating a variety of media for a speaker's perspective, reasoning, credibility, and use of evidence and rhetoric, assessing the stance, premises, links among ideas, word choice, all of those, they're informational techniques, and they're used to, both define and then, integrate with argument. If you back up, the scaffolding there is there to me, evaluating reasoning, credibility, use of evidence and rhetoric, identifying fallacious reasoning. The 8th grade standard evaluate the purpose and motives of information. So we're looking at information, but we're starting to recognize in the 8th grade how that information can diverge in diverse formats. So I mean, I see the integration there. I don't think we're that far off. Is my point. Maybe we can revise some of the wording, but
no. I think to her point, I think we need to really think through where this, what our consumer, in this case, the students ultimately, what they're going to be exposed to, and that consumption of information at those I wonder if it needs to be backed up. I think to your point, it's there, but do we need to introduce some of that earlier? Because they're gonna, I mean, it's everywhere, it's everything, even today, and it's stifling to me. I can't imagine what children, they need to start understanding that, I think, sooner. I don't know how you do that, but.
And those things are differentiated between in the reading standards, but these are speaking and listening. So, and they work together. So I, again, I don't know that there's that much, in my opinion, revision that needs to be done in this particular standard. Just a few words here and there, because I see the reasoning. I see how it could link with the reading standards, which ultimately is what we were talking about before anyway.
I'm also speaking and listening is just so black and white to me. Like I'm wondering, like speaking, listening, viewing, or consuming, because a lot of the ways the argument is going to be built, if we want them to distinguish argument and these things, is not just about what is said, right? It's about all of the visual elements that are used.
Okay, so do we want to make any changes to this? And if so, what would they be?
That's a very big question, so we definitely want to. I don't think. Um, I'm just going to reiterate the cornerstone, and we can build from there. I'm getting the sense from the room, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but it seems as though not consensus. I don't know if I want to go strong enough consensus, but it seems like the majority of us are thinking not separating these two standards, but keeping them in one. Is
Yes,
that true?
yes. I'm seeing a lot of head nods here.
Okay. If we're going to do that, then we're going to need to be very intentional about wording, because we want to make sure we don't eliminate non-argumentative, right? I mean, while you're right, I mean, obviously, we live in the AP Lang world, like everything's an argument, like that's a concept that obviously I think we can subscribe to, but we still just want to be intentional about how we phrase some things.
And can you just key in on the key concern? Like, so if we have made the decision to keep this one, what is the one thing you want us to keep top of mind as we go through our revisions?
Oh, I think that, yeah, I wouldn't, the feedback would not be any opposition to keeping it as is. It would just be more of flagging the concern that he was talking about, of making sure that, the intent of standard 3 was argumentative text, and I think y'all are planning to include those elements, but just maybe to tweak the wording a bit for text that the intent of that text is to inform and not to present an argument from that author's perspective, if that makes sense. So it's just to make it a little more inclusive, I think, as y'all have been suggesting, would be absolutely in line with our feedback. So.
All right, can we have some suggested wording?
Then let's get into this. Let's get into this cornerstone. The cornerstones currently says integrate and evaluate information presented in diverse media formats, such as visual, quantitative, and oral formats, while assessing a speaker's point of view, reasoning, and use of evidence and rhetoric. Ms. Now has pointed out that as we get to the reading standards, we have been very intentional, or the edits from the EAT was very intentional about separating point of view from perspective. And this certainly seems like an example of an instance where we're talking about perspective rather than point of view. So I would recommend we make that change. Are we in agreement there?
Are we in agreement there? Okay, let's put that one down. We got one down.
Now that is a little fraught because perspective implies an argument.
The cornerstone, we're ultimately trying to build to that cornerstone, correct? So if that's the language used in the latter standards, then we can build up to that.
I am stuck on speaker, even though this is a speaking and listening standard. Presenter. Am I stretching it? Am I overthinking it? You guys know I can overthink. So push back. Is there a word that is more inclusive than speaker? I mean, if I'm talking to kids, I'm saying like creator, right? But is there a word that's more inclusive to kind of capture that right from the back, we're talking about more than just the words that they are saying.
Can anybody come up with anything more inclusive?
Well, the standard is speaking and listening. I do know that presentations are addressed in later standards, and it's pretty clear there, the expectations for presentations and the language that should be used. So I don't know if we should differentiate here necessarily, because it is a speaking and listening standard. But I see your point that I mean, this is where we're headed, obviously.
So I'm thinking greater, am I thinking to 2025 and to outside of the classroom?
My concern about creator is that we're thinking specifically about auditory platforms here. I mean, obviously it can be audio visual as well, but we do want to differentiate this from a text, and create like a creator can make a text. So that worries me a little bit that would kind of have some overlap with the reading standards.
I could see presenter maybe working if we defined the scope of presenter in the glossary and how we want it used. But also that's a common term that teachers may not go to the glossary for. So I don't know. I kind of like it, kind of don't like the idea of presenter. I think somebody mentioned presenter.
I also think presenter, like you mentioned, it kind of implies a certain format. Like when we think of presentations, we think of someone with a slide presentation and they're talking to people. Whereas I think this is meant to be a more inclusive standard that's encapsulating many instances in which someone's talking to another person.
Okay, so are you satisfied with that, Dr. Stout, for right now? Okay, for right now. Are we ready to go on to the next cornerstone?
I do want to I'm not trying to suggest anything. I'm just genuinely curious about conversation, where we have at the very end of this cornerstone where it says use of evidence and rhetoric. That word rhetoric has a pretty argumentative connotation.
Dr. Now.
Well, I mean, again, the cornerstone is, that's the goal, right?
Right.
We're just on kindergarten, first grade. So, right, I mean, right now, where we're looking right now. So, we have to understand the information before we understand the rhetoric. So right now, to me, it seems perfectly apt.
Okay, so is that kind of how we want to kind of conceive this, as progressing from informational to argumentative? Is that kind of the progression we're envisioning?
Yes, I see head nods. We have consensus in that direction.
Sorry, I made it difficult, but is that the intention in the lower grades? Are we just having informational, or are we losing something if we take out argumentative? I didn't have time to look at it, but I just wanted to get the thought out before we moved on.
Well, if we look at the old standard 3, in kindergarten, they're asking and answering questions in order to seek help, get information, or clarify something. First grade, they're getting additional information or clarifying something. Second grade, they are gathering information or clarifying something. Third grade, they are asking questions about information from a speaker. In fourth grade, they're identifying the reasons and evidence a speaker provides to support particular points. So I would say fourth grade is the first time we really get directly argumentative language in the old standard 3.
Thank you. And are we proposing that we eliminate informational from the upper grades, or we start with informational and then move to informational plus argumentative?
I'm
That's what
not
we just
proposing
said.
anything. I'm
Okay. Well, we kind of had like a head nod session. I just want to make sure I was nodding to something,
Yeah, I was just
understand what I was nodding to.
I'm just trying to reflect what I feel like people in the
Could I
committee are.
provide maybe hopefully some helpful context there? So students don't interact with what we call, they don't write arguments until 6th grade. And so they're not, even though there is, like he said, like in 4th and 5th, a little bit, it's like kind of quasi-argumentative language, but it's not, they're not really arguments. They're just trying to understand the connections between, the reasoning in a text and that. So it's kind of those basic building blocks. So it kind of is, as you said, where it is really informational text, and then they build up to information plus argumentative, if that makes sense. So it really is like that.
Which I know we're not there yet, but aligns with the writing, because in 5th grade, they're writing opinion. then they get into, argument, then they get into, more complex argument, ultimately scaffolding up to rhetoric. So speaking and listening in this case to me aligns.
So are we good?
Good.
The only revision I have thus far, unless I missed something, was to change the phrase point of view to perspective. Is there anything
Right.
else on this cornerstone?
We're clear about the direction and progression that we're going in.
I think good conversation. So, are we ready to?
Yes, let's
I'm
move.
ready to move forward. I just want us to think about the phrase, not in this cornerstone, blended text. Because I think it's going to be important at some point to say, kids, this is not a clear distinction between argumentative, informational, and entertainment. So at some point, it might be useful to introduce the phrase blended text or something similar. And now I'll let it go from there.
No, I mean, we're going to get into conversations about diverse media formats. That could be something we use as an EG within when that term comes up. It's certainly something we could clarify in a glossary. So I definitely think that's language we can integrate.
Thank you.
Okay, let's look at kindergarten. Confirm understanding of a text read aloud or information presented orally or through other media by asking and answering questions about key details, seeking help as needed, or gathering information. We good? Any comments? All right. First grade, ask and answer questions about key details in a text read aloud or information presented orally or through other media to gather additional information or clarify understanding. Thoughts on that? I didn't do a good job of saying the cell. This is G15. We good?
Good.
Okay. Second grade, recount or describe key ideas and details from a text or information presented orally or through other media while asking and answering questions to gather information or clarify understanding.
I think there was debate about recall versus recount, and I can't remember what we came to consensus about, so I just wanted to
Let's
circle
do
back to that.
Control F search of what we've done so far. Have we used the word recount? We have yet.
Well, it's speaking, so it wouldn't just be recall, it would be recount, right?
That makes sense.
Because you're recounting when you're speaking.
Then do we feel like recount is the right word? Okay. Any feedback on that?
Nope.
All right. Third grade standard, orally describe the main ideas and key details of a text presented in diverse formats, including visual, quantitative, and oral by asking and answering questions about the information, offering appropriate elaboration and detail. Sorry, 1 second. Cliff Bar got me.
Third grade, are you doing that? Okay.
So we're starting kind of a new progression now. Fourth grade, we're now paraphrase portions of a text presented in diverse formats, including visual, quantitative, and oral, while identifying the reasons and evidence a speaker provides to support key points.
Yes, very precise.
Would it be fair to add methods?
Where would we do that?
Well, I was thinking it's part of the series, but I don't know if it's the same part of speech. Reason evidence. I want them to, I think it's one thing to say the evidence is another thing to say the type of evidence or the methods used.
I'm wondering if that is developmentally appropriate. So
Fourth grade?
yeah, I mean, it gets, my 8th graders struggle with methods.
The main thing that they're doing here is when they're writing an opinion, just being able to go back and find, it's an informational text, but they have to find evidence in the informational text to support their opinion. So even though it's not an opinion text, it's an informational text that based on some of the things said, they can use that information to support their opinion.
I think this is also intentionally kind of using like rhetorical language around like reasons in support of an argument and then evidence in support of those reasons, kind of the classic claim evidence reasoning structure. Also,
Would you make a change to this then?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see them by fourth grade saying, yes, I see the evidence that the speaker is using. I know their reasons, but I also know like here is a key method that they use to do this. They use humor. They used scripture.
like
Like
rhetorical strategies, is that?
I think rhetorical strategy sounds good. It might be fancy.
We use an AG in there to further explain what you're getting at.
I mean, I do think it would be in addition to what we have currently. I don't think it would be an EG. I think it's a new expectation because we're moving from just kind of almost outlining the structure of an argument to now expecting students to think not just about the broad structure of an argument, but also about the intentional choices being made within that argument. Very AP Lang stuff. Where it's like these are the particular choices being made to advance the argument rather than just the argument structure itself.
Most of the passages, though, aren't going to have. They're not most, I mean, the ones that we have used in the past, none of them really have humor, definitely not scripture. It's just a short, just informational passage. So I just don't know if, I see where you're coming from for the argumentative side. It's just not what, I don't know that it's appropriate.
Dr.
For
Stahl,
here.
can we consider that at another grade level?
To me, it kind of already there in the fifth grade level, especially when you get to by identifying the key points, explaining how each claim is supported by reasons and evidence. Because we've gone from just identifying what they are to explaining how. And to me, the how is, I think, essentially what you would like to see included. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yes. I think I'm thinking content and context, right? So a speech given in this room versus a speech given on the Capitol buildings, that's part of how you're conveying your message. I think by fourth grade, a kid can say, it was something about speaking on the steps of the Capitol when MLK gave that message. Where did he speak? Yeah. That made it different. That conveyed something different. Then it's not purpose. I just want them to express what are the visual tools, and I'm using visual, but what are the other tools that people are using to convey their argument and to sway you other than just words, and other than just here's a scientific data point. They're using humor, they're using setting, and I think all of these things come into place.
multimedia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. That's very substantive. I think that it's going to take a little time for us to think about that and sink in. And might I suggest that we use a little lunch break to have a time to talk about that or think, oh, no, we can't deliberate, but we can certainly let it sink in ourselves. And if we can come up with some additional wording that would help do this, that would be our first thing when we get back in. Brianna, do you have something to announce?
I do. We have an update on one of your questions about the research for diagramming sentences that we can
Yes.
share if now's a good time.
How is that going to be shared with them, Brianna? Sorry.
That's okay. Good question. If you want to read it out loud for the record, and then if you'd like to provide a written copy of it, I'll put it in the written public comments folder if that works well for everyone.
All right, I tried to keep it brief in writing, but might be a little bit long read out loud, so my apologies, bear with me. Okay, so recent credible research on sentence diagramming is sparse. The NCTE position paper stating that teaching grammar in isolation in activities like sentence diagramming shows little to no positive effect on student writing development. And that position paper seemed to essentially halt the teaching of sentence diagramming over time. One lesson available on Read, Write, Think refers to diagramming as more of a historical instructional method that could be used in comparison with contemporary methods. While one recent study documents a positive effect of sentence diagramming on students' ability to identify adjectives and adverbs, many opinion pieces and small studies indicate that isolated grammar instruction, especially sentence diagramming, may have little to no effect on student writing development. Instead of sentence diagramming, more recent meta-analyses detail the positive effect of sentence combining on grammatical understanding and self-regulated strategy development on student writing development. So it's sort of talking about what is and is not available on the research and then offers some alternative methods as possibilities.
Thank you so much for that.
Members, would that be helpful in writing? No is a very appropriate answer. Do we feel good about diagramming? Brittany feels good. Thank you, Ms. Singletary. Okay. Couple other announcements I have on questions. Okay, we did the TDOE one. Oh, your folder with public comments has been updated, and since I wrote this down in my paper, we've gotten another one via email. So I just ask you to take breaks as you can and read them again. You can consider them fully or something less than that. So I think we're up to 5 at this point, maybe 4 once I add the new one. And finally, I have an update from our legal team at the State Board of Education. We had a question yesterday afternoon about whether some of our commenting and track changes could be taken home as homework. Essentially, what I've been guided to direct you to is that if you want to independently take notes on a private document with your comments and track changes, you're welcome to, but anything in the shared document is considered deliberation, and so I ask you to do that in our meeting. Any questions about that?
Nope.
Okay. Those were my updates.
Thank you so much, Brianna. Well, I have 12:17 right now. We had originally scheduled 45 minutes for lunch. Yesterday we did it in 30. We're running behind, so maybe we could catch up a little bit. And if you could get back in here by about 10 minutes of 1, that would give us 32 minutes for lunch. Would that be acceptable? And bring it with you if you need to. So we'll reconvene at 12:50. Thank you. Is that excessively complex or not? Does it say what you want? Yeah?
Content with that.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
So it will now read reasons, evidence, and persuasive techniques. Okay.
But change provides to uses just for so while identifying the reason, evidence, and persuasive techniques as to support.
Fine with that? Provide. Anything else? Standard. Okay, then we will move onward to 5. Which reads, summarize information presented in diverse formats, including visual, quantitative, and oral by identifying the key points, explaining how each claim is supported by reasons and evidence, and synthesizing ideas across.
So I would just move to carry over persuasive techniques to show that it.
Editing the language to say reasons and evidence, or reasons and evidence to reasons, evidence, and okay. Anything else for? Okay. As we move into 6, we have linking standards. Are we all in agreement that we're going to related to link here?
Yes.
Okay. And otherwise, the standard reads, interpret information in diverse media formats and explain how it contributes to a topic, text, or issue. Analyze the speaker's argument and specific claims, distinguishing those supported by reasons and evidence from unsupported.
I'm not. But variety of digital media. That's just a how not fitting into.
Couple quick thoughts. I do notice that this is the first time we use the media formats. It's a new verbiage. Now we have used the phrase diverse formats previously. I think 2 questions there. This is much smaller scope than the other question, but should we normalize that language across grade bands to say diverse media formats or just diverse formats each time? Or do we see that as a progression from diverse formats to diverse? I intended to.
Is media potentially somewhat limited if we are getting looking that I'm kind of wondering should maybe expand? I don't know how to expand.
My thought initially is just we could that, but then provide EG with samples of perhaps.
I don't even EG is necessary, like diverse.
In the 6th grade standard, again, I'm just thinking about where we are with reading and writing at that point as well. You know, writing standards, we've moved from 5th grade, opinion / persuasive, you want to look at that, to argument, and specifically argument in grade. And so persuasive techniques in the 6th grade might be a little misleading what they're expected to do in the other standards. Yes, it's persuasion, but it's also, it's supported argument. That's what the standard is assessing. Supported versus unsupported claims in an argument.
That look like using a different terminology for persuasive techniques in this particular, once we get to this moment? Referencing persuasive techniques, what do?
So would it say distinguishing those supported and evidence from unsupported? carries over the language, but to your point,
Mhm.
now it's having them to distinguish, but even though they did this really fancy thing, this was not evidence. I actually do think that is an important distinction, that I can do all the bells and whistles to make it look sound pretty and use props, but that's not evidence.
I do think
think I'm
grammatically that makes
okay
for a
with
little, um, perhaps just because analyze the speaker's argument and specifically distinguishing those supported by reasons and evidence from unsupported claims. And uh, what was, if remind me what the phrase?
I think we probably just need to flip the because at the end and put the short part of analyze a speaker's argument and just trying to flip it and see maybe if we place the techniques to the makes the
Almost wonder if we could either semicolon or it and then just have a separate clause that says analyze the speaker of persuasive technique. We prefer semicolon or
is the analyze the impact. Stretching.
I'd like to hear the, the opinions of the EAT regarding that progression there and how it aligns with the other standards. We're discussing potentially putting in the phrase persuasive techniques somewhere in the 6th grade speaking and listening standard. The impact, specifically the phrasing, the impact of persuasive techniques.
So because I teach 6th grade, where we are definitely trying to go from opinion writing to argumentative, and that is a big, like, I don't care what you say, like, I don't care your thoughts. Don't judge
Right.
me, guys. Like, I don't care your thoughts anymore. Like, I need facts. And so I'm scared if I displayed this standard up on the board with the word persuade, I can see where you're coming from. That the students might, oh, and I get this is not a writing standard, but maybe it could confuse that word because I shy away from that word as far as whenever it comes to writing because I don't want them to persuade anything. I need you to tell me with facts. So
we say argumentative techniques.
So how about I'm actually with you. I'm tracking with you. And in 6th grade, I actually want you to be able to separate what was just a persuasive technique and what is actually a fact or evidence. And so is there somehow we can write this standard to say distinguish between the use of persuasive techniques and arguments supported by evidence and reason from unsupported claims?
I mean, I think essentially, what are you trying to get my 6th grade student to know? Like, what if you were going to teach this? Like, how would you teach it?
And I have. So when I teach this, one of the things that I teach is that one of the ways that you pull in an argument, or pull in the audience, is by setting, or by props, or by lighting, or by volume, right? And so these are all parts of speaking and listening and conveying an argument. I want them to be able to distinguish between these are the things they did to set the mood, to cater to the audience, but that is not a piece of evidence.
So could we just say techniques instead of persuasive techniques? What techniques did the speaker use instead of what persuasive, just to kind of stay away from that wordage? Or is
The word is in the cornerstone, I believe, and prepare, and maybe we're in another letter, but the earlier
totally not against you putting it in there, but I can see where where Miss Lacey said about just being confusing.
So all the way at the top of the document, and I understand this might be a different standard, but prepare and participate effectively in a range of conversations and collaborations with varied partners, building on others' ideas and expressing one's own ideas clearly and persuasively. So we say that, I mean, starting with our second graders. So by second grade, we're already talking about what is persuasion and what does that mean? First grade, actually.
Do you have further comment, TDOE?
Essentially, how this is taught or how it would be questioned on an assessment. I mean, I'm getting, like, if I was teaching this, not necessarily in a listening standard or in a speaking listening standard, I would teach, like, why did the author write this? Was it to persuade me? Was it to entertain me? Or was it to inform me? And now, instead of reading it, I'm listening to a speech and I'm trying to figure that out, correct? Is that what you guys are getting out of this?
Yes.
Okay.
But we're adding to it additional techniques that the speaker is using to create a persuasive situation. Correct, Dr. Stout?
It seems to me that the concern is primarily over the use of the specific word persuasive. Am I right there that diction just has a particular connotation when it comes to middle grades English?
When you persuade, you don't always have to have evidence, or at least not evidence you can go back to a text and pull out. But when you argue, you do.
Okay.
What you're saying is there is a difference between Cornerstone 1, I'm trying to track with the language, which calls for prepare and participate effectively in a range of conversations and collaborations with varied partners, building on others' ideas and expressing one's own ideas clearly and persuasively. And that is where we deal with persuasion. But in the rest, we don't deal with persuasion. We separate that from argument.
So I wanted to add some clarification. I think that because there's a difference, there's a big shift between K5 and 612 when it comes to progression of arguments, right? So K5 is about opinion. And so she's just associating the word persuasion with opinion, even though that in the upper grades, the word persuade would be used in terms of an argument. I think she was just really indicating the difference between, like, an opinion is where a student, they're offering their viewpoint on something, but they're not required to have rigorous evidence or reasoning to back that up in the same way that they would in grades 6 through 12 with an official argument, right?
Right.
There's a scaffold there, and there's a big jump from 5th grade to 6th grade. There's a big responsibility on 6th grade teachers, of course, to get them to that argumentative element. I would suggest that I think I absolutely agree that techniques is a huge piece for students to analyze. I think the question would be at what grade level that would be the most appropriate, and I would defer to my colleagues on that. So,
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I had a thought. I don't disagree with adding with the techniques. It's the language in the middle grades in particular itself, especially going from 5th grade to 6th grade, that I'm the most concerned with. But what if we use the word convincing techniques? Because that is a word that we use when teaching argument. It's arguably, no pun intended, more, more aligned with logic and reasoning. So
Is everybody comfortable with that? Dr. Stout?
Yes, that's fine. I don't have like a real pushback from it. If we look at 13, block 13 and block 14, I think this is where the cornerstone shifts. And so I guess that's what I'm trying to point to. So if you go to block 13 and block 14, there's a cornerstone for block 1, and then there is now a different cornerstone for block 2. So in the cornerstone for block 1, which carries through all the grades starting in first grade, I believe, it's using the word persuasion or derivative of it, right? It is not there then in the cornerstone for block 2. So I guess what I'm hearing is there is a difference in my world there, they blend, but in the world of the classroom, we're separating these two,
Uh,
persuasion from argument.
Yeah, I would just say that, yes, for the cornerstone, because the cornerstone addresses K through 12, all of those different grade levels, that the cornerstone for standard speaking and listening standard 1 can be different than speaking and listening standard 2. And that's, in the way that they're addressing different elements of speaking and listening, and that's fine. Am I responding to your?
Okay, so we're ready to see if we can agree on wording for this one.
Sure. So where are we standing? Yes. Actually, it's at 20 because this was all the conversation over this language in the middle grades. So what are we thinking here? We used reasons, evidence, and persuasive techniques in 5th grade. What are we thinking? Do we want to move forward with the same language? Do we want to use Ms. Now's recommendation of convincing techniques? Is there some other language we'd like to use? Where do we stand on that? I just want to reach a consensus before we put it on the spreadsheet.
So all we're doing is changing the word to convincing techniques from persuasive. Is that correct? Yes?
That is something that has been put forward. I just want
Okay.
to verify that that's what people.
Is that acceptable to everybody?
Convincing techniques, just, I don't know that I've heard that before personally. Maybe I'm just out of the loop, but is there a reason we're not doing like argumentative techniques? I know we don't want to use rhetorical because that gets into 912, but is there a reason we're not using argumentative?
my question was, would argumentative techniques encompass most of Dr. Stout's concerns? Would that capture what she's proposing that we need to incorporate? Convincing to me would help clarify that a little bit. But again, I'm not going to parse words over it. I just again in the middle grades in particular, I'm just concerned about the word persuade, especially when we're adding in the integration and evaluation of information in how it aligns with incorporating and moving towards that ultimately that argument standard.
Okay, so we're at convincing. Is convincing acceptable to the committee?
And
Please.
20. So I'm looking at the second sentence. Let's go what we would say right before analyze. How does it feel to just add a new sentence that says distinguish between evidence and persuasive techniques, and then go period to the next sentence, analyze a speaker's argument and specific claims, distinguishing those supported by reason and evidence from unsupported claims.
Does that diminish what your original objective was?
It changes it, but I am actually 100% on board with the fact that dear students in 2030, I want you to know the difference between evidence and tools of persuasion. And so much they are blended together in the same, text or video or speech. I would like for you to be able to parse those out and say, this is what evidence looks like. And this was pretty lighting and good film editing.
I like the words you used, evidence and tools of persuasion.
Between kind of the lines of entertainment versus evidence and argument. So I think I personally like that, but also I don't know if it handles the issue for the sixth grade teachers. I've just done 8th through 10th, so I've never really encountered like persuasive, the issue with the word persuasion. So I don't know if that is still an issue or not. But in my personal opinion, I do like your proposal.
Okay, please restate your proposal, and then we're going to take a vote on it.
So we're back at block 20, the second sentence. So I'm suggesting adding a sentence before analyze to kind of keep them separate, distinguish between evidence and persuasive techniques, period,
Okay,
and then go to the second sentence as written.
all right. All in favor of including that in this standard, please say aye.
Are we doing this as a formal vote? Or
No.
Okay.
No, we're not. We're just doing, and we're trying to get some consensus here. If everybody's ready to move ahead. Aye? Any nays? Okay, let's roll.
Okay. So I have add a new second sentence to the standard that reads distinguish between evidence and persuasive techniques. Right.
Very persuasive, Dr. Stout.
All right, so we're on to 7th grade. Analyze the main ideas and supporting details in diverse media formats to, we never clarified diverse media formats versus diverse formats. Do we think diverse formats consistently throughout? Okay, sorry, I'm gonna go back and edit that previous one really quickly. Okay. So once again, analyze the main ideas and supporting details in diverse media formats to clarify a topic, text, or issue, explain a speaker's argument and specific claims, assessing the soundness, relevance, and sufficiency of the reasoning presented. I presume we're going to go ahead and eliminate the linking standards. We're going to delete the word media. We also want to add the sentence about distinguishing between evidence and persuasive techniques to this standard.
I feel like if we have done this now since we started in 4th, I feel like that sets up perfectly actually for this. I don't feel the need to add it there because now what you're asking them to do is what is the soundness, right? Now I should be able to parse out all of that theatrical stuff from just the evidence. So I don't feel the need to add it there. I feel like it actually sets it up better to make this stronger.
Okay. Does everyone feel the same? Great. All right. So currently I just have removing the linking standards, deleting media. Okay. Are we ready to move to 8? Okay. Evaluate the purpose and motives, social, commercial, and political, of information presented in diverse media formats. Analyze the speaker's argument and claims, assessing the soundness of the reasoning, relevance, and sufficiency of evidence, while identifying any irrelevant information. I believe we need the word where it says analyze the speaker's argument and claims, assessing the soundness of the reasoning, and then it's to say and relevance and sufficiency of evidence, because we're talking about just the soundness of the reasoning, but we're talking about the relevance and sufficiency of the evidence itself. Are we in agreement there? Okay. We'll now read soundness, reasoning, and relevance and sufficiency of evidence. Should it say the evidence since it says the reasoning? Just for parallel structure. delete media. And remove linking standards. Any additional thoughts there, Ms. Dockery?
Two things. I really like the changes in this standard. I'm very excited about those changes. And the next thing is I'm wondering if we added any irrelevant or misleading information to kind of baby step their way into fallacious reasoning next grade band.
Be added.
Uh,
Oh, in addition to irrelevant.
Yep.
So
Irrelevant or misleading.
misleading. Any thoughts on that? We all in agreement? Any other thoughts on 8? Okay, then let's go to high school. Evaluate a variety of media for a speaker's perspective, reasoning, credibility, and use of evidence and rhetoric. Identify any fallacious reasoning and or exaggerated or distorted evidence.
I could make the case of use of evidence, rhetoric, and persuasive techniques to put persuasive techniques. It's a high school.
How would we distinguish rhetoric and?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'll pass.
I was looking, I'm sorry, okay, just for the clarity on the previous standard, it said change to soundness of the reasoning and the relevance and sufficiency of the evidence.
Oh,
Well, is that
no,
right?
Because
Okay.
yeah, because it says analyze the speaker's argument and claims, assessing the soundness of reasoning, comma, relevance and sufficiency of
Evidence
evidence.
file
Because it's
identifying,
parsing which of these belong to
Right.
reasoning and which of these belong to evidence.
while identifying any irrelevant or misleading information. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, that's good. Yeah. But in terms of the standard we're on right now, I mean, if we added in rhetorical techniques, I mean, that, or,
It might be fine as written. Miss Singletary, tell me if I'm thinking too hard. I'm just trying to distinguish between tools of language and tools of creation, which might be more than rhetoric. And since this is a speaking and listening standard, if you're viewing something, are you paying attention to, like I said, the lighting, the props, the setting, all of those types of things, especially at high school level. But I don't know, maybe that is encaptured in rhetoric. To me, rhetoric means just spoken.
Honestly, I kind of think rhetorical techniques is better than just rhetoric, because I think we're talking about specific mechanisms to convey rhetoric, and that is certainly terminology we use. I'm using that in my classroom a lot. Rhetorical techniques, we talk about it all the time. So I don't think that would be unfamiliar to 9-10 teachers either. So do we feel like rhetoric subbing out and putting in rhetorical techniques?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Miss Singletary is you're overthinking it pulse check.
Do we have anything else to add to this standard? All we've done thus far is just change rhetoric to rhetorical techniques.
I hear none.
Do you have something, Ms. Dockery?
I have a general question. Is this the standard? This is the standard, right, that we have combined? Have we accurately, as we've gone on, incorporated the informational and argumentative appropriately as the TDO did? which I probably should have mentioned that earlier.
I think we're still pretty focused on persuasive and argument, persuasion and argument. I think that is where this is really fixated, which does kind of align with the anxieties of the TDOE.
Do you think we could just add some simple, I don't know, just adding like, or informational in some places just to, 6 says interpret information, in the 6th grade version, and then goes analyze the speaker's argument. So it does, the 6th grade I think captures both. Analyze the main ideas and supporting details in diverse media formats, both in informational and argumentative. I think it gets really wordy, but maybe we could just do some simple additions without having to rewrite the whole
It
standard.
seems as though most of these standards, we have kind of 2 sentences, and the first sentence is largely informational, and then it moves to more of an argumentative focus. But sometimes we combine those into one sentence through some sort of coordinating conjunction. Should we just put periods there to draw a starker boundary between the 2?
Yeah, and I mean, maybe even I don't know if, like, reading 7, I don't know if I wasn't in on this conversation, if I would know that that one is strictly about informational text. A topic, text, or
So you have a recommendation? Do we need to parking lot it or move on and come back?
I worry about parking lot it because we're in the middle of the conversation right now, and I feel like once we leave this conversation, we're likely not coming back.
and it builds.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to phone a friend?
I would love to phone a friend.
I'm struggling with the distinction that's being made between informational and argumentative. I guess that's my real struggle. So that's my only add to the conversation.
Your argument in the beginning was that ultimately we're going to synthesize the 2, right? So, which I agree with. So we had said that some of the standards, or at least can be interpreted to build upon one another, right? So there is information that builds. I do see your point that some of that might be a little too open to interpretation. I did just see this TDO piece of feedback about the 5th grade standard about considering changing claim to point, which is a good point, I think, at the 5th grade level. Because does 5th grade use the word claim? Okay, I didn't think so. So, maybe.
We want to go ahead and make that small change right now, and then we can talk about the more.
That's it. We are talking it's page 7, and then for the 5th grade standards, that's row 19, G19.
Just changing the word claim,
Yeah.
Which apparently is not one that most would use in that setting, at least that grade level, to point, which is more maybe.
No, because most of, like we said, what they're going to use, it's going to be an informational text. They're not really, the author's really not biased. They're just giving a bunch of information, and then the student has to take the points that the author made and use them to form an opinion.
And we purposely put the word claim in there for 5th grade. We had this discussion, I remember, because when they come to 6th grade and I'm expected to teach an argumentative essay, they've never been introduced to the word claim. So we were hoping that maybe you're not teaching how to write a claim, but maybe they can the word. So that way when they come to me, I'm not like totally changing, well, like this is a thesis, this is a claim, this is a topic sentence. Like they're being introduced to so many different things. So we I mean, you guys do what you want to do, but we intentionally did put the word in there for a reason. But I also understand as a fifth grade teacher, I would not want to just teach the word claim for one standard. That kind of is a lot. So
And I don't disagree with that at all. I don't think the only flag there would be that because in each standard strand, it has been consistently used, like the term point has been used up to this point. If you do go with claim in fifth grade, you might want to do it in the corollary standards and like the reading strands and like reading standard 8 and so forth, just to make sure that consistency is there. So teachers, yeah.
I lean towards point. I think we've drawn this kind of distinction between fifth and sixth grade when it comes to what we would like more broadly label as argumentation. And this point terminology seems to align up more with the kind of distinction made over here between persuasion and argument. But I'm not gonna. That's not a hill I'm gonna die on.
Okay, so do we want to keep it or change it?
I offered my my belief, but I'm happy to hear from other opinions.
And your belief was
Point. Rather
we
than
want to
claim.
change it to point. Is that acceptable to everybody? All right, let's do that. Thank you, co-chair.
So the broader conversation we were having that Ms. Dockery put forward is that are we giving an adequate shake to information here in contrast to argument? And so I think that's a broader, more conceptual question that requires us to look at the larger progression. So I'm just curious to hear what folks think there.
I think if we keep it the way it is, it might be worthwhile to put something in the introductory materials about how informational and persuasive or argumentative text are kind of blending. Just because I don't know if I wasn't on this conversation that I'd have any idea that that was thinking behind it. That's all.
So do you want to put in the standards guide, or do you want to put it into the material that comes in front?
I don't know that I'm super committed to the idea either way, but I feel like it seems a little bit more philosophical, which feels a little introductory materials. But again, I'm not committed.
Let's park and lot it and come back to it. Let's let it percolate. Okay. Can we move on?
Yeah. Okay, we were on 9:10. So we had changed the word rhetoric to the phrase rhetorical techniques. Does anyone else have anything they recommend for the 9:10? That is G23. My only thing, we have not used and or very much. We've mostly used and or. Do we feel like we need to make a selection here between and or? Do you have something, Ms. Mayor?
And
Do we think and? Yeah. So identify any fallacious reasoning and exaggerated or distorted evidence. Is that what we're going to go with? Okay.
should we add the word about misinformation? Carrying that over, or do you feel like this is separate
Yeah,
or
so
captured?
my
Other terminology?
idea for putting misleading in the in 8th grade was to create a bridge between misleading and fallacious, because fallacious is a little bit more intense. But I think misleading is a little bit more. I don't think the 8th graders are incapable of learning about fallacious reasoning, but I do think it's a big jump to maybe never be introduced to that concept and then do fallacious reasoning in the 9th grade.
Am I wrong to say that normally if we say any something, we typically say or something there instead of it would be any blank or blank, not any blank and blank? So my recommendation is we either use or there or we eliminate any. Just say identify fallacious reasoning and exaggerated or distorted evidence. Okay, so just eliminate the word any.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. 11, 12, or 3, 4. Evaluate a variety of media for a speaker's perspective, reasoning, credibility, and use of evidence and rhetoric. Assess the stance, premises, links among ideas, word choice, points of emphasis, and tone used. Okay. Anything else?
We're good? Yep.
Okay. We've got a new sequence we're going to look at, which is 3. Yes.
Question.
Okay.
It's 24. Now we're 11th, 12th grade. Is this where we introduce the word bias? Not touching that? Or is it baked into the words that are already there? I feel like media bias or is just such a common term, like just a phrase. So I'm just wondering, is that captured there?
In the word speaker's perspective?
I think it's somewhat captured by credibility because credibility is obviously going to be impacted by bias. But I mean, I have no qualms with adding the word bias here.
I think bias kind of comes up naturally. I could talk about bias with my 8th and 9th graders all the time in regards to these standards. So I feel like it probably is happening earlier than 11th and 12th grade. I could be wrong. Maybe it's just me.
Not a standard, but it's that goes along.
If we were to add it, it would likely go in this list after assess. Assess the stance, premises, links among ideas, word choice, points of emphasis, tone used, or just adding bias at some point within that list. If we wanted to do that, we could do that. Is there a particular place in the list where someone thinks that would be best suited? I wouldn't make it last because tone used is kind of, so just,
I think you need the word used. I think tone is fine. But yeah, I don't care where it falls in the list.
I think I agree. Do we need the word used there?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So we're going to delete used. And then, okay. Add bias to list after points of emphasis. Okay. We ready to move on to 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 3 seems like it should be a relatively simple one. It is, well, I don't know. Actually, it's going to get a little bit into our conversations about argument writing and prescriptivism. So it's short in, in length. Okay. So we're getting into that. Our cornerstone is quite short. It is utilize listening skills to gather information to enhance understanding. We do not, as far as I can see, have any TDOE feedback on this one. The kindergarten standard is listen to spoken/auditory communication and share at least one thing you remember about the topic during classroom discussions.
I don't like you. Say you.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Are you using the pejorative?
I don't like thing either.
Okay, so We don't like you. We don't like thing.
Is this where we talk about point?
The 1 point. And then we would just say 1 point remembered, or recalled.
Well, before when we were talking about speaking, we used the word recount.
Okay.
So, and recount at least 1 point about the topic.
So instead of share, say listen to spoken / auditory communication and recount at least 1 point you remember about the
No,
topic.
just 1 point about the topic.
About the topic.
No, you.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. One point about the topic during classroom discussions. Okay. Okay. Anything else? All right, first grade. Listen to spoken / auditory communication and write about and draw a picture to show the main idea of what was heard. I don't like those ands. We just replace the first and with a semicolon.
What if you just put a semicolon after communication? It said write about and draw a picture.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. But do we want to do that? Okay.
I have just a question about drawing a picture. I mean, it's an easy idea for some folks, but kids that have the spatial problems, this could be a difficult thing for them. We're asking them to do something that's not really related to the standard. I know that you're looking for some evidence, but you're asking them to draw. And kids have a variety of capabilities in drawing. Do you have any,
I think just in terms of how that would be evaluated, that's kind of what would come into play with what you're talking about. So I don't think the way a picture would be evaluated would be, is it an accurate depiction? You know, is it realistic? Did you hold the pencil correctly? It's more just if the student drew something that shows their idea, you can have a conversation with the student about what does that look like? You know, tell me about it, that sort of thing. And that's a way of assessing, did the picture reflect their idea? So this is more about their understanding and not the quality of the drawing itself. Would you add anything to that?
Yeah, I totally agree. It's just a way for them to get their thoughts out. And by drawing, then you can have them talk about their drawing and they can tell you about their picture. So it's almost like a pre-planning to what they're going to say. So it's not about their ability to draw. They may scribble all over the paper and give you an elaborate story about that picture because it's whatever was happening in their head as they were putting the crayon or whatever to paper.
can they speak to you and give you enough feedback for you to analyze whether or not they comprehended what they heard in the auditory section?
Well, that would be something the
Without
teacher would
without
evaluate as they're talking to them. Yes. So we would hope that they would tell you a story or talk to you about that. There are certain things that we're looking for in the curriculum lets us know what we're looking for in those conversations. And so we have, like in our curriculum that we use in our district, there is a speaking and listening checklist. So our teachers are looking for certain things as they're talking to students. So we would be looking for certain things from the questions that we're asking.
Not to throw a wrench into this, but just to that point, if this is a speaking and listening standard and we're asking them to write and draw a picture in response to listening, should it be more of a verbal response rather than
Look and
written?
see exactly which one we're on.
I could be completely wrong. There may be other writing.
Utilize listening skills to gather information to enhance understanding. That's the cornerstone. It's standard 3.
K through 12 would have a written component though, because
Okay.
it's note taking.
If there are written components, I think that's totally fine.
And this is a form of early note taking.
Note taking. They might draw a picture, like as I'm reading this, draw a picture of something you, like, what characters did you hear me talk about or whatnot,
Okay, that's clarifying to me.
And then you can look at the different
Mm-hmm.
kinesthetic.
Yes.
Do we feel good then?
Yes, I think we're good. Thank you.
Then standard 2, our second grade standard. Listen to, this is G27. Listen to spoken/auditory communication and write about the main idea and one or more supporting details. Thoughts? I think the double and is kind of happening here, just like it was in the last one. So change that first and to a semicolon. Are we in agreement there? Anything else?
Nope. Moving on.
Okay. Then third grade, identical except
How did we switch from point to supporting well, it's the main idea. I guess we've switched from point to main idea. Got it. Okay.
Okay, so we switched from 1 supporting detail to 2 supporting details. That is the only difference between second grade and third grade. So I assume we're going to carry over the change about eliminating the first and making it a semicolon. I would, otherwise, do we have any comments there? Do we feel like the progression from 1 to 2 is developmentally appropriate?
Yep. Next.
Okay. Fourth grade, listen to spoken/auditory communication and organize notes about the main idea and supporting details for use in class discussions or writing.
And there's a nice progression there personally.
I do too.
We feel like that first and needs to change into a semicolon there.
What do organized notes look like in the 4th grade and in the 5th grade?
Usually ours would be like, usually have a note catcher is what it's called, but it's different boxes, T-charts, Venn diagrams. Ours really aren't even guided notes. A lot of our notes are, we do ILC in reading. That's our, the book per se. It's not really a book, but our high quality instructional material. But they provide the notes, but usually it's just like a topic, and then we have to find the main idea and then, or the details. And then we also, there's always a box where we have to provide evidence to relate with that. So sometimes there's Venn diagrams, T-charts, but that's really what our notes would look like. It's not actually them sitting down, listening to instruction and taking notes.
Curriculum pretty much provides the graphic organizers for them to take notes for whatever the lesson is set up to do.
Okay.
Okay. So is it limiting to say, and complete graphic organizers and complete guided notes, whatever the phrasing might be? Because it looks like a big jump to me to go from 3rd grade to writing about the main idea and 2 or more supporting details to organize notes.
They're doing the same thing in 3rd grade.
Are they? Okay. So
the curriculum builds upon it. I mean, builds
all the
upon
way down to
itself.
kindergarten. They have
Okay.
they have a graphic organizer that they'll draw a picture in
Okay.
based on. So it's the same type.
Okay.
thing.
As long as
It just gets more complex as you go up.
okay. As long as the teacher is able to understand that, then I'm fine with that.
Yeah, the curriculum drives what that looks like.
Okay, we're good with that then? All right, moving on.
I just want to, we are going to use the semicolon there. Let's just get that out of the way. Every single standard in this progression starts with listen to, spoken, and auditory communication and something. Do we want to just agree that we're going to use a semicolon in lieu of that first and consistently?
Yes,
throughout?
please.
Okay, then I'll just do that now and we won't have to talk about it anymore. Okay. Then we are on to 6th grade, correct? We're going to delete the reference to linking standards. Standard is listen to spoken / auditory communication and take organized notes that include the main idea, multiple supporting details, and one example of how the speaker's delivery helps explain the topic. Any comments there? Okay, then we can.
Yeah, we have a comment.
There was some feedback in the survey about this, and I feel like I have to agree, which just applies to fifth as well. But one example of how the speaker's delivery helps explain the topic seems a little odd for note taking. Like, for example, up at the board teaching, and are they gonna like give an example of what I did well? I don't know that aspect. Maybe it'd be good for me.
I think here the teacher's not the speaker. The speaker would be the narrator or the writer of the story. Yes.
Yeah, I think this is also in keeping with our conversation from earlier about persuasive techniques and rhetorical techniques. I think essentially we're asking a student to, while taking notes on some sort of.
There's a passage. They've read the passage and then they're taking notes on the main idea of the passage, not really notes from the teacher-driven notes. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. But I don't. Maybe I was the only one who had that confusion. I'm wondering if there's a way we can make that clearer, perhaps. But if I was the only one, I'm the outlier. Then just ignore me.
I thought it was weird. But I'm comfortable keeping it. Because it's in the next one too. And the next one too.
I want to say the reason why it was added was because this is speaking and listening. So it's not when they're actually reading something. I think it's when you're listening to a speech or listening to anything that you're able to document it as they're speaking. So it's almost like and I can say we because we created the standard, we added it just to justify that it was part of speaking, listening, to be honest with you.
And I feel like the work we did on standard 2 supports this revision, if anything, because we've asked students to start analyzing persuasive techniques from 4th grade. So this is something that by the time they're in 6th grade and asked to do this, they should have been doing this for a couple of years. So that should be something maybe perhaps a little more automatic that they could recognize while listening to some sort of.
I just would not assume that the speaker's delivery does help explain the topic. So I would probably make the tweak. One example, I would say if the speaker's delivery helps explain the topic.
I know most of the things that, like, even if it is a speech, like within our reading content, we still read it. It's still printed, even though, like, it'll say, like, that it was a speech given on this day at this time or whatever, but it's still printed material. So even though it is a speech, and a lot of times, like, I read it to them, so they still are listening, but we're not listening to the actual person who gave the speech in real time a lot of times.
I do think it is in keeping though with the aims of this this standard that we are thinking about, like, argument delivered auditorily. Like this is we are, or not necessarily argument, but like auditory delivery is kind of inherent here. So I do think, while what you're saying is true, I think if students are never listening to the originator of a particular text, delivering it auditorily, I think they're missing out on something, because we're missing out on the opportunity to evaluate those techniques. And I go again back to, I mean, oftentimes when these standards are going to get hit, when standard 3 is getting hit, a lot of times standard 2 is also getting hit, and we know that they're going to have to be evaluating now because we've altered the standards, persuasive techniques. So they're going to have opportunities to perhaps this is corresponding with that. I can imagine a scenario where they're watching a famous speech on screen and they're taking notes on that they will then lead into standard 2 that we wrote about talking about persuasive techniques. But maybe in their notes, they take down one of those persuasive techniques, and that is their one example of how the speaker's delivery helps explain the topic.
But I see Dr. Stout's point about how the speaker's delivery helps explain the topic, because I've wondered that myself when teaching standards, when it's assumed that the speaker's delivery helps explain the topic when it in fact does not, and we're asking the students to evaluate whether it does or does not. So I do see how maybe a little tweak in the wording might help that.
Well, I wouldn't mind separating it instead of keeping it in the same sentence, because, we're talking about note taking up to that point, but then this is adding a little bit more. So you eliminate and provide one example of how if the speaker delivery helps explain the topic.
You mentioned the word evaluate, and I feel like evaluate might work well there. Just evaluate the speaker's delivery, perhaps, or evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery.
I think we're getting close.
I'm thinking of a very clear example that I would do of this every single year, no matter the administration. I don't know if we do it here in Tennessee. We watch the State of the Union, and I would always have them evaluate the points, the delivery, the setting, and sometimes, yes, the delivery was great and it helped. And sometimes they're like, should have remembered that better, So I wouldn't assume that the speaker's delivery is always helpful. So yeah, I like your idea of evaluate.
Evaluate the speaker's
the
delivery, the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery in explaining the topic.
I don't know about that language, but in explaining the topic, I think that's a bit wordy. But
Okay.
Up to that point, yes.
So we'll take it as, why don't you give your suggested wording again? The effectiveness. Okay, and we would get rid of the comma and the and that sentence with details with a period.
Well, I think we'd use a semicolon, wouldn't we, to kind of keep that.
Oh, okay.
Do people disagree? I mean, I'm not married to it, but I think that's kind of what we've done thus far.
No, if it's consistent, go ahead. Yeah.
So evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery.
Excellent. Thank you.
Do we need the word example? I like how clear they were about one example. Using one example, evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's
So
delivery.
you're going on to the next level, to 7.
Isn't that where we were? Oh, I'm sorry.
We had to go back to 5.
Back at 5. I'm sorry. It was
Because
7.
No, we had to go back to 5 just because that's where we start using the language about speaker's delivery.
Well, it's only because she got me the computer to use. Okay, so we're ready to go on to 6 then?
I mean, we've talked about 6. I just presume we're going to make a comparable edit there, and just simply replace the end with evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery. Okay. I will make that, but otherwise we should be prepared to move on to 7 now.
Now at 7, what was your comment, Dr. Stout?
I just see that they were very specific about adding the word one example. And so I just want to pay attention to that specificity.
So,
That word is gone now, because we've replaced it with evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery.
Well, what I'm proposing perhaps is, and using one example, comma, evaluate the or use one example to evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery. Is that necessary or is that?
yeah, I think that's good. State it again so he could put it in the record.
So multiple supporting details, semicolon, right? That's what we agreed. All right. And using one example, evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery.
Using one example of what?
To support an evaluation of the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One example of what, though?
Using-
Just, sorry.
Well, I can't say quote because it's not it's more than that. Using one. I think delivery and evidence are a little bit different.
You're putting, it says take organized notes. Your notes include the main idea, multiple supporting details, and one example.
Right, but we changed that language now. So it now would read, take
Separate
organized
sentence.
notes that include main idea and multiple supporting details, semicolon, evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery.
yeah.
So
Maybe we don't need the one example language. I was just noticing that it was here and wanted to be sensitive to it, but maybe we.
I think they're trying to increase the difficulty level here at this level. They're trying to provide more specificity.
that language has been there since 5th grade, that one example. So
No.
one example of how the speaker's delivery has persisted.
Okay,
throughout.
okay. Thank you.
Example or using example. That flow.
Or we could say the main idea.
Can you evaluate without an example? Like, have we?
You can't really. I mean, we're
You can
trying to
use
get them.
opinion without evidence.
So do we just need to go back through and add some language about examples to 5 through 7 when it comes to these evaluations of effectiveness?
Sorry, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I personally think that, maybe if we're going to have examples or evidence, one example might be appropriate in 5th grade, but continuing that throughout seems a little limiting. So I think maybe just having examples, evidence, maybe is a little less, I guess, descriptive of the amount.
Just now. Did you have a comment?
No.
Thank you.
I'm trying to wrap my head around the edit so I can, in my head, see where we are.
Question is
wording.
whether or not we want to use the word example
Right.
as part of the evaluation.
So could we read where we are right now?
Yeah, I
With the
will
current
be happy to
edits.
do that. I'm going to go back to 5th grade, so G30, because that's the first instance where there was a request for an example of the speaker's delivery, and then we changed that because we didn't want to assume that it was delivered effectively, but that's what we're trying to get back at. So it would now read, listen to spoken / auditory communication, semicolon. Take organized notes that include the main idea and multiple supporting details, semicolon. Evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery.
And the suggestion is semicolon, using one example, comma, evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery.
I'm fine with that if
Yes,
people are fine with
that's
that.
good.
Yes.
And is that something we want to persist across grade levels, or is that
I
something?
think we can add using multiple examples
Yeah, I think that was.
as we get further.
Okay.
So
is that
start
what
with
we wanna
one
go
example.
Straight
and-
there with 6th grade? We want to go straight from 1 to multiple?
Yes.
Okay. And then do we want to maintain that language in 7th grade as well, using multiple examples? Okay.
Do we have the issue you mentioned earlier of examples of what? Do we need to find that? Still feel that way? It kind of.
I think it's okay. I think it's all right. I think, it's good enough. Okay, 8th grade. Listen to spoken/auditory communication and record organized notes of the central ideas, supporting details, and one example of how the speaker's delivery enhances meaning for academic discussions, presentations, or writing. So this is the main shift here as we're moving from just listening and taking notes to now we're taking notes for the sake of academic discussions, presentations, or writing. And if we are going to change our language around one example of how the speaker's delivery enhances meaning, since the sentence doesn't end right there, we will need to kind of be a little more intentional about how we phrase things.
In the middle school, going to the first part of that, do you introduce the use of the Roman numeral and the capital letters and the A's to section off their notes and organize their notes?
I don't think it's really within our purview to recommend an exact note-taking technique.
Is that something we can put in the guide?
I mean, we can always give examples for sure, and we do for, of methods of how to do things. And usually we aim for the most evidence-based, and so whatever the case might be, we would do that. But we try not to, prescribe that, mainly because it's going to differ according to the set of materials that they're using and how those materials choose to get to.
Just as a resource, so that they would have something that they could go to.
For ideas.
Yeah, not prescriptive.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we always provide examples of those sorts of things.
okay.
So, yeah.
It's just to reiterate on 8, as it currently stands, all we've done is change the first "and" to a semicolon. So it reads, listen to spoken/auditory communication, semicolon, record organized notes of the central ideas, supporting details, and one example of how the speaker's delivery enhances meaning for academic discussions, presentations, or writing. We have shied away previously from the language about one example of how the speaker's delivery enhances meaning.
And what's the current language that we used for the 7th
Well,
grade?
that is the difficulty, because in previous examples, that conversation about one example is the end. It's the end of the sentence. So what it would look like now would be listen to spoken/auditory communication, semicolon, record organized notes of the central ideas and supporting details, semicolon, using multiple examples, evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery for academic discussions, presentations, or writing. But I don't think for academic discussions, presentations, or writing is just related to evaluating the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery. I think that pertains to other aspects of this standard as well.
So I think you can move those last few words up to the part before the semicolon. So here would be my recommended suggestion. Listen to spoken/auditory communication and record organized auditory communication for academic discussions, presentations, or writing, semicolon, and then it goes into the record organized notes.
My only concern about that is that it's saying to listen for these things, whereas this is the note-taking standard. So the note-taking is what's really for the academic discussions. The listening certainly is too, but I think this standard itself is interested primarily in the note-taking you do in response to listening.
I think you could take out the one example, that part, and then continue the sentence, then do a semicolon, and then phrase it the way we have before.
So listen to spoken/auditory communication, semicolon, record organized notes of the central ideas and supporting details, semicolon there.
Or writing, semicolon, insert evaluation.
I'm fine with that if people are fine with that.
I'm good with that.
Just give
Is
me-
that acceptable to everybody? Okay.
That's a little lengthier, so just give me 1 second to get that down.
And while you're doing that, we'll check out the high school.
Okay. High school says, listen to spoken/auditory communication and record organized notes of the central ideas and presentational choices for the purpose of academic conversations, presentations, or writing.
Are we lowering rigor if we get rid of that evaluation piece at this?
Probably. Is anything being added here that's new?
Versus speaker's delivery?
But isn't that kind of encapsulated within the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery that we've added elsewhere? Presentational choices, wouldn't that be what you were evaluating? So do we just keep the language from?
Because that's implying that you're taking notes on their presentational choices instead of evaluating them the way it's written now. So yeah, I feel like you could eliminate them presentational choices and then reuse the verbiage.
It seems to me we could just quite literally take the 8th grade standard and move it to 9-10. It seems to be capturing the same ideas. Do we feel that way? I don't want to miss anything, but this verbiage about presentational choices is the only new idea here, and I feel like we have worked to integrate.
What does that mean?
I guess like they're
I think they were moving from the point of this is good to evaluate whether or not this is good. So I actually think we probably captured that earlier. Yeah.
so do I just
We just let them tell us younger now if it was good or not.
Is there any intended or intentional loss with presentational choices? I just want to make sure we're not losing something that previous for distinction.
Well, between the 8th grade standard and the 9th grade standard, we've moved from central ideas and supporting details to central ideas and presentational choices, right?
Mhm.
So it implies, it implies a judgment, it implies a knowledge of rhetorical choices and techniques that we've discussed before. So presentational choices, I mean, I don't know that it's limiting necessarily, but do we need to clarify now, especially in alignment with the other standards, what it is exactly that they're evaluating?
So right now we're evaluating the effectiveness of speaker's delivery just generically. I suppose we could move to something along the lines of evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery and presentational choices, or if we feel like that's an advancement, but I guess in a lot of ways I thought we were encapsulating presentational choices within delivery. I guess we could also say record organized notes of the central ideas, supporting details, and presentational choices for academic discussions.
Just a brief comment. I'm not sure about what the reasoning was behind it, but I'm wondering if the presentational choices phrasing would encompass more of what Dr. Stout was flagging earlier about like the context of a presentation being part of those choices that the speaker makes, and that would certainly be an increased level of rigor. And that's it. Just a thought.
So using multiple examples, evaluate the effectiveness of the speaker's delivery within their context, or?
We were looking at not just what they said, but how they pieced together their argument, and we were asking the student to decide if that was effective or not effective. So that was our step from the way the original standards were, well, the original first run through of the standards were written. We saw it as a progression, but you've already progressed some of that earlier.
Do we feel any additional language is needed?
I don't think so. But then are we disappointing the teachers with lack of rigor. Well, we did earlier, but we've got no progression from the middle school to the high school. We have no increased expectations.
I guess I would think the level of difficulty of the tech or the text would be where the in rigor comes in, right? Versus watching Miss Rachel versus the State of the Union, that to me is the built-in rigor.
No, you're exactly right. And I think you'll see that a lot more in the reading standards where a standard may be repeated through grade levels, but the variable that does increase the rigor is the complexity of the text. So the student may
Okay.
be doing the same thing, but it's much harder with a more complex text.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So are we content to maintain the language from the 8th grade standard?
Yes.
No shade to Miss Rachel.
Okay, then let's move to E3 and E4. Listen to spoken/auditory communication and record organized notes of the central ideas, supporting details, and delivery choices for the purpose of academic conversations, presentations, or writing. This seems to be essentially what we've done already. So do we want to just maintain the standard that we started in 8th grade?
Yes.
Okay.
Is delivery choices a new word in there? Nope. Okay.
Well, it was presentational choices previously, but we're using effectiveness of the speaker's delivery, which I
Okay.
think kind of
And we'll
encapsulates-
just let content increase the rigor. Okay.
feel comfortable with that. Okay. If
And
we're-
that is communicated to, that is usually put in the standards guides, that is how the rigor increases. So that's clearly communicated to teachers
Okay.
and stakeholders. Yeah.
Great.
Okay. Are we ready to move to standard 4?
Yes, please.
Okay, then let's look at the cornerstone because there is feedback from the TDOE on the cornerstone. So that would be F36. As it currently reads, it says present information, findings, and supporting evidence such that listeners can follow the line of reasoning, semicolon, the organization, development, and style are appropriate to task, purpose, and audience. TDOE said the phrase after the semicolon seems disconnected and incomplete. Consider adding ensure or a similar verb before the organization, development, and style. Oh, that is page 7. I would agree with the TDOE recommendation.
Oh, okay. Cornerstone. Okay. Got it. Thank you. I agree too. Who else agrees? Everybody agree? Okay, you got it.
Okay. So if we're good on the cornerstone, we can go ahead and move into the actual standards themselves. I do want to flag the TDOE feedback that they left for the standards themselves. Well, I guess it's more pertinent when we get to 3 through 5 and then 6 through 12, but it pertains to all of 3 through 12. So I think we might as well get it out now because we're early on in the process. So the word report is used in grades 3 through 5 and present is used in 6 through 12. Okay.
You take a minute to just read the page 8. Is that where the
Those are for standard 5. We're on standard 4, so that will be the next standard after this. But we definitely should do that before we get to standard 5 because there are several feedback types of feedback. Yeah, just the one about, and we'll just need to decide if we want to use the word report or present, and we'll have a conversation about which one of those we feel is more appropriate. Okay, if we're ready to go, then we can look at kindergarten SLPKI.4. That's G36. Orally describe familiar people, places, things, and events, and with prompting and support, provide additional detail. Kind of think we should eliminate the and after events and replace it with a semicolon because that's what we've done elsewhere. Any other edits to that standard? Okay, first grade. Orally describe people, places, things, and events with relevant details, expressing ideas and feelings clearly. Thoughts there? Are we gonna get to keep one? All right,
Yep, keep it.
one less rationale I gotta write today. All right.
Obviously, it's there for a reason.
Button.
In high school, the way we read that, the word report means you just tell me. That's all you gotta do is tell me it's there. But present, and you may find a better word for it than present, but with present, not only do you have to tell me, you have to prove it, and you have to explain to me why it did what you say it did. So that's where we came from, is that you didn't just report the information and tell me it's there, you had to do something with it. So you may find a much better word than present, but we were probably a little iffy at that point with words.
I think it makes sense.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, next, where are we at?
We are on second grade, so G38. Do you have something?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Hilliard. I just want to let members know that technically our writing standard section started at 12:45. The time is 2:22, and we have 6 more cornerstones to go through, K-12? Or sorry, 4, 5, and 6. You have 3 more cornerstones. So it's totally at the discretion of this committee. Just wanted to make sure y'all were aware. We do not have public comment tomorrow, so you can take that into consideration for timing. And you do have some flex time you have 45 minutes of flex time on Thursday, and you have, depending on if you want to do an executive summary or any of the other stuff we talked about related to linking, you've got 4 hours of flex time on Thursday, but just so we're all on the same page.
Okay, now that you stopped this, Brianna, I think this is a good chance just to take 7 minutes, go grab something to drink, eat, and come on back in here at 2:30, and we'll finish up the rest of the day.
Yes. Banks made one good point that reading is the highest number of standards. Some of it's RI, RL, so there's some mirroring, but it is a monstrosity number-wise. And then writing seemed to be a priority based on the member reflection. So just to keep those in the back of your head. Writing was this afternoon, and I believe reading was tomorrow afternoon, if I'm remembering the logistic. Oh, I have it in front of me. I believe so.
Writing
So
is
just,
the one where we received the most comments from the public.
yes, the comments keep rolling.
I think it would probably be brisk in our afternoon session with
Take
the
5.
speaking and listening. Yeah.
JDOE, are you guys, have you received the public comment? You have the public comments. Okay, is it possible for you to do some research on any other states that parcel out the different writing assignments as prescribed in most of our recommendations from the public? No, we have some very strong recommendations that are coming in about having argumentative and having uh, the different styles of writing taught in each grade separately and with emphasis in those grades. And it would be helpful if we had some research to address that tomorrow when we talk about that.
I know, is this even working? Check. I know that just in kind of interacting with standards in other states and so forth, that by and large, that those 3 writing modes are taught in each grade level.
They're all taught in each grade level.
Yes.
Okay, and
Yes.
that's what they want to move from in the recommendations that we've received from the public. They want to have emphasis on one, lightly touching on all the rest of them, but emphasizing one in each grade level.
Was that in the?
It's in the public comment, and
Okay.
it's very well stated and supported.
So there's
No,
multiple. Can you
we
tell me
got-
the title? So there's 5, I think 4 to 5 different documents at this point. Can you tell me the title of the document and I can give you more context on who it
I'm
is?
talking about the public comment that
Mhm.
you sent to us from the folks that are writing in right now.
Yes, there was one from a Trent, there was one from a John.
Well, there's another one from Williamson County.
Yes, so that is the EAT Vice Chair. Chair Carnegie, you asked on Friday for any
Right,
differing opinions.
right,
That was in response to your question.
right.
So she
So-
served on the committee with these folks.
All right. Well, my question was, is there any research to support either way? And if you have it one way or the other, we'd like to know about that tomorrow, because we are not going to get to that today because it's going to be deep and it's going to take a lot of discussion.
I think Chair Carnegie is talking about Dr. Skay Jackson. She's the vice chair from the
And there was a
9-12
John
electives.
Smith
Mhm.
also, thank you.
Yes, and Trent Smith. And then Nicole's comment is also in there because she wanted you to review it before she answered questions. when the writing-
McManus.
Yeah, Trent McManus is just a member of the public.
Okay.
I tried to put their roles in, but I can more clearly, I'll note when it's a member of the public, so you'll know. But I did put Nicole as the chair and Dr. Skay Jackson as the vice chair from her committee.
Okay.
I would love to see if it is available, like a state to state comparison on like data about, I guess, where students are performing in writing in one.
I looked that up and I don't know. I looked it up and it said because it's not tested on NAEP that there's, and then because our testing is done through TCAP and other states, they're not comparable. Is that true?
Yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
And so they'd all be tested differently. And so there really wouldn't be any data on that type of scaffolding that you're referencing because
Mhm.
no one's done it.
Okay.
And so I know that and if you look at the lineage of the standards all the way back to the original group that we can't name in public, that was based on a tremendous amount of research around the way that writing is taught in each grade level, and that states have continued to build on that based on those recommendations and have continued that thread of thought because it has been it connects with the other standard strands in a way that prepares students to.
Okay, thank you. One final question I had is, if we were to agree with the recommendations that we've received from the public and change that in terms of the standards, would that be reflected in the writing evaluations, the assessments that are done by the state?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so there would be enough time for the test to be changed to address at 6th grade, 7th
I
grade?
can't speak toward that. I don't know about the timeline of how, I think that would probably take a certain amount of time, and I can't speak toward the timeline on that, unfortunately.
Okay.
Just for some additional context, and I'm happy to pull up the chart. So these standards could be on final reading in May 2026. These standards wouldn't be implemented until 2029. So if the committee was interested in making major changes, I'd be happy to reach out to the assessment committee, but they're on a pretty standard cycle and we've got at least a couple years.
Okay.
I have
thank you.
another question, and I know that we are not within the testing.
have talked to a bunch of educators about this and just rolled this around. I am not opposed to teaching all three modes. I just wish, and this is me speaking on behalf of others, that we knew exactly what we were going to be tested on. So I don't, I don't know how to, I know we cannot do that within here, because that was my thing. If we write it all three, if we're teaching all three, we don't have a say over which one would be tested. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So you're
Then
certainly
the standards, they're testing the standards.
right.
Yes, but you're teaching all three modes, and in April, you don't know which one your student's going to be tested on. And so, generally, what it has been in years past, that, but, it would I could teach the other two. I could just spend most of my time on the one. Does that make sense? So
Yes.
I just wanted
Definitely
to
hear
throw
what you're
that out
saying, Ms.
there.
Singletary. My recommendation would be to do whatever you think is best for Tennessee students and student learning. And if you have requests or recommendations, you're certainly welcome to put them on the wish list, and I can send them to the appropriate folks with the understanding that they are an independent agency or group, or, there's a bunch of tabs for LEA, TDOE, Textbook Commission. Just know that it would be a request.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's just to prepare us for tomorrow. So thank you.
Just to close the loop to make sure I have our next steps, Chair Koenig, is my understanding of the group's request is that there's research done on other states as to the modes of writing and how it's handled in grade levels. That's the
The
request?
effectiveness of that in those grade levels.
Okay.
If it's more effective teaching that separately in each grade level and emphasizing doing a deep dive at each level for each of those forms of writing, rather than doing a broad dive for each grade level in each of those content areas or writing areas.
Okay, so I'm hearing two requests, one on research effectiveness and one on what other states are doing.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Department of Education, do you feel like that's something that we could tackle? Certainly not on the spot, but with some turnaround time.
Yeah, I think so.
That's why I brought it up now.
With what is
So
available.
thoughtful of you, Chair Cornegas.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then EAT chairs, if there's anything you want to add in to addition to Nicole's comment, feel free to send that my way. And if you'd like to say it aloud, we can do that at the start of writing, which sounds like tomorrow. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we may start today. We've only got what?
The sooner we start, the more likely.
All right, Coach Hilliard, why don't you get us kicked off here?
All right, let's go team. All right, so we've got the second grade standard. We're looking at G38. Tell a story or recount an experience with appropriate facts and relevant descriptive details, speaking audibly in coherent sentences. Does anyone have any feedback on that?
Beautifully stated.
Anything at all?
I'm good with it. Everybody good with it? Okay, let's go.
Third grade, this is where we get to the report versus present question, which is kind of the central question, I think, of this particular sequence. Report on a topic or text, tell a story, or recount an experience with appropriate facts and relevant descriptive details, speaking clearly at an understandable pace.
I'm good with report here.
I'm good.
Are we all good with
Yeah.
the standard?
Good with report.
Fantastic. Fourth grade, report on a topic or text, tell a story or recount an experience in an organized manner, using appropriate facts and relevant descriptive details to support main ideas or themes, semicolon, speak clearly at an understandable pace. Any feedback on that one?
Is there any increase in rigor between third and fourth?
Organized manner using descriptive details to support main ideas or themes.
Yes.
Okay, that's sufficient. We're ready to go then.
Fifth grade then. Report on a topic or text or present an opinion, sequencing ideas logically and using appropriate facts and relevant descriptive details to support main ideas. Comments there. I like that language of opinion since we've differentiated between fifth grade and sixth grade, so I think
Yes.
that would be worth maintaining. I'm content with the writing as is.
Anybody, any more comments? I'm good with it too. Keep it.
Okay. I assume for 6, we're going to delete reference to linking standards.
And we go from report to present here.
Yes. And are we content with that shift? We feel good about that shift? Okay.
Yes, I think they've explained their reasoning quite well.
Okay. So present claims and findings, sequencing ideas logically and using pertinent descriptions, facts, and details to accentuate main ideas or themes. Use appropriate eye contact, adequate volume, and clear pronunciation. Okay.
Why haven't we gone this fast up to this point? This is good. All right, next.
Okay, grade 7. Present claims and findings, emphasizing salient points in a focused, coherent manner with pertinent descriptions, facts, details, and examples. Use appropriate eye contact, adequate volume, and clear pronunciation. Other than deleting linking standards, do we have feedback?
My only comment was the comment I made yesterday, I believe, and I will defer to Ms. Winters, who is a special education specialist, expert. I think specialist is probably the clear pronunciation still does trouble me. But if I understand correctly, there are adjustments made for students who may not be at the level of an IEP, but might also have a list or a stutter or any number of things that could make that difficult. So if I'm understanding that there are, okay.
Ms. Winters, do you feel content? Okay. All right. And then we can move on to number 8, which states present claims and findings in a focused, coherent manner with relevant evidence, valid reasoning, and well-chosen details. Semicolon, use appropriate eye contact, adequate volume, and clear pronunciation. Other than deleting linking standards, do we have any comments on that? All right.
I have nothing to add.
Great. Then we'll move to high school. For English 1 and 2, we have present information, findings, and/or supporting evidence clearly, concisely, and logically, so that the audience can follow the line of reasoning. Semicolon, ensure the organization, development, and style are appropriate to task, purpose, and audience. I don't know why we're going from and to and/or in high school. Feels like that is giving them the option of providing less information than they were providing earlier.
I think just make it and is what we did on the other one. That was and or.
So you're saying it should be just and supporting evidence?
To me, yes, but I'm
I
open to
agree.
other feedback. Okay. Anything else on 1, 2? All right, then English 3, 4, present information, findings, and/or supporting evidence conveying a clear and distinct perspective while addressing alternative perspectives so that the audience can follow the line of reasoning. Semicolon, ensure the organization, development, and style are appropriate to task, purpose, and audience. Other than deleting and or and using and instead, do we have anything here? That was a fast sequence. Okay, I am proud. There is a decent amount of feedback on 5 from TDOE, so I would recommend we get out that document and look at page 8. It's relatively small scale. It's mostly about clarity of phrasing, but I would just ask as we move through those standards, we're paying attention to that phrasing. The cornerstone is make strategic use of digital media and visual displays of data to express information and enhance understanding of presentations. Any thoughts on the cornerstone?
I think it's said well.
Okay. Kindergarten, it currently says include visual displays of descriptions when appropriate to provide additional detail orally. TDOE feedback says current wording is awkward and confusing. Consider revising wording to include visual displays with oral descriptions when appropriate to provide additional detail. We like the TDOE version of that particular standard.
I do, but what do you mean by include? I mean, what's that telling you to do? Provide?
Grade doing a little research project on birds, and I had to have pictures of birds. So I assume that would be an element of a visual display that wouldn't just be a demonstration. That'd be the,
But include what? How do you include something? Is it provide? What's the word we're looking for here?
We use include pretty consistently until we get to 8th grade, and then it becomes integrate, and then it becomes make.
That's why I'm
purposeful
questioning it
use
now.
Later.
What does it mean? Yeah,
I know like in fifth grade, you will use Canva or some type of presentation, PowerPoint or Google Slides. I'm assuming not in that grade band, so I'm not really sure.
And I think it's intentionally kind of left open because it's allowing for the possibility of multiple types of presentation. I think if the more precise we get, there are benefits because we have precision, but then we also lose that this standard might apply in other situations where you might present information. Whereas if you just say in presentations, that kind of confines it. It puts it in a box. The cornerstone is not specific about how we're making strategic use. None of these standards are at any point specifying how you are including, integrating, or making purposeful use. Now it is within our purview to make that addition if we so choose, but it is one that we would need to make throughout.
we're in box 47.
We are in 47, correct?
I think the question is like include in what? Is there a reason why the verb is include?
I just don't see that even if we use a different verb, it's still going to imply that you're putting it somewhere. Like integrate doesn't solve that, and make purposeful use doesn't solve that.
Provide?
But we'll provide where, in what context?
Provide
Gotcha.
visual displays of descriptions.
But how is that any different than include?
Well,
Like,
I
are you
think if
holding
just
it
say-
up
Yes.
or are you putting it?
I think if you just say create, then that doesn't necessarily mean it's part of a report or it's part of a presentation. It is just a standalone thing that you have created.
There.
So create visual displays. If we say include, that does to me feel like it is attached to something else. And either way is fine, but it does mean something different.
Right. I think
I agree.
Create says something slightly different though, because we're asking them to create the visual display rather than just use someone else's visual display.
Yes.
The only issue with using the word create is you're going to have someone who creates all the information from out of the air and not relying on data. We assumed you would know presentation, so you may just have to include a visual display in a presentation or essay.
so.
Because it could be a graphic.
But like in kindergarten, are they like how would they do this standard? Is what I guess I think that's what they're asking, like included in what? Obviously, they're not going to get up and do a PowerPoint presentation. So like included in what?
So like in first grade, they create a magnificent thing. Okay, and they present their magnificent thing. So they will use a variety of materials, not necessarily, it doesn't have to be, they may or may not use some digital material. I don't know exactly what they probably don't because they don't have all those materials, digital materials to use. But they are creating something to present to the class that will enhance or take care of a problem.
So they are creating.
Well, yes, but they're utilizing things that are already available to them
Right.
to make something that will make things better for their classroom. For example, one small group might have made a lost and found box for their classroom. So when we find things laying around, let's put it in the lost and found box so somebody can go there and see if they can find it.
All right. I understand what you're saying. I just have problems with the word include. I like create or provide something better. That's my personal opinion, but I'll go with what the majority have to say.
Explain to me again why we have a problem asking kindergartners to create. I feel like
I don't
that's
have a
the
problem with-
stage.
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't know.
I like kindergartners to create
Mhm.
I
like.
think she was just saying like as it increases, like you're not going to want to tell a high school to create because they're just going to make something up,
Yeah.
not use data or whatever you're asking them to use.
And you
It
could
probably
include
said
something
include
that
'cause
is
it's talking about the
created. It
digital
doesn't
as
have
well.
to exclude the creation component.
Because in
Like,
2030, they might be on the computers using
I mean,
digital.
we don't want Miss
They're
Dockery to
gonna
not be able to
in
make
the
her.
Makers Lab, this is gonna be 3D. Maybe it's create or include, and or include. I don't know.
Did you have something, Ms. Dockery?
We just use.
I have no complaints about use. I mean, the cornerstone says make strategic use. So
Use visual displays? I'm good with use.
that's fine with me. Are we all good with use?
All right, we're rolling. We got out of kindergarten.
We can't help ourselves. Okay. Then I presume we want to make that exact same edit to 1. or
Yes,
2.
please.
Okay, so use visual displays to use visual displays to descriptions when appropriate to clarify. I don't think that should be 2. Should be of.
And
Yeah. It says in K, it says the visual displays of, but in 1, it says visual displays to.
Right.
Looking at the TDA.
What kind of feedback did they have?
Include visual displays with oral descriptions when appropriate to clarify ideas, thoughts, and feelings.
Use visual displays.
So we would just use the TDOE feedback plus the use of use versus.
Yes. I'm good with that.
That's what we did in
Everybody else good with
kindergarten,
that?
That would be.
All right.
Second grade, TDOE also has a recommendation. Theirs is to include multimedia components with oral recounts of stories or experiences when appropriate to clarify ideas, thoughts, and feelings. I assume we want to sub in use for include once again.
Yes.
And then otherwise, do we want to use the TDOE standard recommendation?
Previously, I think we've used the word digital. Is there like a strong difference between digital and multimedia? Are we just fine with multimedia? I don't have strong opinions about it, but I think we've used digital.
I think we've used both a bit. I think you're right. We've used digital more often. I think we've typically used digital to differentiate it from print or print versions of things, but I guess multimedia could entail both print and digital because you could have a drawn picture that would be part of a multimedia display. Any feedback on that?
I would say keep multimedia.
Okay. There's no TDOE feedback on standard 3, so I'll read it as it currently is written. Include multimedia components when appropriate to emphasize or enhance certain facts or details delivered orally. We have eliminated that orally portion of the previous few standards. The TDOE has removed that from all the previous versions, so I probably think we should eliminate orally there.
I agree.
And I assume we also want to, yeah, this is 50 we're looking at, right? I can slow down. And so are we in agreement that we're going to eliminate the word orally? Okay. But now read, include multimedia components when appropriate to emphasize or enhance certain facts or details. Well, it should be delivered and orally. To emphasize or enhance certain facts or details.
But I don't think we want to lose the oral component there because
Right.
it is what we are
Right.
discussing. So previous wording has said something along the line of use multimedia components. Sorry, we're on 4, aren't we? Or 3?
We're on 3.
We're on 3. Yeah, use multimedia components when appropriate to, well.
The previous
It's not gonna
standards have said include visual displays with oral description. So we could say
yeah.
include multimedia components with oral descriptions when appropriate to emphasize or enhance certain facts or details.
Mhm.
Do we feel okay about that? Okay, so add. Okay, fourth grade, include multimedia components in oral presentations when appropriate to enhance the development of main ideas or themes. TDOE feedback says consider revising to include multimedia components in oral presentations when appropriate to enhance a text's main idea or themes. How do we feel about that?
Enhance or explain? Because I would imagine some of this might be about them trying to persuade us to change school lunch, but it could also be about their favorite storybook character. So, enhance or explain.
We've said, the previous standard said emphasize or enhance.
I think this is the first. No, I'm sorry. We're moving to presentations, I guess, in these last two, right? In fourth and fifth grade, we're moving to presentations. So it's not just like imaginative, but they could be reporting on a work. But it also could be reporting on changing the school lunch menu. So I don't know. I guess I would just add a little bit more leeway there, but so my recommendation would be to enhance or explain. That's it.
How do we feel about that?
And you think that would increase the rigor for that level?
Yeah, because it's not just them, it's not just about their own thoughts, it's also about sharing and visualizing how other people form their thoughts, I guess is what I see as the distinction.
Are we in agreement with that recommendation for change? You're pondering, Annie?
I think it's fine. I just think it's kind of, to me, it's implied, but I'm not against.
So what is our consensus there?
You think it provides additional clarification for what you're looking for? And rigor?
That was my goal. I don't want to complicate it, but that was my goal.
All right, we're good with it.
Okay, so we're adding
Yes.
or explain in addition to enhance. I will also flag that it says in the TDOE recommendation for the standard to enhance a text's main ideas or themes. I don't love that word texts because we're talking about presentation.
I guess that's where I was kind of confused. Is this about them presenting their argument of something they want to change, or is this about them reporting on something they have read, or, so is this imaginative, or is this like a book report that now I'm giving a presentation to support?
My understanding, and I could be totally wrong here, is that this is meant to discuss using multimedia components to enhance the development of your own main idea. But that may be a misinterpretation.
Is this our only standard that deals with the strategic use of media? Because I've always interpreted as either or, just whether you're doing an informational presentation or an argumentative, that you use multimedia. Because I would say I do projects, informational and argumentative.
The category is presentation of knowledge and ideas. I just thought it implied both. It's leaving it open to interpretation for whatever purpose that you need it to be.
Okay, is there an open question here, or are we good?
I don't currently know what our draft of the standard is, so I would just want some further clarification on that because we've had quite a few different recommendations here. And I don't,
Yeah, my recommendation was to say enhance or explain, but if explain overcomplicates it, then I'm fine with leaving it as it is. If other people feel like it's implied, I'm fine with leaving it as it is.
I think there's also this question. It's not just the enhance and explain, which I think we've all kind of reached an agreement that that's an acceptable revision. It's just this question of to enhance a text's main idea or themes. I think we're a little confused about what exact kinds of presentations we're tasking the students with here.
Right.
Um,
So we just would
what
not,
is this text that's being referred to?
yeah, we would not include the text.
Agree with TDOE on that.
Okay, so we would say then, since this one's going to be a little hard to cobble together, so I'm going to go ahead and just try to write it now. So it would be include, or no, not include, use.
Use.
Use multimedia components in oral presentations when appropriate to enhance and explain a tech, or to explain or enhance what? Okay.
All right, we have consensus on that? The head nods? Yes. Okay, we're good.
Good news is
Next.
the fifth grade standard as currently written is identical. So do we want to just move this standard straight to fifth? Great.
But we move it all the way to 12.
I think we might run into a few roadblocks there. Sixth grade, we are going to delete linking standards. And then we have no more TDOE feedback now. We've gotten through the TDOE feedback, so should be smoother, hopefully. I assume we're going to switch out use for include here where it says include
Yes.
multimedia components and presentations. Okay. Use.
So the rigor steps up to clarify. Any problem with that?
I don't have a problem with that, but I am wondering if this standard, the way it's written currently, does limit it to just informational presentations, whereas the next one discusses major points. I wonder if we should just kind of combine or copy that language over to sixth.
I'm happy with that.
Okay.
I mean, I think we've talked a lot about how sixth grade introduces the concept of developing an argument. So I think it's likely that in the sixth grade English classroom, they're going to be making arguments.
Okay, so they're stepping up in sixth grade then. That's what you want them to do. Excellent.
Well, but in sixth grade, if we're going to do that, because of the way it scaffolds into seventh and eighth, which I don't disagree with, then should we just say clarify claims and leave it at that in the sixth grade standard?
Should we lose information too, though? Should we do information?
Information or claims? I'm happy with information or claims.
And you don't want to do findings and emphasize major points? No,
Finding sounds like research, which
Mhm.
I think could be
that's seventh grade. Okay,
adding rigor to seventh.
okay.
So we're just simply adding or claims to
Mhm.
the standard.
All right, I think you got that consensus there. And so that would make the seventh grade one perfect. And acceptable to all. Except for the word use, yes. Oh, we're talking about integrate here, so 8.
Yes, we've left use or we've left include behind. So we need to ask ourselves if we're going to still continue to use or if we're going to switch over to integrate. Integrate in multimedia into presentations to clarify information, strengthen claims and evidence, and add interest. I would recommend we add components after multimedia since we've always referred to them as multimedia components and not just multimedia. We in agreement there?
Does integrate imply a greater level of complexity than use? Yeah, I hear some, yes, so let's keep the word integrate in there.
Okay, so all we're doing is adding the word components and getting rid of the linking standards. Is that correct? Okay. 9:10. Make purposeful use of multimedia resources to add interest and enhance understanding of content. We've switched from multimedia components to multimedia resources. Do we think that is a useful one to make?
Resources could imply evidentiary resources, right? Research. So to me, more than components.
Then do we need to make that switch to resources in 6 through 8? Because they're using it in the context of argument there.
Not necessarily. I don't think, not necessarily. Mm-mm.
Okay.
It's broader.
Mm-hmm.
So were we content with keeping the standard as is?
Yes.
8 seems more, I mean, it seems like we're asking them to do more in 8 than 9th and 10th, the way I'm reading it.
It looked a little weak on first reading, but I think it's not, it's in the following words, multimedia resources and adding interest and enhance understanding.
Some things, yeah, we leave out claims and evidence. Yeah. I see the argument.
Is there anything we would like to do then? Do E1, E2?
Well, if they're making purposeful use in high school, then by high school, they should know to integrate claims and evidence. And they're making purposeful use. Purposeful use to me implies, especially for this standard in high school level, that they're already by then incorporating claims and evidence. And the evidence could include multimedia resources, which to me are research. I may be making way too many leaps here, but to me, that's how that standard reads.
So the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 standards are all stating kind of different things. And it doesn't feel like they're building to me. It feels like they're kind of swerving.
Well, again, it's dependent upon the content that you've got. The requirement to enhancing understanding in high school subjects is going to be more difficult in terms of the research that's involved and the number of resources that are used to do that, to make a point. So
Other standards that we've looked at, the rigor was enhanced by the content. So
right.
to me, that's here in the word content. Now, if we need to say grade level content to make that clear, I mean,
We have not done that consistently throughout.
we have not. So
I think we need
but
to
I
do
think-
that. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's use grade level content in.
Yes.
Well,
We have not done that.
I don't see content up there.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's not up there. So if we're adding it now, we're going to have to add it other places as well.
I'm saying for clarity, I'm fine with the way it's written. So
I think I am as well, as TDOE has mentioned, that's in the guides. And I think it's also something that is pretty clear to most teachers that the rigor goes up. You should always be presenting them with high level text for their level. So I don't know that it's necessary, and I feel like adding grade level to everything gets a little unnecessarily wordy.
Okay. Or are you acceptable with that? Stout. You'll tolerate it. Okay. All right. again, the rigor's going to come in the content.
Are we content with the fact that integrate is only used once? We go from use from K through 7, we use integrate once, and then we switch to make purposeful use.
I mean, that's what I was saying. I feel like there's some swerves going on here instead of some bills.
I'm not against changing to use. I
Could we-
I'm
Didn't mean to cut you off.
oh I just I guess when I think of integrate, I'm thinking about there being multiple pieces of multimedia woven throughout the presentation. I don't know if that's a correct interpretation or not. But I also don't think that it's a super necessary distinction. So if we want to change that to use, I'm totally fine with use.
I have a small recommendation that I'm open to other, I just came up with it, so
Let's hear it.
if we feel as though the 8th grade standard is a little more advanced, but as Ms. Now pointed out, this use of resources versus components implies additional research, maybe a little more rigorous research. What if we took the language from the 8th grade standard, moved it to 9, 10, and 11, 12, but used resources instead of components?
Okay, so how would that read then?
It would read, integrate multimedia resources into presentations to clarify information, strengthen claims and evidence, and add interest.
I would prefer if we could still integrate, make purposeful. I think purposeful is, but I don't know. I
We
think
could also say integrate and make purposeful use of. We can do both.
To add interest and enhance, to add interest and, I was gonna say enhance purpose, but that's not the word. Emphasize purpose. Or elevate, I don't know, amplify purpose, oh, I don't know. I'm having verb soup right now.
I guess I'm mostly thinking of just creating a clear progression.
Well, the 8th grade standard says integrate.
Right.
Integrate and making purposeful use of is a progression. Furthermore, by the way, the TDOE did apparently recommend that we add the wording to presentations because it isn't there. It is in the 8th grade standard, but not in the 9th and 10th.
Where do they add to presentations?
And
Oh,
make sure I'm on the right one. Yeah, for page 23.
Yeah, I forgot that I'm just looking at K through 5.
Yeah. Page 23.
That was a good flag. Proposed wording from TDOE is make purposeful use of multimedia resources to add interest to presentations and enhance understanding of content.
I like using the standard in claim 8, the standard in grade 8, and then just adding to it standard in grade. How can we just build from there?
Let me copy over standard and we can figure out how we want to. Okay, so the standard for 8th grade currently reads in its edited form, integrate multimedia components into presentations to clarify information, strengthen claims and evidence, and add interest. How would we like to off of that one?
I would love integrate purposeful.
integrate purposeful multimedia. And do we want to say components or resources? Resources.
What is purposeful multimedia?
Well, it's not just a random picture of a bird on your presentation. It's, you know, a diagram, or it's some sort of, you know, graphic that is purposeful. If you've seen high school student presentations, they're full of just random GIF or random picture off the internet that they found as soon as they Googled topic.
Okay, I see a lot of assent from TDOE.
So how do we feel about integrate purposeful multimedia resources into presentations to clarify information, strengthen claims and evidence, and add interest?
I feel good about it. Does
I feel
everybody
good
else feel good about that? Okay, let's roll.
Our beautiful progress. Do we want to maintain that for 3 and 4? Or do we want to continue?
I think the and effective is
Okay, so I didn't integrate purposeful and effective multimedia resources. That is what the TDOE recommended. Okay. Feedback on any of that? Okay. We can move to standard 6 now. Dana. We've got another issue with the, I think, actually, I remember how you told me to do that, I think. Okay, I fixed it. Great. Okay, let's look at the 6th standard. This is the final speaking and listening standard.
Yay.
That's positive. I'm going to take a quick look and see about TDOE. Doing lots of flipping. Okay, they have nothing. They do have a comment for the cornerstone. So our cornerstone as currently written, oh, sorry, this is page 8. Contents should be contexts, and it has been changed, so great. So no longer does that apply, so that's good. As it currently stands, it says speak to and for a variety of real-world contexts and formalized settings, demonstrating a command of academic language appropriate to task, purpose, and audience. Good about the cornerstone?
Good.
Okay, then let's look at the kindergarten standard. We don't have any TDOE feedback on that. With guidance and support, express thoughts, feelings, and ideas through speaking.
Good. Keep.
Good to me. With prompting and support, speak in complete sentences when appropriate to task and situation. That is first grade.
Good progression. Keep.
Just for context, we're on G60. Second grade, speak in complete sentences when appropriate to task and situation in order to provide requested detail or clarification. That's good to me as well.
Keep.
Third grade, speak in complete sentences when appropriate to task and situation to provide requested detail or clarification. We do have commas there, which we have not used in the above standards, so I would recommend we delete those, both of those commas. Spreadsheet is a little wonky, so let me fix that really fast. Okay, so I deleted both commas. Anything else for 3? There is feedback for 4 and 5 on from TDOE. It's on page 8. I'll give you guys a second to look at that while I read it aloud. As it currently stands, it says, speak in a manner appropriate to audience and purpose and in accordance with academic English grammar and usage. It says the revised wording of these standards changes the intent of the standard from students learning how to adapt speech to different contexts/tasks to only using academic English grammar. Please considering adding a qualifier such as when indicated or appropriate. An example wording, speak in a manner appropriate to audience and purpose, and when indicated or appropriate, use academic English grammar. I personally like the TDOE's recommendation there.
I agree. Move on.
And that is identical between 4 and 5, so are we content to keep that?
No increase in rigor.
There has not historically been one. We can.
Okay, thank you.
So I will note that we're going to adopt the TDOE recommendation for both 4 and 5. For 6, we're going to delete linking standards, I presume. And then the standard reads, speak to a variety of contexts and tasks, demonstrating command of academic English when indicated or appropriate. Do we have any TDOE feedback on that? I haven't flipped there yet.
I don't see one either.
It's hard to find because there's so much middle school feedback.
Audience and
I mean, I think it's attempting to do that by saying speak to a variety of contexts and tasks, but you're right, it does not include the word audience, though I think we could perhaps imply that different tasks and contexts would imply different audiences. So do we just want to delete the linking standard there?
Yes.
I believe the 7 standard is identical to the 6 standard. Are we content with that? I believe the 8 standard is identical to 6 and 7. Are we content with that? Okay. We have 2 final speaking and listening standards. We have speak in a variety of real world contexts and formalized settings, demonstrating the command of academic language appropriate to task, purpose, and audience. No feedback from TDOE, so are we content with that high school standard? And then final high school standard is identical to the one prior. Are we content with that?
Academic English versus academic language. Is there purpose in that, or is that an inconsistency?
I think we've said academic English previously. I think that's a good catch because I think we have said academic English appropriate to in other places. So should we sub out language for English?
Yes.
I will make that edit to both.
do we say academic task purpose?
Oh, yeah. Inappropriate. I think that makes some sense.
So if it goes along, speaking of a variety of real world context and formalized settings, well, okay. I feel
Yeah, I think when appropriate does make some sense.
okay.
I'm thinking like the best speeches I know, they don't use academic English throughout. In fact, that's actually what.
And I mean, we are asking them to speak in a variety of real world contexts and formalized settings. There are certainly formalized settings where academic English would be appropriate, but there are situations where it would not. So the use of when appropriate allows for those moments to be recommended without the other moments also impinging on that.
Yeah.
Or are we just simply adding the word when before appropriate? If no one else has any feedback on the speaking and listening standards, we have done the speaking and listening standards.
Yay.
So we need to turn our attention to the introduction to speaking and listening. So I don't know if people still have that document pulled up, but it's the one that's a doc that can be edited. I think one's a PDF and one's a there are 2 things that have that same exact start. It's the one that says EG intros at the end. Yeah. Speaking and listening standards are just a tiny bit of 9, which is nothing that we should be giving feedback on because it's just the title. So I think we can all just take a moment to read that and offer any feedback that we feel is necessary on the document itself. It's on 10 and 11. 11 has the visual.
Like the new 10, not,
Oh, never mind. That's writing.
I think
Oh.
mine says 18.
That's not the one because you can't leave. It needs to open up.
Maybe I just don't have it opened with anything.
This is the correct one, right? I can see the
Yes.
comments. Like
Here's
the
the
others.
correct-
Okay.
This was just the prep one. But when this is the red line to show you the changes. This is on the, yes.
This one? Right up under it?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, it should.
He and I were probably on the right.
It's just your comments on the red line one won't show up, so we won't see the.
If you make a. Just rating.
Was maybe the intention, whether we as educators are preparing them, is that maybe was meant by that? To examine if they have gaps that we need to fill. I think I agree with your comment, but I'm wondering at the original intentionality.
Yeah, I think the argument they're making, and I agree, I don't love the negative tone. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, like, people overlook oral speaking and listening standards, but you shouldn't. Yeah.
What if we just turn it in, what if we just change the tone of the sentence to focus, to make it more student focused? It's, it- contemporary students must effectively hone these skills, and teachers must cultivate individuals capable of engaging in proficient public discourse.
That is, I like that because it doesn't imply that they're not doing it
Right.
currently. It just says they should.
Yes,
Right.
it's
There
still,
can be things
con-
that you are currently doing that you still need to do.
right, still it defends the reasoning for including the standards and then adds in to the next paragraph, but without the negative tone.
Wants to leave that comment. Conventions of English have largely moved away from comma to, like, just at the end of a sentence. Normally we just do to without the comma prior. That is toward the end of the second paragraph. It says the majority of the reading ropes components can be communicated through speaking and listening, comma two. I think we generally in 25 English have moved away from comma two. But I mean, that's a contested usage, so I don't think it's wrong to. If I think agree, so delete that. You can just, or do you not have the editable document? Okay, then do you want me to go ahead and just make that for you? Or-
We're safe with that. Are there any other substantive changes that we need to make to this document? Patty?
So I will comment kind of on the totality of this, and I'm going to go through and look at, but on my copy, obviously. But we have liberally used the word ensure. And can determine whether that is okay or not. But from my background and perspective, ensure can have a legal connotation. You're saying, I ensure all children do X. I ensure that this provides Y. And we've said it kind of all the way through. Are we really ensuring that it is all and that we are absolutely without a doubt? Because somebody could come back and said, you said that you were ensuring my child could do X. And I'd leave that to those of you who know how you all write it. I can tell you how I would write it.
That's why we're so grateful for your perspective, Ms. Beard. I will say that state board members do vote on this on 2 readings, and it's an official vote. So we have something called rules, policies, and guidance. Rules from the State Board of Education, and this is stuff beyond, this is special ed, this is, all sorts of stuff that the state board has purview and beyond standards. But our rules carry the weight of law. Our policies are just below the weight of law. And I would put this in the category of guidance, but it is passed by the board on 2 readings. I'm happy to ask our legal counsel. But it is the guiding document of the land in Tennessee and for ELA. So I can flag that for our legal team and see if they have any thoughts.
That'd be a good idea.
The gray area is the guidance, but it is passed on 2 readings. So that's the thing that they'll weigh and get back with you on.
Guidance.
Yes. But I will say to the other questions we've gotten from Ms. Singletary, I mean, it is driving assessments, it is driving textbooks, publishers, they will take your language as law in their world.
And to that very point, I think just consider that use when you say ensure all or ensure that blah, blah, blah. Read it for clarification of, are we guaranteeing? Because if you're insuring something, you're kind of guaranteeing. Are you guaranteeing X, Y, and Z will be the result or will happen?
Not all of them are going to be proficient. So if that's the case, no, we cannot ensure that.
Just I can see somebody coming back and saying, said ensuring blah, 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 blah.
That's not in the standard, though, is it?
It's not in the standard, but it's in the introductions. I've been watching it
Yeah.
in the standard.
I'll speak. We use the word ensure in the standards a few times, not frequently, but it's typically in the context of the student will ensure they are doing this thing, which I don't think would necessarily put us in a difficult litigious situation, because I don't think they're going to sue the kids for not performing at proficiency.
Yeah. Good thing you don't have a mic, Miss Moore. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, totally joking. One flag on supporting language versus standards. It all is in one document and it was all passed at the state board. So I would say the differentiation between supporting language and standards is that supporting language doesn't make it to assessment necessarily.
And I mean, the other distinction is who is ensuring. In the standards, it's the student ensuring that they are doing something. In the supporting language, often we are tasking educators with ensuring things.
And in writing, it's a powerful statement. And I like it a lot, but I don't use it anymore.
I read that too, just last week.
That,
Ensure all children can read.
I mean, I can see where you're coming from, but I'm not a lawyer, so.
Well, your point is well taken, and I think that's good guidance for the rest of our operation. Are we okay with this language, or do we need to make any changes?
I'll add really quickly, we only have 6 instances of the word ensure throughout the supporting language. 2 of them are in appendix items. One of them is in the language of one of our cornerstones. But again, if it's in the cornerstone, it's student performance, not.
I guess to her point, and thank you for raising it, if it's only 6, and to me, that feels like that should be an easy lift to change. I would recommend that we put it in the parking lot and look at all 6 cases in one swoop.
Yes, and I'll call our legal counsel right now after I step away to get you an answer for tomorrow, if
'Cause
that
to
works
me,
well.
this feels like it could be a
Mhm.
a quick fix, not a quick fix,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
a quicker fix
Mhm.
to
Wait till
keep
you
us
start
on
trying to write a-
firmer
it's quick,
ground.
but
Yeah.
And I've put
Does our parking lot have attendant? I mean, do you have that
Sure hope so.
down? Okay.
And Ms. Baird, I just want to specify, because we have more instances in the actual standards themselves. Is that of concern to you?
it wasn't.
Okay.
It was how we were.
Okay, so then really we only have 5 instances, because if we're not concerned about the cornerstone, then the cornerstone is one of the 6 instances. So we're really down to 5 instances of ensure that we're concerned about.
One note I had, Chair Knigas, is just if you probably are already doing this, and I saw Miss Now had a comment. If you're changing the cornerstones, I just ask you to circle back on the intro and make sure our cornerstones on our spreadsheet match our cornerstones on this document.
Okay. Are we good here?
I'm good.
So last sentence, we prepare students to navigate. I just think the multifaceted communicative demands of the world is a little wordy, as we prepare students to navigate the present age, the moment. I just think we could make it more succinct.
Do you want to recommend some language for that?
I would recommend the present age or the moment.
What?
The present age.
I agree that that's better for, it would be a pretty stark tonal shift from the rest of this writing, though. That worries me a little bit. I mean, I do think it's better. So I'm of 2 minds about it, because I think it's more clear, but this particular introduction has more of a like formal tone than some of our other introductions do.
It's much more formal than some of the other introductions. Yeah, that is what I'm picking up on.
So I think if we were going to make those kinds of changes, they would need to be moved consistently throughout, just to make sure that the tone doesn't abruptly shift at the end of the introduction.
Can you live with it as is?
We could also change to
I'll
like,
pass on that.
I mean, it says multifaceted communicative demands. I think that chunk right there is the real chunk that we're talking about. Could we shorten it to like the multifaceted demands of the world, or like, because then that would at least simplify to some extent.
Is that language okay to you, Dr. Stout?
Yes, I just feel like we should also be giving an exemplar of good writing as we, present this to teachers. And if, yeah.
And those are
One
going to
line
come into
each.
guidance.
We do get that from the department, some exemplar. So
It'll come in the standards guide.
not with the standard, yes. So, yes.
Oh, no. What I'm saying is in the
Oh, as an
introductory.
example
It-
itself.
Yes, it should also be an exemplar of like, this is quality writing. And,
Oh, okay,
if
I
someone
see.
sent me communicative demands, I would look at them with, weird eyes.
And make it active versus passive voice whenever possible. And
If we're trying to say students should demonstrate this and teachers should teach this, we should also demonstrate this in what we put out to the world.
Well, is that going to require a major revision of this document?
I mean, I don't think one phrase changing would fundamentally alter it, so I think it would require, I mean, it's only a 4 sentence or a 4 brief paragraph chunk. I mean, I think a solid edit could happen, but it's going to take a few minutes, and this is what we've been doing right now. So if anyone wants to leave comments, you all have the ability to leave those comments.
It's the one, if you X out of it and below the one you have pulled up, I had the wrong one pulled up.
That we move on to writing in the last 45 minutes, and I can look at this while we're writing.
Okay.
Since I don't know what kindergarten writing is.
Okay, so we haven't approved of that language. We're going to put it in the parking lot. And we're going to move on to writing.
I am
Vice Chair Hilliard, will you get our first writing standard ready?
Quick note, happy to handle this in any order of operations. Originally, we had planned, so you had the majority of your open questions from Friday were about writing. We can handle those now, or I'm happy to wait and ask folks to respond. I will say Tammy did have to be somewhere. She is also Coach Marlowe in another life, so she has a volleyball game. So we wouldn't be able to speak to Tammy's questions that the committee had, but I'm
Let's
happy
do
to
that.
take those now, at least in part, minus
Please.
Tammy's, and then in the morning we could circle back.
Mhm.
Thoughts?
Let's do that. Tammy?
Oh, sorry. Tammy had to go to a volleyball game because she's the coach,
she
so we
couldn't.
couldn't handle Tammy's question. But Nicole and Leanne, would you feel ready to respond to your questions? And if possible, speak to the nature of the question and then respond to remind folks. And then Department of Education, I don't believe you had any specific writing tasks beyond what we just talked about. And would it be accurate, Department, that for the 2 analyses you were asked to do, that tomorrow would be more appropriate so that you have sufficient time? Okay, so how about this? Let's do Nicole and Leanne stuff right now, and let's do Tammy and TDOE tomorrow. Does that work well for everyone? Okay. Take it away, dear friends.
Okay, so the 2 questions I think that were addressed to me, one was, why did elementary have multiple when middle high had 2 to 3 paragraphs? We had multiple because we had all 3 genres. We didn't change anything in the writing, and we left it at multiple because we didn't want students to be stifled and just stop at 2 or 3. So we left it open-ended in elementary. The other question that I had was, because we took out W4, writing 4, could the same happen for reading 4? And writing 4 was produce clear and coherent writing in which the development and organization are appropriate to task, purpose, and audience. Reading 4 is interpreted words and phrases as they are used in a text, including technical, connotative, and figurative meaning, and analyze how specific word choices shape meaning or tone. So my answer is no, you could not take the reading out because the writing is redundant to writing 1 through 3. Writings 1 through 3 cover the genres, and they also cover the development, organization, task, purpose, audience for each genre, whereas reading 4 specifically has students looking in a complex text to analyze specific words and phrases. And there's not another standard that has them do that explicitly.
Okay, thank you. Did that answer the question that you brought up? You feel comfortable with moving ahead now on that? Okay. Yeah, next.
Okay, so
to kind of go along with what she said about the 2 and 3 paragraphs, the reason for having more precise guidelines in middle school was simply just because we wanted to we want to clarify, first of all, that we are not taking away any of the other 2 modes. Like, that was not suggested by no means. And when I'm reading some of this feedback, that's the way that I'm taking it. And that's simply not it. We're just changing the way that we teach it. That is it. It's going from essay format, essentially, to just diving deeper into short responses. So 2 or 3 paragraphs is essentially what we put in the standard. We wanted to ensure that students go deeper than what was previously expected from them. Hence, we included more detailed bullet points. There was also a discussion about being specific at the elementary level because teachers wanted a clear guideline of what was expected. And we all, if you've been in the classroom, you know, we don't know how many paragraphs the state essentially wants or what is even appropriate for our students to write. But ultimately, we wanted to make sure that in elementary school that they had all 3 modes, so that way whenever they came to high school, it was, or middle school, that they weren't, they've already been introduced to it, the foundation of it, essentially. And we just wanted to go deeper on that. But essentially, some of this feedback, whenever I read it, I'm like, the standard is still there. We are still teaching argumentative writing in 6th grade. And assuming that we're not, just because it's not an essay, is pretty much saying that we're not going to teach these speaking and listening standards because they're not tested. And I think that's kind of where there's, you understand? Yeah, like there's misconception with some of the feedback because we're still teaching them. We just changed the way that we're teaching them. And I also uploaded a document under, what is that under? The
So
feedback?
everything I've gotten via email and everything that you've asked in writing from these folks are in a folder called written public feedback.
I'm gonna go to it there.
And you sent that to us via email? Okay. Do we have any questions of her reasoning justification?
If you go to the document, there is a lot of information. I don't want to sit here and bore you to death by reading it, but I really encourage you to read it. I tried to get some evidence-based research. I also included, we talked about TCAP scores. If you go to page 2, this is evidence from this previous TCAP. So this is my test scores. I just threw up there. So according to this, as a 6th grade teacher, so keep in mind, kids have learned these 3 modes since kindergarten, okay? So here I am teaching it in 6th grade, the same thing they've been learning, and my students were 54% proficient. The district was 49 and our state was only 44% proficient. So now our students have been learning this for how many years? 5 years? And you're saying that me, a level 5 teacher, okay, I'm highly effective, my kids only scored 54%. There's disconnect there, and you've got to be able to see that, right? Again, I'm not taking away. I think we should teach them all, but there has to be a different way that we teach them.
And that's your rationale for establishing a focus in each of the grades 6,
It's not-
7, and 8.
It's not the only rationale. If you continue reading, again, I'm not going to read every word. There is evidence based behind this. If you go to page 3, there's about 6 bullet points on why, if we do it this way, it could benefit. But I've heard from you guys and I've heard from other teachers that when students are getting to high school, they don't know how to do a research paper. I heard that at lunch. They don't know because we're not teaching them. I'm honest. I'm not teaching them how to research. I'm teaching them the basis to essentially score well. That's what I'm teaching them. And that's sad.
Well, thank you for that background. And we did ask the TDOE, though, if you would do some additional research earlier.
Yes. So due to the scope of the request and the timing of the request, I think it would be helpful to do that tomorrow morning. So
Yes, right. But that's what we
Yes,
asked
that's in
earlier, so
progress.
they'd have time to do that.
I would say that the nature of the request may require tomorrow morning. Does that sound right, TDOE? Is that okay, Chair Kniggis?
Yes.
Okay. I will say to Nicole's point there, she did provide research in hers. I don't know that there's any peer states, so we can make sure we double down on the peer states. That's totally fine because Nicole cannot read minds. But some of the research is there, so you could get started in that direction. But
Okay, thank you. And you provided us that report in your recent email, her report.
Nicole's document is in the folder, yes. And if the department wants to share anything in writing, I will put it in that folder as soon as I have it.
Thank you.
I have a question. So the standards, okay, so when the Department of Education is deciding on the grading and what's exemplar and that type of thing, you are going to go by the standards. So if the elementary is changed to a specific number of paragraphs versus multi-paragraph, is that going to change the way things are scored?
I can start, Banks, if that's okay. I totally hear you.
And I know it's not
Singletary.
this, but basically we are teaching the children, but we are
I totally,
teaching so that they will do well on the test.
I totally understand what you're saying. I mean, the scope of this committee, I just really encourage you is to think about Tennessee students and their student learning. We can briefly discuss the assessment, but that is outside of
I
the
just
scope
want
of
to know,
this
like,
committee.
what we make that is that the standard, that's what's going to decide the scoring. The reason is because how they're going to teach like one specific and like really hone in on that. We are teaching all three modes. And if I'm trying to get them to write 5 paragraphs and try to be exemplar in all three, it's just a lot, especially when you're taking into consideration they're 10 and 11, first of all, and a lot of them have 504s, they have IEPs, and so, so we're trying to modify for them, but just the regular ed student, it's still a lot to be able to, because, I mean, we have to, like, if I'm teaching reading, my reading lesson is not, I mean, it is encompassing writing, but it's not focusing on the essay portion. So that's kind of like a separate entity. And so it's just the time component and I'm wanting to go deeper, but it's hard to do that if I'm teaching all three and I'm trying to get them to 5 paragraphs. Am I making any
I
sense?
totally hear you, Ms.
So
Singletary.
I'm just wondering would it be better to do a specific, to teach all three? I'm not against teaching all three. And about the wish list, us knowing specifically which one that we would be tested on might be better too. But I feel like I'm the same way. A lot of times we're skimming over and I am teaching them to go in and to find the evidence and to do the topic sentence and do the explanation and how the evidence, relates back to the main idea. But it's just a lot. And so I'm using text-based evidence terms. Make sure you're using transitions. Try to get some figurative language. And I'm just it is a lot. And then a lot of them are using them. They're throwing in transition words and they're using text-based evidence terms and they're using evidence, but sometimes the evidence really doesn't match what they're wanting to do. And the text-based evidence term could have been better utilized. So it's like they're doing it because they know that that's what's expected and they know they're supposed to, but they're not doing it correctly. So then when they go on, it's like she, as a 6th grade student, it's going to have to kind of reteach some of that same stuff. Does that make sense?
I totally
So
hear you.
I'm just saying all this so that you can kind of wrap your mind around some things as we move into those standards.
I hear
We
you.
test the standards. And what else would we test but the standards? So once we establish what the standards are, the people from assessment will have to develop tests to test the standards. It's that simple. So there's nothing magical about it. And if not, we wasted a lot of time here.
One note.
I think the unfortunate thing is that in the world of communications, we would have done an A/B testing. In the world of computer science, we would have done a pilot, right, or a prototype. to see if this shift or this product or this move that we're going to make works in real world or helps. And then we would do the widespread change. And what we are being tasked to do is say, we're just going to do the widespread change.
And I think that's why I essentially put our percents for our TCAPs up there. I know that's not what this is about, but 50% we can't, I mean, I'm not saying we can't get worse, we can, but
Not good.
it's not the
Sometimes you
best.
just
And
have to make the
like you
jump.
said, these kids have been taught the same formulas we're teaching them formulas. When they come to you in 11th and 12th grade, they should know how to write a race paragraph. And that's what they're learning. And that's not real research. That's the basic. I mean, that's as elementary as you can get. But that is what we're teaching them because that's the formula that we have found how they are scored according to this test. But I think what she is saying, she wants to teach the students, but she's having to teach to what is being tested. But she wants to go deeper. She wants so much more.
Members, my
that's
preference
not
would be
there.
for y'all to communicate amongst yourselves.
Well, okay, that's a lot of comment to keep in mind as we move along here. One more thing that I want. Do you have some more, dear? You go first.
Um, I was listening to all of your feedback and everything, and based upon my own experience as a teacher as well, I see the validity of focusing on one type of writing per grade level, especially in the middle grades. And I see the validity of working towards that, and focusing on one type of writing in the lower grades. The proposed model that I'm looking at, 6th to 7th to 8th, narrative to informative to argumentative, to me, all of these things work together. And so you have to use creative thinking, you have to use creative writing, you have to use narrative techniques in other types of writing. You have to be able to integrate information completely and thoroughly with evidence. But all of those things work together ultimately to form good arguments and to do quality research, right? And that's, of course, those are the culminating standards. That's where we're working. So can we, in our conversations, keep those things in mind? Can we think about, I know we can't inform the assessments as a whole separate entity, but can we, in our conversations, keep in mind that maybe we could, maybe in standards guides, suggest strategies that could incorporate all three types of writing that still would lessen the burden on the teacher. It would allow students to go and dive deeper and develop those quality writing skills so that we can get to those optimal performance levels that we would like. And I don't know if that's too convoluted. I don't know if that's too philosophical right now, what I'm trying to communicate, but I feel like what we're talking about, I feel like these things can be accomplished, and it doesn't necessarily have to be an either or struggle. It could just be a different approach that maybe we're talking about without having that equal burden of all three.
Thank you for that perspective, or is it point of view? Okay, I think we're now getting prepared. I want to do one more thing to prepare you for this, and that is I want everybody to, tonight for your homework, go over this thing, this letter from SCORE. There's a lot said here about inclusion of they want AI literacy standards. Okay, that's what we're working on, and they want it integrated. And if you read through this, there's a lot of substance to it. A lot of it is curriculum and methodology. Okay, and I don't know how much it affects the standards, but if you take a look at the whole intent of this, there's some substance there. And let's see if there's something that we can include. And it does have to do with a lot with writing. So take a look at that as a public feedback. Okay. Do you have any more for us, Brianna?
Yeah, I think that's all of the open questions we had related to writing beyond Tammy in the morning and TDOE.
That's great.
But members, if I'm missing something, please let me know.
We want to get our feet wet in writing. Let's start.
So I think we have a decision to make here. We can forge into writing.
Yes.
Which might bring us to some of these conversations, and we don't necessarily have all of the information we might have. So
Okay.
that could possibly, because I think we're going to get there pretty quickly in elementary school when making these decisions. I mean, the first writing standard is immediately informational writing. We could do backwards, though those kind of.
Or
They're pretty interconnected. My other recommendation, and this is off the wall a little bit, as it's not a plan I had, we could probably pick one of the electives that has relatively few standards and knock out an elective.
Yeah.
And just get an elective done.
Mhm.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. Other thought I had was parking garage. But I think all three of those are equally good ideas.
What do people want to do?
preference?
I like the suggestion of doing the elective. It seems manageable.
One elective.
Okay, so here are options.
Read the intro
Okay, yeah,
first
let's look
to-
at Dr.
the way
Stout.
we'll just close this out.
We can all take a look at Dr. Stout's.
I did feel like this one was written much more formally than the other ones. So I just really tried to make the language not more conversational, but I guess it's highfalutin.
One note I had, if you are suggesting a change in language, please put it in track changes if you're able to. If you're having any issues with technology, I'm happy to work through that. Comments are for questions for the group or explaining your rationale if it's a substantive change.
I can read it out loud, or I can let you guys read it on the screen.
Question as follow-up to that. So I thought I heard earlier today that we should do everything in comments and we should do it in a separate document.
Just to clarify, that's if you are working on this outside of the hours in which we're convened.
Great question, Ms. Baird. Yes. Glad we got there. That was important distinction.
I support the changes, yeah.
Good with that?
I'm certainly good with it, yeah. Okay. If we're gonna do an elective, our options would be genre literature, mythology, etymology, and linguistics, visual literacy, journalism, 1, 2, 3, 4, speech and communication, creative writing, advanced creative writing, or Bible. I certainly would not recommend Bible because that's one we're going to spend more time with. And I would not recommend journalism because there are 4 of them. So that
Etymology feels natural to kind of language what we did.
we could also take a look and just see which has kind of the fewest since we've got 25 minutes.
Take a peek.
Creative writing has 18, advanced creative writing has 19, journalism has 16, journalism 2 has 16.
Creative writing?
Go with creative writing since we've got some creative writers here.
We could also, genre literature has 7 standards.
Let's
So,
go.
Genre literature.
That would be row 118, which is also a great indication of just how many elective standards we have, just letting us know we have like 3 hours budgeted for all of these. So
My and it's in electives. Okay.
okay. We will, most of the elective standards are relatively brief. And just a reminder, we will need to move through these pretty quickly once we get into them in earnest. So has everyone had a chance to find genre literature 118?
Yeah.
Just so we're aware, genre literature, I guess that's probably necessary given what
Define genre literature.
Here's the course description. Students are often experience one or two texts from various literary genres, but have little time to develop a thorough study of the themes embedded in various literary genres. This course will provide students with the time and opportunity to study a specific genre in depth and with more focus. Genre literature allows them to explore the intricate aspects that make a literary genre, the thematic elements of a literary genre, and various styles and plot elements of a literary genre. Then there is a list of suggested literary foci. So if you're not exactly sure what we're talking about by a genre literature course, you would pick a one or two of these literature types. Like you could have an ancient literature course, or a classical literature, or contemporary literature, or some of the other options are like author studies, or epics of the world, or
Regional studies.
African American literature. So there's quite a few different options. You're picking a genre of literature and diving deep into it. Okay. So these will necessarily need to be a little broad because they're encapsulating a wide range of options here. First standard is explore the intricate aspects that define the literary genre.
Okay.
We content with that?
Yep.
I think number 2 is pretty easy. Read extensively in the genre. I think we can agree that they should read the genre. Third standard is study the thematic elements of the genre.
Yep.
I think that seems relevant to me. 4 is explore various styles, settings, characters, and plot elements of the literary genre.
Yes.
Relevant. 5 is analyze, evaluate, and synthesize literature in the genre. What does it mean to synthesize literature in the genre?
And I would probably say text in the genre because I don't think all of these are non-fiction, fiction genre.
True.
Fiction.
Synthesizes compare and contrast.
Not exactly. To synthesize things is to kind of bring them together and kind of, yeah. So,
Are all those words essential?
I don't know. Because Lord, this is way beyond me. But I'm thinking that if it's going with maybe 4, it's taking the style, the setting, the characters, and the plot, and maybe that's what you're synthesizing for understanding. I don't know. That's just
I mean, is it? Are they trying to say compare? Is that what they're trying to say there with synthesize?
Maybe a note. I just remember, like, I had a particular class in college where we would have to take 2 texts and use those 2 texts to argue a particular theme and kind of use it as basically, yeah, you're synthesizing the 2 different texts to support one literary argument. So maybe that's what they're referring to.
still be
Yeah. I just think in a high school genre literature course, it's a little more likely that you're going to be comparing texts in a genre than you are going to be synthesizing them. Synthesizing almost seems to imply like a creative task. Like take elements of this work of literature and this work of literature and kind of meld them together. You know, those like Pride and Prejudice and Zombies books from like 15 years ago. I would say compare versus synthesize, but I'm open to other.
I'm good with compare.
It seems like a really big jump to go from analyze to evaluate to synthesize.
So change.
And I would like to revisit 121 with very, very quick edit. Just because I want to save space for genres that might not be fiction, I would add after characters, figures, and structures, and then and plot elements of, and I would take out the literary genre and just say genre. And this is, like I said, the only
Yeah, I mean, this
reason.
is.
Yeah, I just want to make space for genres that might not be fiction.
Well, and if we're going to do that, then backing up to 1, we just said literary genre.
I mean, this is a class called genre literature.
So I'm fine with keeping it.
I don't
but
feel that strong.
Some of the examples in there of the classes that could be taught are not necessarily fiction.
Okay, so just delete literary from 1. And then, what was the recommendation for 4? We're deleting.
Figures would be the equivalent of characters, and structure would be the equivalent of plot.
structures. So we're replacing characters.
No, I wouldn't replace. I'm
Okay.
just adding to the list.
So the list in total would say various styles, settings, characters, figures,
Structures
structures, and plot elements
of the genre.
of the genre.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna
Okay.
type that.
Everybody good with that?
I just want to make sure I get that one right, so I'm going to go ahead and type that
Sure.
one out in total. Characters, figures, pictures, and plot elements of the genre. Okay. 6 reads as participate in collaborative conversations about works in the genre. I think that one makes sense.
Yep.
You're gonna find that's a lot in the elective standards. It's pretty basic. Right about 7, the final standard is right about the literary genre to create a new understanding of the genre. I'm content with that.
I'm content with it.
Oh, yeah, we should remove literary. Yes. Okay.
All right. Can we do creative writing?
We could do that. We could do mythology. It's only 11. It's a little shorter.
It's weird stuff, though.
It is weird stuff. It's a class that's it's structurally very similar to the one we just did.
I'll
So-
go along with you. Let's do 11.
Okay, so
7 come 11.
mythology. Students of the mythology studied the various ancient stories that create the patterns of stories as we now know them.
What line are you on?
Sorry, I'm just reading the discourse. description, which is
146.
Separate, but yeah, it's 146. This is not in the document. I'm just reading the course description, so we actually know what the class is, in case you're not aware. When students recognize mythological allusions, they are privileged to layers of meaning otherwise missed. Though many of the allusions are footnoted, interrupting the story to do the research hinders the enjoyment and comprehension of the work. A course in mythology builds students' knowledge base, bringing them into the world of the patterns, symbols, or ideas of the ancient storytellers and giving them access to a world of ancient and modern literature and nonfiction. So similar to genre literature, instead of picking a genre of literature, you're picking a mythology. Now, there has been efforts to kind of broaden what we mean by mythology by including the classic examples, Egyptian, Greek, Japanese, Mayan, Zoroastrian, and then there was a new point added of that was Zoroastrian's one of them. I used to, for full disclosure, I used to teach this class. And then there's a modern mythology bullet that's been added to incorporate, you could technically teach the Marvel mythology or game universes is recommended. And I think that's kind of cool because students would be very excited if they got to do a class about, Elder Scrolls.
I know, he's very passionate. I like it.
These elective classes are so much fun. Yeah. Touche. All right. So let's get into it. 146. Number 1 is identify the purpose and structure of the mythological world.
Okay. I wouldn't disagree with that.
It's gesturing towards purpose of most ancient mythologies, was they served a religious purpose for the people who were. Analyze the structure, purposes, and symbolism of critical myth stories from the mythological world. Seems fair to me.
Keep it.
3 is develop presentations about important members of the mythological world and explain the relationships of the major members. Good to me. Gotta know Zeus. Number 4, distinguish the hierarchy within the mythological culture and explain how the hierarchy drives the culture and traditions.
Keep it.
Analyze the relationships between the deities and the common person in the mythological world. Now, this does complicate a little bit if we do the modern mythologies because there's not always, I guess there are deities in And
Figures.
figures.
If you put that in there, that take care of things without deities.
Okay.
Everybody good with that?
It's going to read a little, if we say, and analyze the relationships between the deities and
There you go. Deities or figures. Co-chair Hilliard.
we need to specify what kind of figures, because I feel like figures could entail the common person as well. Like powerful figures. I mean, like the whole point of a mythology is you've got a power structure. You've got to have a power structure in a mythology. Like that's the basis of it. There's like there's the powerful ones typically in the form of gods, but then within that you've got the common person who is beholden to that powerful figure. So like in a okay. All right, number 6. Explain and study the relationship of the geography and culture of the region in relation to the development of mythology.
That sounds good. I'll buy it.
Number 7 is form inquiries and theories about the origin and development of mythology. I might recommend we say of the mythology rather than just all mythology more broadly.
Thank you.
Eight is create an original myth that reflects the culture and its environment.
Well, that's pretty high level.
We're going to keep that? Okay.
Why not?
Yep, it's fun. Check it out in your local mythology class. Number 9, explain the significance of the physical and psychological challenges faced by successful and unsuccessful heroes in relation to the lesson each provides.
Good.
10, evaluate current societal concerns and use classical stories to offer solutions that address them. The threat of this is that we are thinking in purely traditional mythology, classical mythology. That's where that classical stories. We could say like mythological stories rather than classical stories here to encompass other forms of mythology. Okay, and then final standard, identify common mythic elements in ancient texts. I think we would probably change that to in mythological texts rather than ancient. So identify common mythic elements in the genre. We have
Texts of the genre.
okay. Are we?
That's
Okay,
an adjective.
Identify common elements in the mythic or mythological genre. We've used mythological elsewhere. Or are we content with using mythological here? Okay, so.
It was 8. What are you trying to do? That's 3.
Can-
Well,
I'm
why
sorry to
wait till
interrupt,
tomorrow?
But we,
We can do it in 9 minutes. If we can't,
Just
we're
real
not worth our salt.
because I did miss the wording exactly of that final standard that we agreed upon. So I've got identify common elements in, and then we ended with, is it mythological texts genre with common elements in the mythological genre, I suppose, because we're focusing on one.
So, okay, let's see. Let's get back to, where's the genre numbers? Right, right. That's,
I
they're 117 through 124.
To be honest with you, I don't know how to add. I don't know. Frankly, I'm not even sure if I really shoot, we're in here right now. This is the first time we've tried to add a standard, so I don't. I mean, I have a drop-down menu selection option of added, but it doesn't create a new field for me to put it into, and I can't add rows to this, so I don't know how I would even necessarily go about doing that with.
Sure. And we would slip it into, there's 7 there, so they'd be 9. Now for the genre. 9, instead of 7 standards, there will be 9, and we're going to be making them more rigorous with the presentations.
Yep.
We are talking about collaborative discussion, conversations, but then after that, they're going to have to cut the mustard on presentations.
Couple quick things on mythology before we move on. The more I've thought about it, I'm not 100% sure on 11 if saying just identify mythological elements or identify common elements, because I think specifically what you're looking for is there are certain things that all mythologies tend to have. And so we want them to identify not just common elements within just the one mythology, but the major components of all mythology in this specific mythology. So maybe something along the lines of identify common mythological elements in the mythology or in the mythology studied or something along those lines.
Try it again.
I don't know how to end it. I do think we need to say identify common mythological elements in, and then I don't know where it goes.
I hear you. I mean, what if you just said identify common mythic elements in mythological texts?
Yes.
Mythological text.
But are you saying like a cross? So like across mythologies?
Well, it's just like some things, like when I talk about the hierarchy, like we've got a standard in here about hierarchy. Like mythologies always have hierarchies. Like it's just like the inherent to the mythology. Mythologies exist because people are trying to explain the world within they live, and like things are arbitrary and weird, and so they assume there must be some higher power that's making that happen. And so if we're trying to identify, like that is a feature across all mythologies as what we would consider a mythological element. Therefore, if we're going to study like the Marvel universe, how are we going to apply that to the Marvel universe? How does that manifest there? We're going to look for that element there. And then like there are certain like archetypes that exist across mythologies, like the trickster always kind of appears in mythologies. And so you would be looking for that mythological element, but you could apply it to Marvel or to ancient Mesoamerican mythology. There's like a million ways it could manifest. So identify common mythological elements in text studied. Does that? My only concern with text is like if we're doing like video game mythologies, it's not like a written text, it is a video game. Text or media studied. Do we be okay with that?
Yeah. Mythology texts. What you have in there is identify common mythological elements in the mythology text. Stories.
I don't see there's anything wrong with just in the mythology. Like,
Then what you've got down here sounds fine.
okay, but that was not what we reached as a consensus as a group, so I just wanted to like, I didn't want to do things without talking to people.
All right, how does that sit with everybody?
And then I am.
I didn't think there'd be a lot of objection to it at this
And I know
point.
we've only got 4 more minutes, but I'm still sticking on the figures thing from 5. Because I think what they're trying to get there is that like because 4 is about hierarchy. There's always a hierarchy within mythological, distinguish the hierarchy, so they distinguish that, and then they're analyzing that hierarchy once they've distinguished it. So they figured out what the hierarchy is, and then they're analyzing it in 5, analyzing the relationship between the deities and the common person, analyzing the higher powers in the hierarchy and the lower powers.
Would hero work?
Heroes are kind of, they're the ones that bridge the gap. They're the ones that mess up the hierarchy.
Higher entities.
Higher entities, deities or higher entities. Do we feel okay about that? Okay, I feel good about that.
Well, this brings us to the end of an arduous day. We got a lot done today. We were on schedule to do a lot more than we got done today. But we did extra on the electives today. So we're going to have some extra time coming up later. We need to make up a couple hours, and we got 45 minutes that we've got back from no public opinion. So we'll see how far we go. If it's easy stuff, let's move on. If it's tough, then we're going to take our time and get it done right. Well, thank you all. And if there's nothing else that we have from our staff, any comments from our coordinator, leader, fearless leader? No? Okay. Then I will declare this meeting adjourned before anybody says anything else.